Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 226. Ozil almost cried after being beaten. Walcott, in the end, it was all for naught. Goal. Walcott, he did it. In the 14th minute, Arsenal took the lead. Ramsey intercepted the ball in the backfield and immediately passed it to Walcott, who then sped down the wing. His speed was indeed incredible. Manchester City's defenders couldn't catch him at all. Joe Hart, in desperation, rushed out, and unsurprisingly lost the one-on-one duel with Walcott, even conceding a nutmeg 0-1. Arsenal took the lead away from home. On the Arsenal bench, Wenger, seeing the goal, excitedly clenched his fist and ran several steps. Success. His tactics had worked. Indeed, Manchester City's defense wasn't strong. He had a chance of winning in an attacking game against them. Thinking this, he decided to continue with his style of play and see if he could score another goal. On the field, Walcott was also very excited after scoring. He ran quickly towards the sidelines, putting his finger to his lips and making a shush gesture towards the stands. Clearly, this was his way of retaliating against the insults Manchester City fans had previously inflicted upon him. You said you didn't know who Walcott was? Well, now you remember. He was met with a deafening roar of boos from the Manchester City fans. You little brat, you're asking for it. A hot-tempered, burly man rolled up his sleeves, ready to give him a good slap to teach him a lesson. But the moment he made a move, the security guards noticed him immediately, several of them keeping a tight rein on him, preventing him from entering the stadium. What a joke. This match was being broadcast live worldwide. If any fans stormed the stadium and caused trouble, it wouldn't just be Manchester City losing face, but the entire Premier League. Therefore, the Premier League officials took this match very seriously, deploying a large number of security personnel at the stadium and contacting the local police station outside, resulting in thousands of officers maintaining order. The more agitated the Manchester City fans became, the more smug Walcott became. He enjoyed the feeling of being publicly humiliated, but that wasn't enough. The guy who said those words was Lin Quan, so if he wanted to slap someone, he wanted to slap that guy's face too. Thinking this, Walcott gave Lin Quan a provocative look. Kid, just you wait, this is only the beginning. Lin Quan didn't notice Walcott's actions. After all, from beginning to end, Lin Quan hadn't considered Walcott a worthy opponent. However, since the opponent had scored, he couldn't remain inactive. So, after the game restarted, Arsenal's players noticed that the opposing number 10 had become much more active. Lin Quan could run, dribble, pass, and make runs in the attacking third, and one-on-one defense simply couldn't contain him. In the 18th minute, the ball once again came to Lin Quan's feet. Ozil, who was matched up against Lin Quan, had no choice but to charge towards him, but Lin Quan seemed not to see him at all, immediately starting his run the moment Ozil got close, and the two collided with a bang. Ozil is over 1.8 meters tall, while Lin Quan is only 1.73 meters, making Ozil appear significantly taller than Lin Quan. Therefore, when the two collided, Arsenal fans were full of confidence. With an 8-centimeter height difference and Ozil's well-preparedness, the advantage was mine. However, to their surprise, it wasn't Lin Quan who was knocked down, but Ozil himself. They only saw Ozil's height, unaware that he only weighed 71 kilograms. A typical skinny stick figure, a disadvantage in a league like the Premier League that emphasizes physical confrontation. As for Lin Quan, he could go toe-to-toe with those ferocious defenders in the Premier League, so why would he be afraid of someone like Ozil with dark circles under his eyes and a weak, kidney-deficient look? Ozil got knocked down again. I think he needs to gain weight. Martin Tyler, commentating from the Sky Sports commentary booth, said with a serious expression as he watched Lin Quan easily chop down Ozil's stick figure like a lumberjack. That's right, the Premier League isn't La Liga. If he wants to adapt to the Premier League, he can't be afraid of physical contact, and gaining weight is the best way to improve his physical strength. Andy Gray, a former professional player, had more authority on this matter. He advised the Arsenal signing, who cost Wenger €50 million, based on his own experience. If he didn't improve his physical strength, his performance at Arsenal wouldn't improve, and he might even become a weakness for the team. In that case, Wenger's €50 million would be wasted. Both commentators had been commentating on Premier League matches for many years and felt both respect and sympathy for Wenger. Wenger had painstakingly saved up this sum of money to buy a player, and they didn't want it to prove to be a failed transfer. On the field, after getting past Ozil, Lin Quan quickly dribbled towards Arsenal's penalty area. Ramsey chose to come up to cover, but Lin Quan didn't engage with him and decisively passed a ball to David Silva on the wing. After receiving the ball, the latter dribbled forward a few steps and passed it back to Lin Quan before his national teammate Monreal could close in. Lin Quan had already shaken off Ramsey's interception. After receiving the ball, he dribbled 2 steps laterally towards the center and then passed it to the advancing David Silva. Their several passes near the flanks had already disrupted Arsenal's defense, drawing the attention of several Arsenal players, including Wilshere, Flamini, Ramsey, and Monreal. Meanwhile, Manchester City striker Aguero had unknowingly broken into Arsenal's penalty area. Seeing that both of Arsenal's defensive midfielders were drawn to him, Lin Quan opted to play a through ball to Aguero, who had already moved out of position. Mertesacker alertly stretched out his leg to intercept, but before he could even control the ball, it was stolen from his feet. Mertesacker turned around in astonishment and realized that the one who had made the steal was none other than Lin Quan, who had just completed the pass. Did this guy start moving the moment the pass was made? Otherwise, how could he have charged forward so quickly? Arsenal's defense was completely in disarray. After seeing Lin Quan pass the ball to Aguero, they all focused their defense on Aguero, who knew that Lin Quan would intercept the ball himself and charge forward with it. Mertesacker, who had been beaten, was out of position, and Koscielny, who was marking Aguero, couldn't cover him in time. Lin Quan, unmarked, dribbled into the penalty area. After glancing at Szczesny's position, Lin Quan decisively took a shot. There was no suspense in this goal. Szczesny didn't even have time for a symbolic save before the ball flew into the net. The score was changed to 1-1. Manchester City quickly equalized less than 5 minutes after Arsenal's goal. And the one who scored was none other than Manchester City's star player, Lin Quan. Compared to Walcott, who was overjoyed and even a little carried away after scoring, this was a stark contrast. Lin Quan remained remarkably calm after scoring, simply high-fiving and hugging his teammates who rushed to celebrate, then clapping for the Manchester City fans in the stands, without any particularly enthusiastic celebration. For him, these kinds of goals were as commonplace as eating and drinking, nothing to celebrate. Lin Quan's composure, however, displeased Walcott. What's with the pretense? Just trying to appear superior, isn't it? He felt Lin Quan was targeting him, hence the deliberate lack of celebration. Walcott considered Lin Quan a rival, desperately wanting to defeat him. He assumed Lin Quan would reciprocate, every action a response to him. However, Lin Quan hadn't paid him any attention at all. Walcott's hopes were dashed. Pellegrini, seeing his team quickly equalize, breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't as excited as Wenger, simply applauding his players calmly. On the other side, Wenger, seeing Arsenal's lead quickly equalize, habitually frowned. The plot wasn't unfolding as he'd imagined. Wenger had originally planned to score another goal and then retreat to defensive counter-attacking strategy. With the speed and ability of Arsenal's two wingers, Wilshere and Walcott, their counter-attacks would be very threatening if Manchester City pressed forward. But Manchester City's attack was stronger than he'd anticipated. His greed in not changing tactics immediately after taking the lead gave Manchester City the opportunity to equalize. He wondered if Arsenal could score again and take the lead. If they could, Wenger wouldn't be so stubborn this time and would definitely change tactics immediately. Idiot. Inside Chelsea's training ground, Mourinho, hoping Arsenal could stop Manchester City, couldn't help but curse after seeing Wenger's team quickly equalize. Wenger was so slow-witted and hypocritical. What kind of beautiful football was he talking about? Could it be more important than victory? If it were him, he would immediately change tactics after taking the lead and would never give Manchester City a chance. However, the special one seems to have forgotten that his team twice took the lead at Stamford Bridge, only to be pegged back twice. In the stands of the Etihad Stadium, Liverpool manager Rodgers shook his head. Arsenal's chances of winning are slim. Manchester City are in excellent form today. If they rely solely on attack, they won't be able to defeat them. It's unclear whether Wenger understands this. If they retreat and play a defensive counter-attacking style, they might still be able to secure a draw. However, a draw wouldn't be enough for Arsenal. They need 3 points, not 1. If both teams get 1 point, the gap between Arsenal and Manchester City won't change, but it will benefit other pursuers, such as third-placed Liverpool. Therefore, Rodgers would very much like for the two teams to fight to the death and then draw. But clearly, Manchester City doesn't intend to follow his desired script. After Lin Quan quickly helped his team equalize, Manchester City's attack intensified. The attacking quartet of Lin Quan, Nasri, Aguero, and David Silva relentlessly attacked Arsenal's penalty area. Before the first half was even over, Manchester City had already managed 11 shots. The main reason for Arsenal's passivity was their weak midfield. Ozil, easily defeated by Lin Quan in physical duels, seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. He became afraid of physical contact, instinctively trying to protect himself or even run away when faced with aggressive tackles. This avoidance was immediately noticed by Manchester City players, who exploited it relentlessly. Within just a few dozen minutes, Ozil was not only thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Quan but also repeatedly tormented by other Manchester City players. Manchester City's defensive midfielder, Fernandinho, seeing his opponent's vulnerability, immediately took advantage of the situation, charging in with aggressive tackles and pressing, making it impossible for Ozil to dribble the ball. Unfortunately, Ozil is Arsenal's playmaker, and according to the team's tactics, he should be the one distributing the ball. It's clear Wenger trusts the German implicitly. To make way for him, even Spanish international Cazorla was benched. Cazorla was Arsenal's absolute core last season, playing all 38 Premier League matches, contributing 12 goals and 11 assists. With more possession from Ozil, Fernandinho was having a field day. Seeing Arsenal players about to pass, Fernandinho deliberately kept his distance from Ozil, making them think Ozil was in a safe position, thus deceiving them into passing the ball to him. As a result, after Ozil received the ball, the Brazilian rushed forward and tackled him aside. Here you go. After making the tackle, Fernandinho quickly passed a ball to Lin Quan, while he himself didn't retreat but continued his forward run. Seeing his teammates' strong attacking desire, Lin Quan readily passed the ball back to him. The pass was perfect, Fernandinho could receive it and shoot immediately. The Arsenal players were clearly a bit stunned. Their defensive focus was entirely on Manchester City's attacking players, and they hadn't expected the opposing defensive midfielder to make a late run into the box. Besides, wasn't Fernandinho a defensive midfielder? When did he become involved in the attack? They didn't know that while Fernandinho was a defensive player, he possessed an excellent long-range shot. During his time with Shakhtar Donetsk, he had repeatedly used this tactic to score goals. Receiving Lin Quan's pass, Fernandinho mentally gave his teammate a thumbs up. No wonder these attacking players like Lin Quan so much. Lin's passes were indeed very comfortable to play with. Fernandinho didn't specifically observe the goalkeeper's positioning. After controlling the ball, he assumed his stance, leaned back slightly, and then swung his leg powerfully, striking the ball with all his might. With a deafening thud, the football transformed into a heavy cannonball, whistling towards Arsenal's goal. Szczesny reacted instantly, his outstretched right fingertip touching the ball. However, the ball's power was immense. It knocked his finger away and flew into the net. Watching the ball tumbling inside his own net, Szczesny shook his right hand and glanced warily at Manchester City's defensive midfielder. That guy's long-range shots were terrifying. He felt like his hand had almost been destroyed. After scoring, Fernandinho was ecstatic. He put his hand to his ear and ran around the pitch, soliciting applause and cheers from the fans. Manchester City fans were very supportive, standing up and applauding him. Even their own defensive midfielder scored. Could Arsenal possibly turn this game around? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 227: Wenger's indecisiveness and Ozil's furious outburst. The Brazilian should thank Lin Quan for the assist. Lin Quan's pass was perfect, allowing him a comfortable shot. Wenger's Arsenal is in danger. Before the first half is even over, they've already suffered a devastating comeback defeat against Manchester City. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, both commentators were pessimistic about Arsenal's prospects after seeing Fernandinho's goal. At Manchester City's home ground, once you fall behind, it's incredibly difficult to come back. Wenger clearly understood this, So after seeing Fernandinho's goal, he covered his forehead, knowing things were going badly. Should we bring on Cazorla? Arsenal's assistant coach suggested. Everyone could see that Ozil was being thoroughly outplayed. He was already somewhat afraid of physical contact, and now Manchester City had discovered and exploited this weakness, relentlessly attacking him. If Arsenal didn't quickly find a solution to this problem, similar goals conceded would likely continue to occur. Wait a little longer. Wenger's old habit of indecisiveness resurfaced. He still held on to hope for Ozil, wishing he could quickly regain his form. In the 42nd minute of the first half, after Manchester City's attack failed, Arsenal launched a counter-attack. Ramsey received the ball and hesitated for a second, unsure whether to pass it to Ozil. Ozil had made a series of mistakes on the field, becoming Arsenal's weak point and causing great distress to the players behind him. Ramsey was already fed up with cleaning up the mess for the opposition, so this time he passed a ball to Wilshere. Before Wilshere could even receive the ball, he was double-teamed by Lin Quan and David Silva, while Ozil was unmarked. So Wilshere had no choice but to pass the ball to Ozil. Ozil knew his performance today had been terrible, so he was determined to perform well. After receiving Wilshere's pass, taking advantage of the unmarked moment, he looked up and surveyed the situation. Arsenal's striker Giroud hadn't yet found space, his passing lane blocked by Manchester City players, preventing Ozil from passing to him. Wilshere was surrounded by opponents, and passing the ball back would likely result in a turnover. So, the ball should be passed to Walcott on the right. With that thought, Ozil quickly made the pass. Ozil's footwork is quite good, and this pass was of extremely high quality. Walcott received the ball and quickly sprinted down the wing, but Manchester City were prepared for him. Nasri and Yaya Toure both blocked his path, forming an insurmountable barrier. Walcott's success rate in dribbling one-on-one situations was decent, but he wasn't so confident in two-on-one situations. After all, not everyone has the freakish dribbling abilities of Messi and Lin Quan. So, Walcott chose to pass the ball to Giroud, who received the ball with his back to goal, unable to turn due to company's pressure. He passed the ball back to Ozil, then turned to wait for a through ball from his teammate. A great opportunity. On the sidelines, Wenger's eyes lit up. If Ozil could pass the ball to Giroud, Giroud would have a chance to shoot. However, before Ozil could even receive the ball, a Manchester City player was already sliding in on him. Lin, how did he get here? Lin is dropping back very deep defensively, almost back into his own penalty area. That kind of tackle is dangerous. Lin isn't a professional defender, his tackle could injure an opponent. And he himself could get a card. Wenger was shocked to see that the player making the tackle was Manchester City's number 10, Lin Quan, while the TV commentators were surprised and somewhat worried. Ozil felt someone rushing towards him from the side and instinctively glanced over, only to see Lin Quan diving at him. He was startled and didn't even dare to touch the ball, instinctively jumping to avoid the tackle. The opponent's technique was clearly unorthodox. If he were tackled, he could suffer a serious injury. He's young, just entering the prime of his career, with limitless possibilities ahead, so he doesn't want injuries to jeopardize his future. On the field, this choice isn't necessarily wrong. After all, not everyone can be so reckless. However, this is the Premier League. Seeing Ozil give up the ball to save himself, Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium mocked him. Haha, Ozil chickened out. Cowardly wimp, go back to your mother's arms and drink milk. This soft, effeminate guy, I don't know how Wenger saw him, actually willing to spend €50 million on him. Premier League fans love intense physical confrontations and brave, fearless tough players. They despise players like Ozil, who are weak, lack courage, and even avoid physical contact. It wasn't just Manchester City fans mocking Ozil, even Arsenal fans shook their heads after seeing this play. Can this guy really become the team's leader? Who knows? But I'm sure he can't be a leader like Vieira. Sigh. I really don't know what the professor saw in him that made him willing to spend so much money on him. Before Ozil arrived, Arsenal's most expensive signing in history was only €16 million. Ozil's transfer fee was 3 times that record. Considering he was Real Madrid's number 10 player and had proven his ability in La Liga and the Champions League, the price wasn't particularly outrageous, although Arsenal definitely got ripped off by Real Madrid. When the transfer was announced, Arsenal fans felt a pang of regret, but they believed in getting what they paid for, and generally had high expectations for Arsenal's record signing. However, Now it seems that Ozil's performance is completely unworthy of his price tag and high salary. Many Arsenal fans are beginning to think it was a failed transfer, and that Wenger may have never spent so much money on such an expensive player before, so he misjudged the situation. Given Wenger's style, he should continue buying young talents with unlimited potential, who are not only cheap but also allow for development. Take Manchester City's number 10, for example. He perfectly fits Wenger's criteria. Very young, with immense potential, and already a strong player. Most importantly, he doesn't require a transfer fee, making him a perfect fit for Arsenal. If only they had bought the opposing team's number 10. On the field, seeing Ozil too intimidated to receive the ball, Lin Quan ruthlessly stole it. Seeing Lin Quan pull back his foot, not sliding the ball all the way down, Ozil realized what was happening. The opponent had only been trying to intimidate him. As Manchester City's key player, how could he do such dirty work as a tackle? Thinking this, he felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. Watching Lin Quan's retreating figure, Ozil clenched his fists, a crazy idea flashing through his mind. Lin Quan, unaware of Ozil's intentions, seized the opportunity as Arsenal transitioned from attack to defense, quickly passing the ball to a teammate, hoping to catch the opponent off guard. Arsenal's players, seeing the ball lost, immediately retreated to defend. However, a person's movement speed is clearly no match for the speed of a football. The ball was passed to David Silva, who, without dribbling, immediately sought out striker Aguero. Aguero's positioning was incredibly astute. He swiftly accelerated the moment Silva passed the ball, defusing the offside trap and gaining possession. This was a one-on-one opportunity. Szczesny immediately rushed out of his goal, and Aguero also opted for a shot towards the far corner. In their duel, the Argentine prevailed. The ball grazed the far post and rolled into the net, 3-1. Manchester City extended their lead once again. Damn it. I've had enough of this stupid guy. Huh, are we down a man? It feels like they have 12. What is Wenger doing? Why doesn't he substitute that guy? After Manchester City's goal, Arsenal fans finally couldn't hold back anymore. Their patience with Ozil had been completely exhausted. Just because the opponent was afraid of physical contact, they conceded 2 goals. If they hadn't conceded those 2 goals, the score would still be 1-1. Even if they couldn't win, they could at least secure a draw. But now, forget about winning, even a draw has become a pipe dream. If Arsenal loses this match, they will miss out on the mid-season title and fall 9 points behind Manchester City. Such a large gap will probably be difficult to catch up in the second half of the season. After all, Arsenal's signature move is a habitual collapse in the second half of the season. Coach, make a substitution. Assistant coach Steve Boulder couldn't stand it anymore. He even wanted to rush onto the field to replace Ozil himself. The first half is almost over, let's make the substitution at halftime. Wenger was also very disappointed with Ozil. He didn't expect Ozil to be a tough leader like Vieira, but this was too much. However, with the first half almost over, making a substitution at this point would severely damage Ozil's confidence and mentality. So the professor decided to save face for the opponent and substitute him after the last few minutes of the first half. However, this hesitation by the professor led to disaster. In the last minute of the first half, seeing Lin Quan dribbling and preparing to break through, Ozil suddenly rushed in from the side and made a sliding tackle on Lin Quan. Clearly, this was a retaliatory foul. He was retaliating for Lin Quan's earlier tackle that had humiliated him. With a bang, the two collided violently and fell to the ground. Lin Quan's tackle was made right in front of Ozil, giving him time to react. Ozil's tackle, however, was clearly intended to be a foul. Lin Quan didn't notice his move and had no time to react. Seeing Ozil tackle Lin Quan, the stadium erupted in chaos. Manchester City fans stood up tensely, craning their necks to watch the scene. Ozil's tackle was quite forceful, and Lin Quan had no chance to dodge. Therefore, he was likely injured, possibly seriously. The referee quickly stopped the game and ran towards the incident. He clearly saw that Ozil hadn't hit the ball at all, but rather the player. This was obviously a foul, and a serious one at that. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to show Ozil a red card, sending him off the field. Ozil, clutching his foot in pain, rolled on the ground, completely oblivious to the referee's decision. He felt like he'd hit a steel plate when he tackled the ball. The opponent's ankle was incredibly hard. He didn't know if the opponent was injured, but he felt he was definitely hurt. So even if the referee didn't show him a red card, he couldn't continue. Seeing Ozil rolling on the ground, the referee initially thought he was feigning innocence to gain sympathy. So, while gesturing to Manchester City's team doctor to treat Lin Quan's injury, he coldly watched Ozil's performance. Seeing his teammates' clumsy acting, the Arsenal players were somewhat ashamed and no one went to help Ozil up. On the other hand, the Manchester City players rushed over to Lin Quan as soon as they saw him fall injured. "Lin, are you alright? If Lin is injured, I'll definitely injure a few Arsenal players later." "Stop talking about that, team doctor, get the team doctor here." The Manchester City players chattered, their concern overflowing. If the referee hadn't been standing right next to Ozil, they would have all wanted to grab Ozil and beat him up to avenge Lin Quan. The referee watched for a while, seeing Ozil sweating profusely from the pain, his forehead even steaming, and realized he wasn't faking it, he was genuinely injured. He then beckoned to Arsenal, signaling their team doctor to come over. The Manchester City fans, cursing Ozil, looked at the injured Lin Quan with worry. The opponent had injured him, Lin Quan's injury would likely be even worse. The Manchester City team doctor thought the same. He gathered his full gear and ran to the pitch with a serious expression. But before they even reached the scene of the incident, Lin Quan stood up on his own. "Lin, don't move. You might worsen your injury." The team doctor was startled and quickly stopped Lin Quan, making him lie down again. I'm fine, really," Lin Quan explained earnestly, but the team doctor didn't believe him at all. "Fine? How is that possible? The other player is injured, how can you be fine?" However, after a thorough examination, the Manchester City team doctor was completely baffled. He really was fine? In the river? He began to wonder if he was incompetent, or if he had made a mistake in his examination. So he turned his gaze to the Arsenal team doctor, who was examining Ozil's injury. Colleague, could I do you a favor?" The fans at the stadium and the viewers in front of their televisions were puzzled, wondering what the Manchester City and Arsenal team doctors were doing. What's wrong with Lingard? Why did he stand up and then lie down again? Why is it Arsenal's team doctor examining Lingard's injury? Manchester City's team doctor's skills are terrible, they actually went to Arsenal for help. Lingard got up again. Is that a confirmation that he's not injured? That's good. If he were really injured, he'd probably be out for months. Speaking of which, Lingard's physique is ridiculously strong. Every game we see him being targeted and fouled, but we never see him get injured. Now that you mention it, I realize Lingard seems to have played every game this season, without missing a single match. Well, not quite. He didn't play in the fourth round of the League Cup, but it wasn't due to injury. Wow, that's still amazing. He's played every game in the Premier League and Champions League. That's incredibly efficient. I remember he missed a game due to injury in the Bundesliga, but that hasn't happened in the Premier League. It's strange. Maybe it's because of his good physical condition and more experience, he knows how to better protect himself. Fewer injuries are a good thing. This kind of talent is something many players dream of. Redus gave it a thumbs up. Messi, Robin, Kaká, and Ronaldo are all envious. Why? Messi fans are saying, if Messi had fewer injuries this season, his stats wouldn't be so low. On the field, after examining Lin Quan, Arsenal's team doctor began to doubt his own abilities. He really wasn't injured? How could that be? He glanced back at Ozil being carried away on a stretcher, and for a moment, he had the illusion that it was Ozil, not Lin Quan, who had been fouled. Otherwise, why was Ozil being carried off while Lin Quan was still full of energy? Chapter 228. A hat-trick leads to a resounding victory over Arsenal, with the entire stadium rising to their feet in applause. Ozil's move was extremely irrational. Lin Quan was still far from Arsenal's goal when he dribbled the ball, there was no need for such a foul. In the commentary booth, He shook his head, expressing his incomprehension of Ozil's action. I think he probably wanted to retaliate for Lin Quan's tackle earlier. Su Yang, a former player, could somewhat understand Ozil's mentality. Players sometimes lose control of their emotions on the field. Obviously, he paid the price for his impulsive and reckless behavior, putting Arsenal in a desperate situation. Although we always say football is unpredictable, being 2 goals down and down a man, Arsenal had no chance of a comeback. Both commentators felt it was a pity, such a strong match had lost its suspense due to Ozil's irrational foul. This might be hard for Arsenal fans to accept. But for Manchester City players, seeing this goal should have brought them complete relief. The first half ended quickly. During the break, Wenger encouraged his players to keep up the good work and try to create a miracle. With 10 men, Arsenal had no choice but to play a defensive counter-attacking style. At the start of the second half, Arsenal made a substitution. Wenger replaced Gerrard with Cazorla. Without midfield support, Gerrard couldn't receive the ball in the attacking third. It was better to replace him with a playmaker than to leave him standing there. Perhaps then they could seize counter-attacking opportunities and steal a goal or two. This substitution, initially a reluctant move after Ozil's red card, unexpectedly made Arsenal's counter-attack sharper after Cazorla entered the game. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Arsenal capitalized on a Manchester City mistake, intercepting the ball in their own half and executing a long, precise pass from Cazorla. The ball, like a precision-guided missile, found Walcott sprinting at high speed in the attacking third. Manchester City relentlessly attacked Arsenal's goal from the start of the second half, leaving their own half wide open. This gave Walcott ample space to accelerate and reach his maximum speed after receiving the ball. A Walcott at full speed is terrifying. Demichelis only had time to react before Walcott vanished from his sight. After feinting past Demichelis, Walcott unleashed a shot. It was a very tricky shot. Joe Hart, despite his best efforts, couldn't save it. Arsenal, playing with 10 men, had pulled one back, and Walcott had completed his brace at the Etihad Stadium. Goal. The game isn't over yet. Walcott has scored again. Arsenal have pulled one back from the brink. Wenger on the sidelines was ecstatic at Walcott's goal. Ignoring his usual refined demeanor, his expression twisted with rage as he clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. The young Walcott was even more thrilled, sprinting back from the attacking third and leaping excitedly onto Cazorla. More than half the credit for his goal went to Cazorla. Without that precise pass, Walcott would have run himself ragged without ever getting such a chance. Well done, Theo. Great job. A fantastic shot. Arsenal players rushed over, excitedly embracing Walcott and Cazorla in celebration. There's still time, let's score another one. Ramsey glanced at the scoreboard and told his teammates. I feel like I can score too. Walcott, now brimming with confidence after his brace, felt like it got on the pitch, almost omnipotent. If you can score 4 goals at the Etihad Stadium, you'll completely outshine their number 10. Flamini rubbed Walcott's head and said with a laugh. Haha, of course, our little tiger is definitely better than that guy. That's right, I've always thought so. Listening to his teammates' words, Cazorla hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back, and finally sighed inwardly, not uttering any discouraging words. As someone who had been teammates with both Walcott and Lin Quan, Cazorla knew their abilities better than anyone else in the Arsenal team. Walcott was indeed very good. His speed-type wingers were like a sharp sword on the field, incredibly powerful when used well. But Lin Quan was different. Lin Quan was almost omnipotent in the attacking third, like a Gundam, with no weaknesses. Every aspect of him was terrifyingly strong. This could be seen from their statistics in the league and Champions League. However, saying such things would be a bit demoralizing and might offend Walcott. So Cazorla held back. Arsenal's second goal surprised Manchester City slightly, but their formation didn't collapse. After the restart, Manchester City continued their methodical attack. Lin Quan acted as an organizer in the attacking third, using passing and dribbling to move Arsenal's defense around. Whenever the opponent showed a weakness, he would seize it, delivering highly threatening passes to create opportunities for his teammates. This put Arsenal increasingly on the defensive, as if someone had put a heavy chain around their necks, suffocating them. Lin's playmaking ability is even stronger than I imagined. Wenger couldn't help but admire him. Just as a part-time organizer, Lin Quan's playmaking talent and ability already surpassed Ozil's. And in terms of attacking attributes, Lin Quan completely outclassed Ozil. What incredible luck Manchester City had to sign a player of this caliber. Wenger was practically dying of envy. Am I seeing things? Manchester City is playing Barcelona's possession-based football? It looks like it. Arsenal feels like they're being strangled. Yet, it's suffocating. This isn't good. The fans' intuition was spot on. After more than 10 minutes of passing, Arsenal's players were gradually losing their pace with Manchester City's passing game. This kind of possession-based football is incredibly soporific. It's difficult for defenders to maintain a high level of focus. And once their attention wanes, they create openings for the opponent. In the 76th minute, Manchester City executed a smooth attacking move. After several passes, the ball reached Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan had unknowingly broken into Arsenal's penalty area. Arsenal's defense was in disarray. Seeing the ball at Lin Quan's feet, the players rushed towards him in a panic. Lin Quan flicked the ball sideways, creating a slight angle, and then feigned a shot. Mertesacker, Koscielny, and others almost simultaneously raised their legs to block. However, after they lifted their legs, they found that the opponent hadn't shot, it was just a feint. The ball had been passed to the right side of Arsenal's penalty area. David Silva appeared there and easily slotted the ball into the net, making the score 4-2. Arsenal, who had just taken a step towards the brink of defeat, were kicked back by Manchester City once again. After the goal, Wenger slumped onto the bench, utterly dejected. He knew his team was finished. Pellegrini, on the other hand, smiled and applauded his team. Even he, as the manager, was thrilled by this kind of teamwork. This was exactly the effect he wanted. With a 2-goal lead and almost 80 minutes remaining, Pellegrini made substitutions. He replaced Aguero with Navas, and Yaya Toure with Javi Garcia. Spanish players are better at possession-based football. Bringing on Garcia would free up Lin Quan from playmaking and allow him to focus more on attacking. Walcott has already scored 2 goals, so how could Lin Quan, Manchester City's star player, have fewer goals than his opponent? After the 2 Spanish players came on, Manchester City's passing and possession football became increasingly fluid. Arsenal's players were a bit desperate, feeling like they were facing Barcelona in the Champions League. 5 years with Bayern, 3 years with Barcelona. For Arsenal fans, these 2 teams are the last thing they want to face in the Champions League. Last season, Arsenal was eliminated by Bayern, stopping at the round of 16. As for the number of times they've fallen to Barcelona, that's even more. Wait. We finished second in our group, and Barcelona finished first. Will we face Barcelona again in the knockout stage? At this thought, Arsenal fans felt a sudden tightness in their hearts, worried about the upcoming Champions League group stage draw. After Garcia and Navas came on, they did nothing but feed the ball to Lin Quan. They would rather not score themselves than let their team leader rack up more stats. With his teammates so enthusiastic, Lin Quan couldn't refuse. In the 85th minute, Lin Quan received a pass from Navas, dribbled past a defender, and slotted the ball home, extending the team's lead to 5-2. This goal was also his second of the match, completing a brace like Walcott. Hat-trick. One more. The Manchester City fans seemed to think it wasn't enough, chanting for Lin Quan to score again and complete his hat-trick. Lin Quan initially refused, but his teammates were simply too enthusiastic. In the 90th minute, Nasri dribbled into the penalty area and was tripped by an Arsenal player. The referee awarded a penalty, and Nasri quickly got up and gave the opportunity to Lin Quan. Although he was French, not Spanish, he clearly understood who the senior player was. With his teammates being so polite, Lin Quan had no choice but to accept. Seeing Lin Quan walk to the penalty spot, Wenger was already filled with despair. He tried to put his nearly frozen right hand into his pocket, but couldn't manage it. The pocket was so close, yet it felt like a closed door. Wenger repeated this gesture 7 or 8 times, even the cameras noticed, capturing the professor's predicament and displaying it on the big screen for public humiliation. The Manchester City fans erupted in laughter, Wenger's face turned ashen, and he turned and returned to his seat on the bench. With Lin Quan calmly converting his penalty, the score became 6-2. Pellegrini then used his last substitution, taking Lin Quan off in stoppage time to receive the cheers of the fans. As Lin Quan left the field, he applauded in all directions, thanking the fans for their enthusiastic support. The Manchester City fans also stood up and gave Lin Quan a thunderous applause. They absolutely adored Lin Quan. Every time they came to a home game, seeing him on the pitch filled them with a sense of security. Shortly after Lin Quan left the field, the referee blew the final whistle. Manchester City ultimately secured a resounding victory over Arsenal at home, not only defending their top spot but also continuing their undefeated home record. Lin Quan, who scored a hat-trick, completely dominated Theo Walcott. After this match, no rational or objective fan would question who was better between Walcott and Lin Quan. However, Walcott himself seemed unconvinced, especially since he had indeed scored 2 goals at the Etihad Stadium, fulfilling his pre-match boast. HMPH, it's just that your teammates are better. If I had teammates as good as yours, the outcome of the game would be uncertain. After the match, the Arsenal players were generally very disappointed. Before playing Manchester City, they had harbored some wishful thinking, believing there wasn't a significant gap between them. However, after playing against Manchester City, they had to admit that Manchester City was indeed stronger. And they're not just a little stronger. For one thing, they don't have a player like Lin Quan in their squad. The thought of competing for the title against such a team left Arsenal players generally lacking confidence. Their opponents were unbeaten in 16 rounds, and if you include the Champions League and Cup competitions, they were unbeaten in 24. They didn't know how to defeat such a powerful opponent, especially trailing by 9 points. To win the title, they could only hope Manchester City collapsed. Don't be discouraged, the season is long. Losing one game doesn't mean anything, we still have a chance, Wenger said, seeing the players generally low morale, giving them individual hugs and comforting them. One of Arsenal's weaknesses is that their players are generally too young. Young players have weaker mental fortitude and are more prone to emotional fluctuations, which is one reason why Arsenal collapses in the second half of each year. Of course, another reason is their thin squad. Once key players get injured, Arsenal's performance plummets. With Arsenal's improved financial situation, Wenger had more money at his disposal. He has already begun to change this situation. The €50 million acquisition of Ozil in the summer was a signal that Arsenal finally has the money to spend big in the transfer market. With the winter break approaching, Wenger, wanting to further strengthen the team, plans to make another move, bringing back a powerful striker or winger. Barcelona's Alexis Sanchez and Liverpool's Luis Suarez both fit his requirements. However, both are expensive. Suarez's price is likely over £40 million. Sanchez's price is probably similar. Bringing him back from Barcelona to the Emirates Stadium would be difficult without €50 million. But Wenger has a way. He contacted Suarez's agent in the summer. The agent told him that Liverpool's contract with Suarez includes a clause allowing them to sign him if another team offers over £40 million. Wenger is skeptical, as Suarez's previous suspension for biting prevented him from making a move in the summer. After all, if they bought him, Suarez wouldn't be able to play in the first 10 league games, and Arsenal would have to pay 2.5 months' salary for nothing. Therefore, he prioritized a midfield, buying Ozil from Real Madrid, intending to wait until Suarez's suspension ended and then decide whether to buy him based on his performance on the field. Now it seems that although Suarez has made some irrational moves on the field, his individual ability is still very strong. After his return from suspension, Suarez scored 10 goals in 6 games, a goal-scoring efficiency approaching that of Manchester City's star player, Lin Quan. If he hadn't been suspended for 10 games, he might have been able to compete with Lin Quan for this season's Premier League Golden Boot. Suarez's excellent performance made Wenger determined. He plans to continue contacting Suarez's agent after the winter transfer window opens, trying to persuade Suarez to join Arsenal. After all, he doesn't get to play in the Champions League at Liverpool, while Arsenal, although a top 4 finisher, qualifies for the Champions League every year, making them much better off than Liverpool in this respect. As for the offer for Suarez, Wenger plans to try his luck with £40 million and £100 to see if there really is a £40 million clause in Liverpool's contract with Suarez. If they can really buy Suarez for that price, then Arsenal will truly take off. Chapter 229 Champions League Knockout Stage Draw, a fateful showdown. Mid-season champions secured, who can stop Manchester City? Premier League newcomers unbeaten in 16 rounds, breaking Premier League best start again. Hat-trick defeats Arsenal, Manchester City's number 10 outshines Walcott. Wenger interested in strengthening the attack, Suarez may join Arsenal. After this round of league matches, major British media outlets launched into a chorus of praise, showering Manchester City with compliments. Manchester City achieved 14 wins and 2 draws in the first 16 rounds, once again breaking the previous record for the best start in the Premier League. Moreover, after defeating Arsenal, they have already secured the mid-season championship with 3 rounds to spare. Although there is still a long time left in the season, there is no doubt that Manchester City has gained an advantage in the title race. As long as they don't falter, given their significant lead, their chances of winning the title are very high. The citizens are very likely to lift their second Premier League trophy. However, compared to the external praise, Manchester City themselves appear very humble. Our team still has some weaknesses, and we need to continue strengthening them during the winter break. Club chairman Fahim stated in an interview, expressing the team's determination to continue signing players. Head coach Pellegrini echoed this sentiment. Yes, our squad isn't deep enough to handle multiple competitions, we need to continue strengthening it. During the summer transfer window, Manchester City spent lavishly, acquiring numerous players. Some of these deals proved to be very worthwhile. Players like Fernandinho and Navas quickly established themselves as starters and became key members of the team. However, some of the attacking signings were less cost-effective. Negrito is relatively reliable, serving as an adequate backup for Aguero and sometimes even starting. Jovetic, on the other hand, has received little playing time since joining Manchester City, making the €26 million signing seem somewhat wasteful. Pellegrini doesn't need a striker now, he wants a playmaker. David Silva can play as an attacking midfielder, but he's more threatening on the wing, a position he's more comfortable in. Therefore, Manchester City needs a true playmaker to free up Lin Quan. This is also the opinion of owner Masia. Even if Pellegrini doesn't make any moves during the winter break, the club will still make a purchase. Masia is very pleased with Manchester City's excellent performance across all competitions this season, and he's never been stingy with money. He's willing to spend any amount to make the team stronger and help them go further on all fronts. Thus, even before the winter break, many stars have already been linked with Manchester City. According to sources, Manchester City has its sights set on key midfielders for Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. They plan to submit offers that these clubs will find hard to refuse when the transfer window opens. The veracity of this news is still unknown, but the major clubs linked with him seem somewhat nervous. They might simply laugh off offers from other clubs. But when Manchester City comes to poach players, it's a different story. The reason is simple: Manchester City is incredibly wealthy. In the past, Manchester City was just a nouveau-riche club with deep pockets, but this year, they've been making great strides in both the league and the Champions League. After Lin Quan joined Manchester City, everyone could see that they were now qualified to challenge for the Champions League trophy. This meant that other players joining Manchester City could not only receive extremely high salaries, but also continue to pursue honors. This undoubtedly dispelled many people's concerns and greatly lowered the barrier for them to join Manchester City. At this point, if Manchester City made an offer that was hard for both the club and the player to refuse, these big clubs were worried that they might lose control. There was no way around it: Manchester City was offering just too much. Therefore, after their own players were linked with Manchester City, they were filled with a sense of crisis and began looking for suitable alternatives in the transfer market in advance. This way, when Manchester City actually came out with its purse strings, they wouldn't be without backup options. After the league match against Arsenal, club president Fahim and manager Pellegrini rushed to UEFA headquarters to attend the draw for the 2013-2014 Champions League round of 16. This was Manchester City's first time reaching the knockout stage, and they were both very nervous and anxious, fearing a bad draw. However, the second-place teams in this year's groups weren't particularly strong. Juventus, the Serie A champions who could have been a spoiler, were unexpectedly eliminated in the group stage by a Turkish team. Among the remaining second-place teams, apart from Arsenal from the Premier League and AC Milan from Serie A, the rest were relatively weak. Therefore, unless Manchester City had extremely bad luck, they should be able to draw a favorable group. However, for Bayern Munich, who finished second in the group, this season's Champions League will be very difficult. The other group winners are either top clubs from major leagues or formidable opponents. Whichever team they face, it will be a tough battle. Of course, the same applies to the other teams. No one wanted to face last season's defending champions in the first knockout stage. This resulted in a generally tense expression on the faces of the coaches from major clubs attending the draw ceremony. They were all cursing Bayern Munich in their hearts, thinking, "Damn defending champions, they're not playing well, making us all nervous." The draw ceremony officially began at 7 p.m. on December 16. UEFA General Secretary Gianni Infantino, Competition Director Marchetti, and this season's Champions League ambassador Figo jointly drew the 8 teams to be drawn from the pools representing the group winners and runners-up. The 8 teams that finished first in the groups were Manchester United, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester City, Chelsea, Borussia Dortmund, Atletico Madrid, and Barcelona. These 8 teams will have the advantage of playing the first leg away and the second leg at home, clearly a reward for their group-winning performance. The teams that finished second were Bayer Leverkusen, Galatasaray, Olympiacos, Bayern Munich, Werder Bremen, Arsenal, Zenit St. Petersburg, and AC Milan. As the second-place team in their group, they had to play their home game first and then their away game, a schedule that wasn't favorable for them. A poor home performance could even eliminate their hopes of advancing. Under intense scrutiny, Figo drew Manchester City first. Seeing his team drawn, Fahim sat up straight, while Pellegrini couldn't help but clasp his hands together. Clearly, both were a little nervous. Manchester City has been on a winning streak this season, both in the league and the Champions League, undefeated so far. Who will be their opponent? The host said with a smile. However, the second-place teams in each group weren't smiling. Clearly, no one wanted to be drawn against Manchester City. Martic drew a team from the pool of second-place teams, unfolding it to reveal the Arsenal crest. According to UEFA regulations, teams from the same national league or from the same group are automatically excluded from the Champions League round of 16. Therefore, this draw was invalid, and a new draw was performed, resulting in a team with a green background and a white W crest. If Lin Quan were here, he would recognize the team immediately, Werder Bremen. Upon seeing the draw, Fahim and Pellegrini were momentarily stunned, then both breathed a sigh of relief. Werder Bremen wasn't the weakest second-place team in the group, but their strength wasn't great either. Plus, Germany isn't far from England, so playing away wouldn't be too difficult for them. Therefore, for Manchester City, this was a very favorable draw. The broadcast camera focused on Werder Bremen's coach, Schaff. Compared to the relaxed and excited atmosphere on Manchester City's side, Coach Schaff's expression was clearly much more serious. Lin's team. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Was this some kind of UEFA twisted humor? For Manchester City, it was a great draw, but for Werder Bremen, this draw essentially sealed their fate. Damn, UEFA is really something. They put Manchester City against Werder Bremen. If this wasn't scripted, I'd eat my computer alive. This draw is very favorable for Manchester City. They've basically secured their place in the quarterfinals. Yes, Werder Bremen's strength has declined significantly this season. They'll hardly pose a threat to Manchester City. With Werder Bremen's current level, they'll have a tough time against anyone. Relatively speaking, facing Manchester City might be a bit better. At least Lin Quan won't go all out against them. I'm a Werder Bremen fan. Welcome Lin Quan home. Welcome home. Werder Bremen fans have a strong attachment to Lin Quan. Werder Bremen's decline has been ongoing for a long time. Last season, if it weren't for him and De Bruyne leading Werder Bremen to second place in the league, they wouldn't have had a chance to qualify for the Champions League. This season, after losing Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Werder Bremen has been brought back to reality. They are currently fifth from the bottom in the Bundesliga, just one step away from the relegation zone. In this situation, Werder Bremen simply couldn't focus on the Champions League. They had to fight to avoid relegation. It's precisely for this reason that Werder Bremen fans miss their former star duo even more. If those two were still there, the team's performance would definitely not have deteriorated to this point. The second team drawn was Barcelona, whose opponent was Arsenal. Upon seeing this draw, Wenger's expression changed drastically. He seriously suspected UEFA manipulation. Otherwise, why would Arsenal always face Barcelona in the knockout stages? The third team drawn was Atletico Madrid, whose opponent was AC Milan. This matchup was full of suspense. AC Milan was the strongest of the remaining 6 group runners-up, while Atletico Madrid was one of the relatively weaker group winners. The outcome of this match between the two teams was difficult to predict, and their chances of advancing were roughly equal. Subsequently, the opponents for Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Borussia Dortmund were also revealed. PSG drew Bayer Leverkusen, whose strength gave them a high chance of advancing. Real Madrid drew Olympiacos, a group with virtually no suspense. The Greek team is unlikely to pose a threat to Real Madrid. Manchester United drew Galatasaray, a draw that's neither good nor bad for them. Their opponent isn't strong, but the long journey to their home ground in the Turkish Super League will be a significant challenge for the Manchester United players. Borussia Dortmund drew Zenit St. Petersburg, an opponent with relatively weak strength, and given their status as the team that advanced with the lowest points in Champions League history, Dortmund is widely expected to advance. Only 2 teams remained in the draw pool, and even without the draw, The outcome of the final match was already known. Figo still went through the motions and drew the last two teams. The final matchup was Chelsea vs Bayern Munich. After the result was announced, the broadcast focused on two separate camera angles, one on Bayern's manager Pep Guardiola and the other on Chelsea's manager Jose Mourinho. These two are among the most popular top coaches in football today, and they have a long history of intense clashes in the Champions League and La Liga. It was thought that their encounters would decrease after they both left La Liga. However, their connection proved surprisingly strong. Even in different leagues, they still faced each other in the first knockout stage. This was bad news for both. Mourinho's Chelsea and Guardiola's Bayern Munich were the Champions League champions of the previous two seasons. Both teams were very strong and were considered favorites to win the title before the group stage. Their early clash meant one of them would inevitably fail to reach the quarterfinals. Both Mourinho and Guardiola looked grim upon seeing the result. Mourinho's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on UEFA Secretary-General Gianni Infantino. The Special One had long suspected the Champions League draw was prearranged, and now he was even more certain. He could guess that this match was deliberately arranged by UEFA for publicity and hype. Previous round of 16 matches, due to the disparity in strength between the two teams, were not exciting and lacked appeal. But Bayern Munich and Chelsea are different. Not only are their strengths very similar, but they also have a long history of rivalry and grudges. Bayern is seeking revenge against Chelsea for their defeat in the final 2 years ago, plus the fated duel between Mourinho and Guardiola. How intriguing and captivating. Guardiola's expression was also serious. He had confidence in Bayern, but he didn't want to face such a strong team in the first stage of the knockout rounds. Chelsea's defense was very tough, and Bayern's schedule was disadvantageous because they had to play their home game first. Knowing Mourinho as he did, he knew Mourinho would adopt a defensive posture at the Allianz Arena, employing an extreme counter-attacking style. If Bayern couldn't beat Chelsea at home, their chances of winning at Chelsea's home ground would be extremely slim. The reporters and spectators at the stadium were clearly aware of the rivalry between the two, so a heated discussion immediately erupted after the result was announced. Other teams, especially the big clubs, were gloating, watching the two giants clash. For teams aiming for the title, such as Barcelona and Real Madrid, this result is clearly what they wanted. They didn't even need to lift a finger. One of these two powerhouses was eliminated. Even the winner, after such a fierce battle, will undoubtedly be exhausted. Facing them in the quarterfinals will greatly increase the chances of other top teams winning. According to UEFA's official schedule, Manchester City will visit the Weser Stadium on February 19, 2014, to face Werder Bremen. The second leg will be held at the Etihad Stadium on March 13. Given the strength of both teams, Manchester City might end the suspense in the first leg. However, some fans believe that Lin Quan, returning to the Weser Stadium for the first time since leaving Werder Bremen, might hold back. Lin Quan is Manchester City's attacking core. If he holds back, Werder Bremen might not lose at home. Manchester City 4-0 Real Madrid? Can you believe it? Manchester City can practically start popping champagne now that they're facing Inter Milan in the final. Provided Guardiola doesn't pull any stunts. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Another battle for the top spot. Liverpool is coming. Lin, will you go easy on your former teammates in the match against Werder Bremen? After the draw results were announced, a large group of reporters swarmed around Lin Quan, wanting to interview him. Facing the reporters' questions, Lin Quan smiled and replied, "My former teammates are all very strong. They don't need me to go easy on them. On the contrary, I think I should ask them to go easy on me. After all, they know my playing style very well, and no one knows better than them how to contain me." Lin Quan had a good relationship with his former Werder Bremen teammates. In a team like this, where the players are less prestigious, the relationships are generally much closer than in top clubs. He cherished and missed this friendship and wouldn't easily ruin it. Therefore, he wouldn't say anything like "go easy on them," which would hurt their pride. Instead, he praised his former teammates highly, hoping to get more attention from the reporters and help them increase their visibility and fame. After all, some players in the Werder Bremen team are indeed very good, they just lack a suitable stage. Reporters weren't entirely satisfied with Lin Quan's diplomatic answer, so they pressed further. Lin, how do you feel about returning to the Weser Stadium? If you score at the Weser Stadium, will you celebrate? Lin Quan paused for a moment, seemingly considering his answer. Honestly, I never imagined returning to the Weser Stadium as an opponent. It's a very subtle feeling. Last season, when I wore Werder Bremen's green jersey, I always enjoyed the applause and cheers from the fans, but now, I'm afraid of hearing their boos. Scoring against Werder Bremen isn't easy, but if I'm lucky enough to score, I don't think I'll celebrate, whether it's at home or away. Lin Quan's sincere answer deeply moved the Werder Bremen fans who witnessed the interview. They flocked to Lin Quan's social media accounts, chanting in unison, "Lin, welcome home." Former captain Fritz tagged Lin Quan on social media, writing, "Lin, we all miss you, welcome home." Arnautovic said, "Hey buddy, we've prepared a surprise for you to welcome back to Werder Bremen." Fulkrug posted, "It's a really big surprise, I can vouch for it." Lin Quan was curious about what their surprise was, but when he asked, they wouldn't tell him. With the Champions League match still a long way off, after the draw, Manchester City quickly focused their energy on the League and Cup competitions. On December 18th, the League Cup quarterfinals kicked off. Lin Quan came on as a substitute in the 76th minute of the second half and scored his first League Cup goal. Thanks to Navis brace and Lin Quan's goal, Manchester City easily defeated Leicester City 3-1 away, extending their unbeaten run this season to 25 games. On December 21st, in the 17th round of the Premier League, Manchester City visited Fulham. The two teams had previously met in a pre-season friendly, with Manchester City winning 2-0. Facing the formidable Manchester City, Fulham wisely opted not to engage in an all-out attack, instead parking the bus at home, hoping to use a counter-attacking strategy to stifle their opponents. However, Fulham's plan clearly backfired against Manchester City's powerful attack. Before halftime, Manchester City took a 2-0 lead thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Yaya Toure. After the start of the second half, Kompany scored a header, extending the lead to 3-0. With victory secured, Manchester City began making personnel adjustments. Their next match would be a direct confrontation with third-placed Liverpool, and to conserve energy for that game, Pellegrini chose to substitute key players like Lin Quan. However, these substitutions caused some turbulence on the field. In the 70th minute, Kompany made a mistake in clearing the ball with a header in his own penalty area, sending it into his own net. Emboldened by this, Fulham launched an attack, and in the 77th minute, Richardson scored again, making it 2-3. Conceding 2 goals in just 7 minutes had Manchester City fans on edge again. In recent league matches, Manchester City has habitually faltered after taking the lead. Fortunately, substitutes Navis and Milner stepped up, scoring in the 82nd and 85th minutes respectively, extending the lead back to 3 goals. Ultimately, Manchester City defeated Fulham 5-2 away from home, extending their unbeaten run to 26 games and their league unbeaten run to 17 games. If they hadn't lost their last match of last season to Norwich, Manchester City's unbeaten run across seasons would now exceed 20 games. However, as their unbeaten streak accumulated, the players' psychological pressure also increased. They became increasingly concerned about winning and losing, and the psychological burden of wanting to win but fearing to lose grew heavier. In this state, they soon faced a crucial match against Liverpool. Liverpool's performance this season has been outstanding, not only reversing their previous slump in the second tier of the league, but also forcefully entering the title race. After Suarez's return from suspension, they achieved a 4-game winning streak, averaging 4.5 goals per game, their attacking firepower rivaling that of league leaders Manchester City. In this round, Arsenal were held to a draw at home by Chelsea, managing only 2 points from 2 draws and 1 loss in their last 3 matches. They not only fell further behind league leaders Manchester City but were also caught up by Liverpool. The Reds even overtook Arsenal in the standings due to goal difference, moving into second place in the league. Therefore, this match was another top-of-the-table clash. Liverpool, currently ranked second with 36 points, faces a massive 11-point gap compared to Manchester City's 47. Failing to beat City would make their title a virtually impossible task, entering the second half of the season with such a large deficit. However, a victory would not only break City's unbeaten run but also reduce the gap to 8 points, no longer a double-digit difference. While Liverpool's recent form is impressive, Manchester City is widely favored. They boast the best start in Premier League history, a 26-game unbeaten run across all competitions, and a perfect home record. Who could defeat such a team? If City were visiting Liverpool at Anfield this round, they might be slightly more favored. Unfortunately, City are hosting Liverpool at Anfield, facing what is arguably the most formidable home ground in the Premier League. No team in Europe can confidently claim victory at the Etihad Stadium. Even a draw would be difficult. This season, Manchester City played 12 matches at the Etihad Stadium, winning all of them and setting a terrifying record of 4.25 goals per game. Losing by 3 goals here is considered mild, conceding 6 or even 7 goals is quite common. Among the teams that suffered heavy defeats at the Etihad are giants like Manchester United, Arsenal, and Tottenham Hotspur. Even the mighty Bayern Munich conceded 3 goals at this stadium. Manchester City might be able to challenge this away from home, but at home, they are like odds, simply unbeatable. Liverpool are strong and in good form recently, but their ability to break through such a formidable home ground seems insufficient. Before the match, Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers stated, "Manchester City is a very strong team, and it will be difficult to play them away from home. However, we have found a way to deal with them, and we will break their unbeaten record at the Etihad Stadium." The outside world was largely skeptical of Rodgers' words, with Liverpool fans confident they could upset the seemingly invincible Manchester City away from home. However, Manchester City fans and most neutral fans were less optimistic. Could Liverpool really achieve what so many top teams had failed to do? Surprisingly, Rodgers wasn't just boasting. From the start, Liverpool didn't choose to defend, but instead adopted an attacking approach against Manchester City. Few teams dare to engage in such an attacking style at the Etihad Stadium, and teams that choose this approach usually don't fare well. However, Liverpool seemed to have good luck today. In the 24th minute of the first half, Liverpool launched a quick counter-attack. After Suarez's shot was saved by the goalkeeper, Coutinho followed up and scored, giving his team a 1-0 lead over the home side. Coutinho has done it. Liverpool are leading Manchester City away from home. The commentators' reaction to this goal wasn't particularly dramatic, as many teams visiting the Etihad Stadium had taken the lead before ultimately falling behind. However, in the 39th minute, when Suarez scored Liverpool's second goal, the commentators couldn't remain calm. Suarez. An incredible goal. He's shown his ability as a top striker. This is Suarez's 11th league goal since his return. The Uruguayan is charging for the top scorer's spot. With his current scoring rate, he might even threaten Lin Quan's golden boot. Sky Sports' Martin Tyler lavished praise on Suarez. Although this player is highly controversial, his unsportsmanlike conduct on the field has earned him considerable criticism, but in terms of pure ability, he is indeed a top striker. This goal has pushed Manchester City to the brink of elimination. So far this season, Manchester City has never trailed by 2 goals at home, but Liverpool has done it. Before the match, Rodgers stated that they had found a way to counter Manchester City, but everyone was skeptical of his words. Now, however, I think no one doubts him anymore. Liverpool has truly found a way to restrain Manchester City, and they are very likely to break Manchester City's unbeaten record. After falling behind by 2 goals, Manchester City's players generally appeared very anxious. They were eager to launch attacks to equalize, but Liverpool's defense was very targeted today. The more anxious Manchester City became, the lower their attacking threat became. Taking advantage of their anxious attack, Liverpool launched a very dangerous counter-attack. If it weren't for Joe Hart's brilliant save of Sterling's one-on-one chance, Manchester City might already be down by 3 goals. The first half ended quickly. With a 2-goal lead, Liverpool's players walked towards the away team's dressing room, chatting and laughing. On the home side, Manchester City's players were generally in low spirits. During halftime, Pellegrini made some tactical adjustments to the team. He brought on the more defensively capable Milner, aiming to limit the opponent's attacks on the flanks. He also moved Lin Quan up front, with David Silva playing as an attacking midfielder to provide assists for Lin Quan. This substitution had some effect. Early in the second half, David Silva assisted Lin Quan to score a goal. Manchester City briefly saw hope of equalizing. However, Rodgers quickly made a substitution, replacing goal scorer Coutinho with number 12 Moses, tasking him with closely marking David Silva. This tactic quickly proved effective. Under Moses's marking, David Silva's passes gradually lost their threat, and Lin Quan, positioned further up the pitch, couldn't receive the ball, significantly reducing his threat to Liverpool's goal. Pellegrini immediately made another substitution, replacing Fernandinho with Javi Garcia. Javi Garcia has good passing ability and had previously combined well with Lin Quan. Pellegrini's substitution was clearly aimed at providing ammunition to his forwards, especially Lin Quan, hoping to use his powerful attacking abilities to equalize or even turn the game around. However, this substitution not only failed to achieve the desired effect but also significantly weakened Manchester City's midfield control due to Fernandinho's departure. Under Liverpool's relentless pressing, Manchester City made frequent mistakes in midfield. Javi Garcia conceded 2 goals in less than 5 minutes after entering the game, one of which was a near-fatal counter-attack. Lacking midfield support, the forwards were isolated and unsupported, drastically reducing their threat to Liverpool's goal. As time ticked away and the end of the match drew closer, Manchester City remained behind. The Manchester City fans anxiously began chanting Lin Quan's name. Realizing that staying in the forward line offered no opportunities, Lin Quan disregarded Pellegrini's tactics and proactively dropped back to receive the ball. He wanted to use his individual skill to equalize, just like his previous game-winning goals. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan received the ball in his own half. When the ball returned to Lin Quan's feet, everyone, from the Liverpool fans traveling to the stadium to those watching on TV or in pubs, felt tense. Lin Quan had a history of scoring game-winning goals, and Liverpool fans were terrified he would change the score in the final moments. That would turn their 3 points into 1. The game was nearing stoppage time. Holding on for those last few minutes would secure a victory at the Etihad Stadium. To stop Lin Quan's attack, Liverpool players resorted to fouling him. Moses and Suarez both received yellow cards for tackles, but Lin Quan seemed invincible, getting up immediately after each foul, quickly passing to his teammates, and continuing his charge towards the Liverpool goal. To stop him, Johnson, already carrying a yellow card, had no choice but to foul again, bringing him down just outside the penalty area. The referee immediately blew his whistle for the foul, showing Johnson a yellow card without hesitation, resulting in a second yellow and a red card, sending him off. Liverpool paid a heavy price to stop Lin Quan. Yet Lin Quan still reached the edge of their penalty area. At this point, the game was in the 93rd minute, and stoppage time had expired. This free kick was Manchester City's last chance to attack. No one could continue their perfect home record, but they still had one more chance to maintain their unbeaten streak. The more than 50,000 fans in the stadium, both home and away, couldn't help but stand up when Lin Quan stood at the kickoff point. "Lin, you have to score." This was the cry and prayer of Manchester City fans. "Don't score, Mignolet, come on, you have to defend." This was the sentiment of Liverpool fans. At this moment, besides the fans of both teams, the entire Premier League's attention was focused on the stadium, watching the outcome of this free kick. Chapter 231. The transfer window opens, and the big clubs are saying, "Manchester City, don't come over here." In a section of the Etihad Stadium stands, Kevin De Bruyne, like the Manchester City fans, watched the familiar figure on the field with a tense expression. Scoring a direct free kick is incredibly difficult. Even a free kick expert can't guarantee a goal every time. Lin Quan had already scored a game-winning free kick in a previous match, so the opponent couldn't have been unprepared. Under these circumstances, scoring would be even more challenging. Lin Quan closed his eyes, searching for that feeling of scoring a direct free kick. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and moved. The Manchester City fans watched Lin Quan retreat step by step, their hearts pounding. Could this ball go in? They couldn't help but ask, but no one could answer them. After retreating about 8 or 9 meters, Lin Quan glanced at the Liverpool goal and began his run-up. Here it comes. Everyone in the stadium, including the Liverpool goalkeeper, stared wide-eyed, afraid that they wouldn't see the result of this free kick in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Quan completed his run-up and swung his right foot, striking the ball powerfully. With a resounding thud, the ball transformed into a cannonball, flying towards Liverpool's goal. It soared over the wall, rising rapidly. Within the wall, Liverpool players like Suarez, Sturridge, Gerrard, and Sterling instinctively turned to look at the ball. The ball flew higher and higher in their sights, seemingly about to leap over the goal. Had it gone too high? Seeing the ball's trajectory, a sense of doubt crept into their minds. However, just when they thought the ball was about to fly into the stands, it seemed to be under some kind of spell, plummeting downwards. Here it comes. Lin Quan's signature move, the knuckleball. Goalkeeper Mignolet ducked sharply, diving towards the direction he had anticipated the shot. If he didn't make the save now, it would be too late. However, as he completed his save, Mignolet wasn't entirely confident. The trajectory of the ball defied all logic. If he hadn't studied Lin Quan's free kicks beforehand, he wouldn't have known how to save it. Even after studying the videotapes and practicing with his teammates, he was still incredibly nervous on the field. Compared to his teammates' free kicks, Lin Quan's were faster, more unpredictable, and harder to defend. Mignolet's eyes widened as he reached out his hand towards the predicted trajectory, but he touched nothing. The ball fell even faster than he predicted, almost grazing the bottom edge of his glove as it flew into the net. It actually went in. De Bruyne, who suddenly stood up, stared dumbfounded at the ball flying into the net, unable to believe his eyes. The fans in the stadium had almost the same thought as De Bruyne. They hadn't even reacted when Lin Quan scored. A full 3 seconds later, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stadium. Seeing that Lin Quan had actually scored, the Manchester City players all rushed towards him like madmen. Another last-minute winner. Lin's free kick was truly divine. On the other side, Liverpool, watching their 3 points slip away to a single point, their players wore expressions of frustration and resentment. Suarez, hands on his hips, looked helplessly at Lin Quan surrounded by his teammates, his heart filled with mixed emotions. They had lost twice to this opponent in the national team. He had thought he could get revenge at the club level, but instead, his team suffered another last-minute defeat. Was he truly destined to never beat them? At this moment, looking at his teammates, Suarez recalled his agent's words before the match. "Luis, Liverpool isn't a strong team. They haven't qualified for the Champions League in a long time. Your teammates' abilities are limited. Staying here will only waste your time and youth. You should go to a bigger and more prestigious stage to chase the Champions League trophy and the Ballon d'Or." Suarez glanced back at his teammates, seriously considering his agent's suggestion. Liverpool captain Gerrard had no idea what Suarez was thinking, but seeing the other's frustrated expression, he went over, patted Suarez on the shoulder, and comforted him. "It's okay, at least we broke their home winning streak. Next time we return to Anfield, we'll definitely win." Liverpool's recent form has been excellent, with the team's results improving rapidly, so Gerrard had the confidence to say such things. Suarez nodded expressionlessly, but inwardly he was thinking, if he had left Liverpool during the winter break, could Liverpool still have beaten Manchester City at home? Although he helped the team secure a draw against a formidable Liverpool in the final moments, Lin Quan couldn't be happy. This match, like the previous few league games, was extremely tiring, at least mentally. "You came to watch the game? How was it?" After the match, he received a call from De Bruyne, only then learning that De Bruyne had come to the Etihad Stadium. As the host, Lin Quan naturally wanted to extend his hospitality, so he invited De Bruyne out for a get-together. "I've watched your games on TV before, but this is my first time watching a match live. To be honest, I think you're very strong. No wonder you're the Premier League leaders. Enough with the pleasantries. I asked you to help me find the team's problems, not to just flatter me." Lin Quan, caught up in the situation, realized there were issues with the team, but couldn't pinpoint where they lay. Luckily, De Bruyne was there, so he wanted him to analyze things from an outsider's perspective. "Okay, I think there are some problems with your team's attacking system. Your teammates are more comfortable with you organizing the attack up front. Once you push forward, the attack lacks a playmaker, and the attack becomes less threatening." Lin Quan thought for a moment. After he moved to the forward line, the threat to Liverpool's goal dropped sharply, confirming De Bruyne's assessment. The club has already started considering this issue. They plan to make a signing during the winter break, bringing in a top-class midfielder to solve this problem. De Bruyne's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A top-class midfielder? Did he have a chance? "Oh, really? Which top-class midfielders have you set your sights on?" He suddenly probed, trying to glean information from Lin Quan. "Modric from Real Madrid, Iniesta and Fabregas from Barcelona, and Cruz from Bayern Munich. That's all?" "That's all." Seeing De Bruyne's disappointed expression, Lin Quan laughed heartily. "Haha, don't worry, I've already recommended you to the club." Realizing he'd been tricked by Lin Quan, De Bruyne decided to turn the tables. He feigned hesitation and said, "Although I can barely accept Manchester City's offer, Chelsea might not agree to my transfer to your team." Lin Quan nodded, "That's true. After all, we're direct competitors in the league. And Chelsea certainly doesn't want to see us strengthen our squad. Mourinho is a top coach, he should be able to see the problems within Manchester City's team. In this situation, it's understandable that Mourinho wouldn't want to let De Bruyne go. However, De Bruyne has performed terribly under his management and has been completely excluded from the squad. Given this, Mourinho might not have a clear enough understanding of De Bruyne's abilities. He might even think a transfer to Manchester City would be a good thing, as it would allow him to profit from the transfer and hinder Manchester City's pursuit of other top midfielders. If Manchester City were to acquire a midfielder of Modric's or Fabregas's caliber, it would be even worse for Chelsea. Therefore, Lin Quan believes that if Manchester City's offer is high enough, Chelsea is very likely to agree to let him go. After all, Chelsea also needs to make signings during the winter break. It's rumored that they've already contacted Basel and plan to bring Basel winger Salah to Stamford Bridge during the winter break. In addition, Mourinho also plans to bring back his beloved Drogba from his time in Turkey to further strengthen the team's attack and solve his headache of a lack of firepower. These signings all require money, and Mourinho's relationship with club owner Abramovich and manager Imnero is currently strained. His transfer funds are likely limited, and without selling players, he may not have the money to buy his desired players. After the match against Liverpool, Manchester City continued their home campaign the next day, hosting Crystal Palace. Thanks to Lin Quan's goal in the 76th minute of the second half, Manchester City narrowly defeated their opponents. With this victory, Manchester City secured the Premier League mid-season title with a 9-point lead. After 19 rounds, their record is 16 wins, 3 draws, and 0 losses, accumulating 51 points. This record sets a new Manchester City club record. Unfortunately, they are just 1 point behind the 2005-2006 Chelsea team, failing to break the Premier League mid-season record. Mourinho's first Chelsea team achieved a remarkable record of 17 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 52 points in the Premier League, currently the highest scoring team at the halfway point of the season. Chelsea, with a commanding lead, secured a Premier League title that season. With Chelsea's success as a precedent, Manchester City fans could breathe a sigh of relief after winning the mid-season championship. They currently lead second-placed Arsenal by 9 points, a significant advantage. Given Arsenal's tendency to collapse late in the season, Manchester City's chances of winning the league title are very high, provided they don't collapse even further. However, Manchester City isn't without its concerns. Despite the victory, their form remains poor. Neither team scored in the first half, a rare occurrence at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City's attack is clearly in trouble, causing widespread worry among their fans. Chelsea, meanwhile, is plagued by a lack of firepower, resulting in a significant drop in their season, with Everton almost catching up in the league standings. If Manchester City follows in Chelsea's footsteps, the second half of the season will be very uncertain. This is precisely why Manchester City is even more determined to strengthen their squad during the winter transfer window. On January 1, 2014, the winter transfer window for the top 5 European leagues officially opened. Clubs that had already secured their transfer targets began making offers, waving their checks at the top of their bookmakers. Manchester United, Manchester City's neighbour, was the first to act, immediately offering £30 million to Chelsea for midfielder Juan Mata. Like Kevin De Bruyne, Mata wasn't the kind of player Mourinho favoured. Since Mourinho's return to Chelsea, Mata's appearances and scoring efficiency had plummeted. This season, he only played 14 games for Chelsea. 10 in the league, 2 in the League Cup, and 2 in the Champions League. In those 14 games, Mata scored only 1 goal, and that was in the League Cup, a lower-level competition. Compared to his phenomenal performances and status as a key player at Chelsea in previous seasons, Mata's current performance and position within the team have declined significantly. Unable to secure a regular starting position and playing time, the Spaniard gradually began to consider leaving. To secure a place in the World Cup, Mata was unwilling to remain on the bench at Stamford Bridge any longer, so he expressed his desire to leave. Manchester United, after Scholl's retirement, certainly needed a top-class midfielder, and Mata's move seemed like a good outcome for both sides. Mourinho didn't try to persuade Mata to stay. Instead, Club manager Imnero, at Abramovich's behest, contacted Mata. Mata was, after all, a key player in Chelsea's Champions League victory, and Abramovich had an affection for such a veteran. However, Mata was determined to leave, and Imnero's attempts to persuade him failed. After some haggling with Manchester United, the two clubs finally reached an agreement for £37 million, and Mata officially left Chelsea to join the Red Devils. This transfer was somewhat expected, yet still surprising. Mata had been Chelsea's key player and core for the previous few seasons, but unexpectedly, after Mourinho's return, he was quickly sidelined, truly a case of a new emperor, a new court. The transfers between Chelsea and Manchester United have caused some concern for Lin Quan and De Bruyne. With Mata gone, the competition for midfield positions at Chelsea seems less intense. Could De Bruyne get more playing time? Would this affect his transfer? Do you think Chelsea will let you go now? De Bruyne wasn't sure either. I don't know, it shouldn't have any impact, right? We still have Oscar, Willian, and Hazard. Oscar and Hazard are Mourinho's favorite players. He considers Hazard as Messi and wants him on the pitch every game. Oscar is also highly valued, even ahead of Mata in the pecking order. After that come Mata, Willian, Moses, and others, and then De Bruyne. So, losing Mata hasn't had a huge impact on De Bruyne. While the two were discussing De Bruyne's transfer, according to AS, Real Madrid's mouthpiece, Premier League giants Manchester City made a €45 million offer to Real Madrid for midfielder Luka Modric. If Real Madrid accepted this offer, it would be the biggest transfer of the winter break. However, Real Madrid rejected Manchester City's offer without hesitation. Manchester City didn't give up and raised their offer again, offering €50 million and a €7 million annual salary for Modric. This price is exactly the same as the transfer fee for Mesut Ozil's move to Arsenal, and it's clear to everyone that Real Madrid ripped off Arsenal handsomely in Ozil's transfer. Given Ozil's current performance in the Premier League, he's not worth €50 million at all. €35 million would be more reasonable. Modric hasn't been with Real Madrid for very long, and although he's already shown signs of great potential in matches, considering his initial price tag of only €35 million, a €15 million increase in value for a midfielder in just 1.5 seasons is quite remarkable. Adding to this, Manchester City's offer is an incredibly high annual salary, raising concerns that the player himself might succumb to temptation and be lured away by Manchester City. Therefore, Real Madrid is hesitant in the face of Manchester City's offer. Should they take the money? We can't let Modric go. We've finally stabilized the core of our starting lineup, and now is the time to push for the title. If we let him go now, do we still want the league title? Do we still want the Champions League title? Ancelotti strongly opposed the transfer. As a coach, he naturally doesn't want to see his hard-earned tactical system collapse due to the absence of a single player. Real Madrid's current performance in both the league and the Champions League is excellent, and after spending a huge sum to acquire Bale, their goal is the Champions League trophy. At this point, they certainly couldn't sell their midfield linchpin just for a little money. So, Florentino Perez made the decisive decision: reject Manchester City's offer. Also, inform Modric's agent that we need to renegotiate his contract. The club will give Modric a pay rise. Modric's current annual salary is €4.5 million after tax, and Manchester City's offer is half that amount. Real Madrid can reject Manchester City's offer, but they can't just reject it without any further action. At this point, they need to not only use the starting position and emotional appeal to retain the player, but also give him a pay rise. This two-pronged approach will prevent the player from becoming dissatisfied with the club. Real Madrid plans to offer Modric a €6 million annual salary, which is in the second tier within the team, on par with Casillas and Ramos, only behind Ronaldo and Bale. Modric has only been with the team for a little over a year, and the club is already giving him a pay rise. He wonders what other players will think when they hear this news, and whether they will also demand a pay rise. Just thinking about this gives Florentino a headache. Damn Manchester City, why did they have to make an offer for Modric? One offer and our wage system is on the verge of collapse. Those damn oil tycoons. Real Madrid's rejection was expected by Manchester City, but they weren't discouraged. Instead, they immediately shifted their focus to Bayern Munich midfielder Kroos. On January 4th, according to the Munich Daily News, Manchester City made a €35 million offer to Bayern, hoping to sign Kroos. Now, it's Guardiola's turn to have a headache, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 232 Manchester City's extravagant offer to three major clubs simultaneously shocks the football world. Manchester City's offer has put Bayern Munich in a difficult position. The €35 million price tag is right at Bayern's psychological threshold. Selling Kroos at that price would be acceptable to Bayern. However, Kroos has performed very well for Bayern, and given his youth and status as a product of Bayern's youth academy, selling him at that price seems like a slight loss for Bayern. Especially with the Champions League knockout stage approaching, a powerhouse like Bayern doesn't want significant changes to its starting lineup. If Manchester City had offered Kroos at that price this summer, Bayern might have considered it. However, the winter break is too short, and even if they find a suitable replacement in the transfer market, they won't be able to integrate him perfectly into the team in a short time. Especially with a Champions League knockout stage draw against Chelsea, Guardiola only wants to strengthen the team in certain positions and doesn't want to lose key players. Therefore, he asked the club to reject Manchester City's offer. Hoeneß didn't do this immediately but instead reported the matter to Rummenigge. €35 million might be Manchester City's initial asking price. If we negotiate with them, they're likely to raise it. Even if it doesn't reach the €50 million they asked for Modric, €40 million or even €45 million is possible. If we can really sell Kroos for that price. Hoeneß didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Selling Kroos for over €40 million would be a huge profit for Bayern. Rummenigge, on the other hand, was thinking further ahead. Guardiola had clearly expressed his opposition, so he naturally didn't want to contradict him. Besides, Guardiola was right, the League, Cup, and Champions League were all in their final stretch, and it wasn't advisable to make too many changes to the team's core players at this point. He didn't immediately refute Hoeneß, but instead asked a question: how much time is left on Kroos's contract with the club? Hoeneß quickly replied, his contract has a year and a half left, expiring next summer. Then we should start contract renewal negotiations with him. A year and a half is still too short, dragging it out would obviously be disadvantageous for Bayern. We've already contacted his agent, but Kroos's agent said there's no rush to renew. It seems they want to wait until after the World Cup to discuss it. Holding out the best bidder? Rummenigge frowned. He remembered something. After Bayern won the Champions League last year, Kroos had his agent request a pay rise from the club. He wasn't satisfied with his current salary and hoped for a higher one. It's normal for players to want a pay rise, as it not only relates to their own interests but also represents recognition of their status within the team. However, Bayern's current wage structure shouldn't be drastically adjusted. If Kroos's salary were increased, then the salaries of players like Robben and Müller, who haven't renewed their contracts yet, would definitely also need to be raised. So last year, Bayern rejected Kroos's request. Now it seems Kroos hasn't given up and plans to confront the club after the World Cup. If Kroos hasn't renewed his contract by the end of the World Cup, he'll only have 1 year left. With only 1 year left on his contract, if Kroos still doesn't want to renew, they'll have to get rid of him quickly, otherwise they'll lose both him and their money. Thinking about this, Rummenigge had an impulse to accept Manchester City's offer and sell Kroos now. Fortunately, he remained rational and didn't make such a foolish decision. Let's contact Manchester City again and see what their bottom line is. Chairman, what do you mean? Hoeneß was suspicious, not knowing what Rummenigge's intention was. Real Madrid negotiated with Tottenham for a year for Bale. What's wrong with us making Manchester City wait for half a year? Hoeneß suddenly realized and immediately understood Rummenigge's meaning. They were planning to use Manchester City as bait. However, although Manchester City was arrogant, they weren't foolish. After receiving Bayern's reply, they didn't waste any more time on Kroos. Instead, they made an offer for their last target, and their real target, Cesc Fabregas. Like Kroos, Fabregas' contract also had only 1.5 years remaining. Therefore, Manchester City's offer was €35 million. Upon receiving Manchester City's offer, Barcelona was furious. When Fabregas transferred from Arsenal to Barcelona, they paid a transfer fee of €40 million. Although Fabregas paid €5 million out of his own pocket, Barcelona still paid a substantial €35 million. Now, Manchester City actually wanted to take Fabregas from them for the same price? Dream on. Fabregas is 26 years old, in his prime. Barcelona felt that if Real Madrid's Ozil could be sold for €50 million, then Fabregas couldn't be sold for less than that, otherwise, wouldn't they be outshone by Real Madrid? Barcelona's players could never be inferior to Real Madrid's. Besides, everyone knows Arsenal is strapped for cash, yet Real Madrid still managed to swindle €50 million from Wenger. Manchester City, a well-known big spender, certainly doesn't lack money. To only offer €35 million for a player is incredibly insincere. Therefore, Barcelona not only rejected Manchester City's offer but also turned the tables, offering €50 million for Lin Quan, their number 10. This offer is clearly ridiculous. If €50 million could buy Lin Quan, then all the other top clubs would practically be knocking down Manchester City's doorstep. Upon receiving Barcelona's reply, Pellegrini was somewhat angry. What does Barcelona mean by this? Are they really after Lin Quan? If Manchester City loses Lin Quan, they'll drop a level, from a top team to just an average one. The team's entire tactical system is built around Lin Quan, their absolute core. If he leaves, Manchester City will truly collapse. Fahim nodded. Barcelona definitely wants to bring Lin Quan back to Camp Nou, but don't worry, we won't accept any offers for Lin Quan. He's not for sale at Manchester City. With Fahim's statement, Pellegrini breathed a sigh of relief. Manchester City isn't short of money. If they don't want to let a player go, no matter how high the price, other teams won't be able to take him away. Can we still buy Fabregas? Pellegrini asked somewhat uncertainly. Being rejected by Real Madrid and Bayern Munich made him realize one thing: these top teams don't want to make major personnel changes mid-season. Therefore, it's very difficult to buy a desired player from these teams. Unless they are interested in a player who isn't very important to the opposing team's lineup and won't have a significant impact on their performance, like Chelsea's Masia. Thinking of Chelsea, Pellegrini suddenly remembered something. Lin Quan seemed to have recommended a young Chelsea player to him before and even left him a videotape. His name was De Bruyne. Pellegrini searched his office for a while and quickly found the videotape. "What's this?" Fahim asked curiously. "You'll see when you watch it." The two then watched the videotape together in Pellegrini's office, which recorded various brilliant combinations between Lin Quan and De Bruyne in the Bundesliga. After watching it, both Pellegrini and Fahim showed expressions of surprise. "This is the player we need," they said in unison, then paused for a second before laughing. "His combination with Lin Quan is excellent. Yes, his passing is very sharp. I checked, he and Lin Quan were the Bundesliga's assist leader and Golden Boot winner respectively last season." The Bundesliga's assist leader? Then why wasn't he heavily used by Mourinho at Chelsea? Masia wasn't heavily used by Mourinho either. What is De Bruyne? Just a newcomer. Although he won the Bundesliga assist title, he hasn't proven himself in the Premier League. On the contrary, Masia not only proved his ability in the Premier League, but was also the core of Chelsea's attack in previous seasons. However, even Masia was discarded by Mourinho, so it's normal that De Bruyne was also dropped. Pellegrini seemed thoughtful. Mourinho and Guardiola were really two extremes. Guardiola was good at using midfielders, and under him, the potential of midfielders could be developed and utilized to the maximum extent. Therefore, many top stars, especially midfielders, were eager to join Guardiola. But Mourinho seemed to be the opposite, which was really strange. Then let's decide on him. Pellegrini made a decision. Since it was difficult to buy a starting midfielder from other big clubs, they would bring De Bruyne to the Etihad Stadium first. "We are the leaders, Chelsea may not let him go easily." Pellegrini reminded them. One disadvantage of being the top team is that they are easy targets. Chelsea could sell Masia to their arch-rivals Manchester United, but if Manchester City made an offer for Masia at the same price, Chelsea would most likely refuse. The reason is simple: Manchester City is already so strong. Selling Masia to them would only further strengthen them, greatly increasing the difficulty for other teams to take the title from them. Chelsea, currently only 5th in the league, are a title-contending team. Judging from their aggressive signings during the winter break, they won't easily relinquish the championship to Manchester City. Therefore, even if De Bruyne isn't useful to them, they might not agree to Manchester City's offer and could instead sell him to a team in another league at a lower price. I know. I'll continue to contact Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, creating the illusion that we haven't given up on signing players from top clubs. If we make an offer to Chelsea, then they won't be as wary. Pellegrini's eyes lit up. This subtle maneuver was indeed brilliant. But what if one of those three clubs agrees to their offer? Is there even a question? Of course, we'll buy them all. Fahim smiled confidently. Who is Manchester City? The richest club in the entire football world right now. Other big clubs might be careful with transfer fees, but for Manchester City, that's not an issue at all. Manchester City has plenty of money and can easily afford multiple transfers. Even if other big clubs don't agree to sell, as long as they do, Manchester City will buy them. Money is no problem. So, on January 10th, Manchester City made offers to Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Barcelona again. Manchester City raised their offer for Modric to €55 million. Their offers for Kroos and Fabregas to €40 million. The news that Manchester City had simultaneously made offers to 3 of the world's top clubs immediately swept the football world, becoming a sensational story. While countless media outlets and fans were closely following these transfer developments, Manchester City quietly made an offer to Chelsea, hoping to acquire midfielder Kevin De Bruyne, who had been released by the club, for €15 million. Compared to Manchester City's offers for the 3 giants, this €15 million asking price for De Bruyne seemed rather ordinary, so ordinary that it received almost no coverage from mainstream newspapers. Clearly, everyone believed that given Manchester City's extravagant spending style, such an offer would essentially buy a role player or substitute, not a regular starter. Moreover, De Bruyne had only made 5 appearances for Chelsea this season, contributing only 1 assist, a very mediocre performance. The media wouldn't dedicate much attention to such a player. After all, many football fans know Modric, Kroos, and Fabregas, but few are familiar with De Bruyne. Chelsea shared the same sentiment, so after receiving Manchester City's offer, Chelsea didn't directly reject it, but instead stated that De Bruyne was an important member of the team, and that Chelsea valued his talent and potential. Clearly, this was a negotiation. If Manchester City truly valued De Bruyne's talent, they wouldn't have withheld playing time. Manchester City wasted no time, adding €5 million to their initial offer, raising it to €20 million. This price was already very high for De Bruyne, considering his less than successful stint at Chelsea. After half a season on the bench, his form was questionable. Moreover, his market value had fallen below €20 million on Transfermarkt. Manchester City's offer was clearly very attractive. The ball was back in Chelsea's court. With Manchester City still in contact with several other top clubs, De Bruyne seemed to be just a backup option, and Manchester City didn't appear to value him highly. Therefore, Chelsea didn't take the matter seriously. Out of respect for Mourinho, Chelsea manager Imnero informed him of the situation. After hearing the news, Mourinho thought for a moment before remembering who De Bruyne was. That player who can't even get a substitute spot? Manchester City can just sell him to them if they want. Mourinho was willing to sell Matic to raise money for his desired players, so De Bruyne is no problem for him. Imnero spent a lot of time watching Werder Bremen's matches to buy Lin Quan. Therefore, he was quite impressed with De Bruyne, even though he didn't secure a starting position at Chelsea. However, De Bruyne is a strong player, and with the right partners, he would be a huge threat on the field. Manchester City, on the other hand, happens to have a proven golden partnership in the Bundesliga, Lin Quan. Therefore, selling De Bruyne to Manchester City would be a very risky move. Jose, I have to remind you, De Bruyne isn't without ability. If we sell him to Manchester City, he could become a huge threat to us. Mourinho was already dissatisfied with Imnero, so upon hearing Imnero's words, he sneered, "Are you questioning my judgment? If this guy really had the ability, then it wouldn't be Oscar and Hazard in the starting lineup, but him." Mourinho was angry because he felt Imnero's words challenged his authority as head coach. How dare he question his judgment in player selection? Who did he think he was? I'm a man with 2 Champions League titles, do you think I'd make a mistake? Besides, he wanted to buy players. Matic, Drogba, Salah, Zouma, and others were all players he had his eye on. Buying these players would cost at least €50 million. Selling Matic wasn't enough, he still needed a lot more money. With Abramovich unwilling to spend, where else could he get the money besides selling players? With a fool like Manchester City offering them money at this point, Mourinho couldn't possibly refuse. Mourinho, you'll regret this. Imnero, who had previously tolerated Mourinho's behavior, finally snapped. Maybe, but now, this is my team, and I'm in charge. Thus, with Mourinho's authorization, Manchester City and Chelsea quickly completed the transfer. On January 12, Manchester City announced on their official website that Chelsea midfielder Kevin De Bruyne had officially transferred to Manchester City, where he would wear the number 17 jersey. This transfer news didn't cause much of a stir in the football world. People were more interested in the transfer rumors between Manchester City and other top clubs. However, after acquiring De Bruyne, Manchester City had obtained the players they wanted, so they planned to end their bids from the three top clubs and instead buy some defenders they desired to strengthen their defense. But at this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bayern Munich's attitude towards Kroos' transfer has surprisingly softened, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 233 Manchester City's €50 million hijacking of Kroos shocks the entire football world. Mr. Walker, is Manchester City really willing to offer an €8 million annual salary? In a mansion in Munich, Bayern Munich midfielder Toni Kroos asked curiously. He had tested Bayern's bottom line last year, and Bayern indicated that even if they renewed Kroos' contract, their annual salary wouldn't exceed €6.5 million. But Manchester City's offer of €8 million, a full quarter more than Bayern, had Kroos slightly tempted. His current annual salary is €4.5 million, which isn't low in the Bundesliga, but it depends on the comparison. Compared to Muller's €3 million, it's indeed much higher. However, compared to the two top earners in the team, it's far less. Before Bayern won the Champions League, Ribéry's €9 million annual salary was the top earner in the team. But last summer, after Bayern acquired Guts, they offered him a top-tier salary of €12 million. Bayern Munich subsequently renewed Ribéry's contract, raising his annual salary to €12 million. Kroos had no objection to Ribéry receiving the highest salary in the team. Ribéry had played for Bayern for 6 or 7 years, possessing deep experience, outstanding ability, and being a senior figure in the team. His top salary was well-deserved. But what about Guts? Last summer, around the same time Bayern signed Guts, Kroos requested a contract extension and a raise from the club. He only wanted a €6.5 million annual salary, but Bayern cleanly rejected it. Then Bayern offered Guts a €12 million annual salary, which made Kroos feel disrespected by Bayern. After Guardiola arrived, Kroos was highly valued under Guardiola, even having a higher tactical role than Guts. However, considering the almost threefold difference in their salaries, Kroos inevitably felt resentful. Therefore, at the start of the winter break, Kroos ignored Bayern's contract extension request. Although Bayern agreed to pay rise to €6 million, this was still far short of Kroos' demands from last summer, let alone compared to Guts' €12 million. Kroos knew very well that this would displease Bayern, and he was highly likely to be sold. Therefore, when making this decision, he was already prepared to leave. As for where he would go after leaving, Kroos already had his ideal team in mind: Real Madrid. Real Madrid has a strong squad and the ability to win titles. Joining Real Madrid would bring him various honors. Moreover, Real Madrid is very wealthy, and if he joined, his salary would definitely increase significantly. Teams that offer both financial rewards and numerous honors are rare in the football world, which is why stars flock to Real Madrid. Many players dream of playing for Real Madrid from a young age. However, he was somewhat reluctant to leave Guardiola. Under Guardiola, Kroos learned a great deal and grew significantly. Leaving Bayern would mean losing Guardiola's guidance and training. Yes, this isn't even the final offer. If we negotiate with Manchester City, I'm confident I can get you a salary of €9 million or even higher per year. Walker Struss said confidently. He wasn't boasting, he had inquired about the salaries within Manchester City. According to him, Manchester City's star player, Lin Quan, earns £400,000 per week, which translates to approximately €25 million per year. This is undoubtedly the highest salary in football, €8 million higher than second-placed Cristiano Ronaldo. However, considering Lin Quan joined Manchester City on a free transfer, this salary isn't particularly outrageous. Kroos wouldn't get such a high salary at Manchester City, but he should be able to get over €9 million. Among Manchester City's midfielders, Yaya Toure earns €12 million per year, and David Silva earns €10 million. Using these two as a reference, if Kroos joins Manchester City, his salary won't be lower than David Silva's. After listening to Walker's analysis, Kroos became increasingly interested. His only remaining concern was the impact of joining Manchester City on his career. After all, he had originally planned to join Real Madrid this summer. Do you think it's better for me to go to Real Madrid or Manchester City? Hearing Cruz's question, Walker sat up straight. He knew this was the last and most crucial question. If he could answer it clearly, Cruz could make a decision. You've played against Manchester City before. What do you think of their strength? Walker didn't answer the question directly but instead asked Cruz a question in return. They are very strong, especially Lin. With him on the field, Manchester City's attack is extremely threatening. Cruz had played against Lin Quan for 2 seasons and had grown increasingly impressed with him. Although many outsiders still question whether Lin Quan could be ranked alongside Messi and Ronaldo, in Cruz's view, this was beyond discussion. Lin Quan was undoubtedly a player on par with Messi and Ronaldo. There are only 3 teams in football with players of Lin's caliber: Manchester City, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. Whichever team you join, you have a chance to win the Champions League. However, these 3 teams differ in financial resources. Manchester City is the wealthiest and most generous, followed by Real Madrid, with Barcelona being the weakest. Therefore, given the same chance of winning the title, joining Manchester City would yield higher personal benefits. However, Manchester City isn't a true powerhouse, they're just a nouveau-riche club without the pedigree of a top club. Furthermore, the Premier League has a lot of matches and is very physically demanding, making players prone to injuries. Walker doesn't represent many players, only Cruz and Reus are relatively well known. Therefore, he wouldn't jeopardize their careers for financial gain. In fact, Walker opposed Reus's return to Dortmund, believing that Dortmund's style of play would lead to serious injuries for Reus. As it turned out, his prediction was correct. After joining Dortmund, Reus suffered a series of major and minor injuries. However, there was nothing he could do. Reus was a product of Dortmund's youth academy and had a deep emotional attachment to his parent club. If Dortmund made an offer, he couldn't refuse. But Cruz didn't have this problem. He was a very rational player who would carefully weigh the pros and cons to find the most advantageous option for himself. After listening to the agent's analysis, Cruz thought for a while. Mr. Walker, please continue negotiating with Manchester City and see how sincere they are. Also, you can try contacting Real Madrid. Last summer, after Ozil left, Real Madrid expressed their admiration for Cruz and wanted to buy him to replace the aging Xabi Alonso. But times have changed, and it's uncertain whether they are still interested in him. Guardiola was furious. He had clearly rejected Manchester City's offer, so why were there still rumors circulating that Cruz was about to join Manchester City? Mr. Jonas, Cruz is an indispensable part of the team. For the sake of the second half of the season, we can't easily sell him. Guardiola seriously approached club manager Jonas, reiterating his stance. Jonas chuckled and said, "Coach Pep, don't get agitated. These are just rumors spread by the tabloids. Don't be influenced by these rumors." Guardiola was skeptical of Jonas's words. He felt the other man wasn't telling the truth, but he had no evidence. That's for the best. If Cruz leaves, our strength will be severely weakened. We won't go far in the Champions League, and we might not even win the league. To get the club's attention, Guardiola even made a threat. However, the effectiveness of his threat was uncertain. After all, he was only the head coach, not the manager. He had a say in transfer matters, but not the final decision-making power. Thinking of this, Guardiola remembered Manchester City's invitation to him before the season. The Premier League seems to operate under a managerial system, where coaches like Ferguson and Wenger are not only team managers but also club managers. Therefore, they have absolute decision-making power in player transfers. I really wish I had that kind of power. Manchester City initially just wanted to take advantage of the situation, but Bayern's ambiguous attitude made them immediately realize that Cruz's transfer was likely. We have the opportunity to bring Cruz to the Etihad Stadium, but it might come at a price, Coach Pellegrini. I need you to tell me now, if Cruz comes, will he help the team's strength and won't disrupt the stability of the dressing room? Sometimes, buying a top star isn't necessarily a good thing for the team. It might even disrupt internal stability and unity. For example, Cruz's arrival would threaten the starting positions of Manchester City's midfielders. Therefore, they certainly wouldn't welcome Cruz, and the transfer might even create a sense of insecurity and lead to them considering leaving. Cruz is very strong. If he joins the team, our tactics will be more diverse, and our bench depth will be increased. So this is undoubtedly a strengthening for the team. Pellegrini naturally wouldn't refuse Cruz's arrival. He had already planned Manchester City's midfield configuration after Kroos's arrival: Yaya Touré, Fernandinho, De Bruyne, and Kroos. Among these four midfielders, there would be one defensive midfielder, two all-around midfielders who could handle both attack and defense, and one attacking midfielder. Depending on the intensity of the game and the strength of the opponent, three of them would be selected to play. In this way, it would be difficult for opponents to predict Manchester City's midfield configuration, while Manchester City could make personnel adjustments at any time according to the course of the game. He felt that he could play with just a few different midfield combinations. Other teams would definitely have a headache as Manchester City's opponents. Since you say so, then the club will go all out. After understanding Pellegrini's attitude, Fulham immediately sent someone to contact Kroos's agent in Bayern Munich. Meanwhile, Walker went to Madrid and met with Real Madrid president Florentino Perez. Perez remained interested in Kroos and expressed his willingness to make an offer to Bayern Munich this summer to acquire him. However, Real Madrid had no plans to make any personnel changes this winter. Real Madrid is currently focused on winning their 10th Champions League title. After 6 months of adjustments by Ancelotti, the team's core structure and tactical approach are largely set. Therefore, Real Madrid doesn't want to bring in new players that could cause internal changes and disrupt their performance. If they can win the Champions League this season, they wouldn't mind making some personnel adjustments in the summer. This summer, many Real Madrid players will participate in the World Cup, and transfers are frequent after major tournaments like the World Cup. Therefore, their core structure is likely to change significantly after the World Cup. Buying Kroos at this time wouldn't have a major impact on Real Madrid. After understanding Real Madrid's stance, Walker immediately began negotiations with Manchester City. Manchester City showed great sincerity, offering Kroos an annual salary of €11 million after negotiations. This is the second highest salary tier in the Manchester City squad, with only Lin Quan, Aguero, and Yaya Touré earning more. These three are either core players or veterans, so their higher salaries are understandable. Furthermore, Manchester City increased their offer for Bayern Munich to €50 million. This offer was irresistible to Bayern. Therefore, Bayern no longer hindered the transfer. As long as Manchester City could persuade the player himself, the transfer would be completed. After Walker informed Kroos of the attitudes of Real Madrid and Manchester City, Kroos considered it for a while. In that case, I'll join Manchester City. After the transfer rumors surfaced, Bayern fans, having heard the news, began flocking to Kroos's house to persuade him to stay. As the news spread, more and more fans came to persuade him, completely blocking his doorstep, which severely impacted Kroos's private life. Worse still, as he remained silent, the attitude of the fans who had tried to keep him changed. They seemed certain Kroos was leaving, and this became less polite, attacking him and hurling insults, calling him a traitor to Bayern. Some radical fans even attempted to storm Kroos's private residence, making him feel his personal safety was threatened. Meanwhile, after accepting Manchester City's offer, Bayern Munich became less enthusiastic about renewing Kroos's contract and were even less likely to offer him the same salary as Manchester City or Real Madrid. Therefore, leaving Kroos with no other option was to leave. On January 13, just one day after De Bruyne's transfer to Manchester City, the club announced another major transfer. Bayern Munich's midfield maestro, Toni Kroos, officially transferred to Manchester City for €50 million, and will wear the number 12 jersey for the second half of the season. This news immediately shocked the entire football world. Holy crap, is it true? Toni really went to Manchester City? Manchester City officially announced it, and it's not April Fool's Day, so this news is most likely true. Did Guardiola say Kroos was not for sale? How did he become a Manchester City player in the blink of an eye? No wonder, Manchester City offered too much? Indeed, €50 million for a midfielder with only a year and a half left on his contract, that's too extravagant. If I were Bayern, I couldn't refuse such an offer either. It has to be Manchester City. It feels so good to have money. On the other hand, I don't think it's a good thing for football to let Manchester City keep earning money like this. It will seriously inflate player values and the transfer bubble, making it even more expensive for other teams to buy players. In this way, smaller teams will have even less chance to compete with the big clubs with deep pockets. Although you're right, this feeling of buying is too awesome. Indeed, I'm a Manchester City fan, and I feel great, There is still a lot of controversy in the football world regarding this Manchester City transfer. Many believe that the transfer market has been disrupted since Middle Eastern consortia took over Manchester City. Before 2008, player transfer fees weren't this outrageous. However, since the Middle Eastern tycoons bought Manchester City, they've single-handedly inflated the value of almost all players, leveraging their wealth. Manchester City has plenty of money, so when they set their sights on a player, they'll pay a higher price to compete. This forces teams wanting to compete with Manchester City to offer the same or even higher transfer fees. Otherwise, the clubs holding the players are unlikely to relent, since selling to Manchester City doesn't matter who they sell to, and they'd rather make more money. Over the years, under Manchester City's financial onslaught, player prices in the transfer market have skyrocketed. While they themselves have paid the highest prices, other big clubs have also suffered significant losses. Especially a certain Real Madrid club, who was ripped off for £100 million to buy Bale, a price they dared not officially announce, and even had to include a role player to share the transfer fee, otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain it to their star player, Cristiano Ronaldo. This made these football giants really hate Manchester City, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only vent their anger by ripping off Manchester City when they wanted the players. After learning that Manchester City spent £50 million to buy Cruz, Barcelona regretted it so much. Why didn't you spend £50 million to buy Fabregas? If we had that price, we would definitely have sold him. Lin Quan, who was attending the Ballon d'Or ceremony at the Zurich Opera House in Switzerland, was stunned when he heard the news of Cruz's transfer. Was this a butterfly effect he had caused? He remembered that Cruz had transferred to Real Madrid and formed the midfield trio of Modric and Casemiro at the ceremony. How did he suddenly end up at Manchester City? Guardiola, sitting next to him, was also stunned when he heard the news. Damn Jonas, how dare you deceive me? Chapter 234 Golden Globe Awards Ceremony, Lin Quan becomes a top favorite? 2014, the 2013 FIFA Awards ceremony was held at the Zurich Opera House in Switzerland. Compared to previous years, this year's Ballon d'Or was fraught with controversy. FIFA originally stipulated that the voting deadline for the Ballon d'Or was November 15, but 5 days later, FIFA suddenly announced an extension to November 29, allowing those who had already voted to modify their previous votes. This post-vote change was unprecedented, and it immediately drew considerable criticism. Some even believe that FIFA had specifically changed the rules for Cristiano Ronaldo. The reason was simple. The day before FIFA announced this decision, Ronaldo had delivered a hat-trick in the World Cup qualifying playoff against Sweden, defeating Ibrahimovic in a head-to-head match and leading Portugal to the World Cup finals. Extending the voting period and allowing modifications to previous votes at this time would undoubtedly benefit Ronaldo's campaign. Furthermore, prior to this, another event occurred in the football world, the Blatter criticism of Ronaldo. In late October, FIFA President Sepp Blatter stated at the Oxford Forum that he preferred Lionel Messi, saying that Cristiano Ronaldo was like a commander on the field and paid more attention to his hairstyle. This statement caused a huge uproar in the football world. Blatter's words deeply angered Ronaldo and also offended Real Madrid. Ronaldo publicly announced that he would refuse to attend all FIFA events, including the Ballon d'Or ceremony. Real Madrid President Florentino Perez called Blatter, demanding that he publicly apologize to Ronaldo. At the same time, Ronaldo's fans and Real Madrid and Portuguese legends criticized Blatter, believing that he should apologize for his words and actions. Some even went so far as to suggest that the FIFA Ballon d'Or was rigged. Blatter, as FIFA president, publicly announcing his preference for Messi made it difficult to believe that the Ballon d'Or award was fair, especially given the previous controversy between Messi and Wesley Sneijder. As the situation escalated, various conspiracy theories emerged. Faced with immense public pressure, Blatter was forced to apologize to Ronaldo on his official Twitter account and expressed his desire for a friendly dialogue, a request that Ronaldo resolutely rejected. Therefore, many believe that FIFA's sudden rule change was a gesture of goodwill towards Ronaldo and Real Madrid. Extending the voting period was already outrageous enough, but allowing the modification of previously cast votes was simply absurd. This naturally provokes strong dissatisfaction from Ribéry, who was initially expected to have a very high probability of winning the Ballon d'Or. After all, in a year without major international tournaments, winning the Ballon d'Or as the core player of a Champions League winning team was well deserved. However, FIFA's actions significantly reduced Ribéry's chances of winning. Before the final Ballon d'Or results were announced, betting odds showed Ribéry's chances of winning had fallen to second place, behind Ronaldo, and even almost overtaken by Lin Quan in third place. While Ribéry was suppressed, Lin Quan unexpectedly emerged as a strong contender. FIFA's last-minute rule change was initially intended to give Cristiano Ronaldo a preferential treatment. However, during Ronaldo's phenomenal run, Lin Quan's performance in both the league and the Champions League was equally outstanding. This significantly increased his chances of winning the award, even surpassing Messi's, who missed many matches due to injury, and securing him a place in the final three shortlist for this year's Ballon d'Or. If we compare Ronaldo and Lin Quan's statistics throughout 2013, Lin Quan's performance was in no way inferior to Ronaldo's. At the national team level, Lin Quan, as the team's core player, led Spain to a 17-game winning streak, winning the Confederations Cup with a perfect record. At the club level, he led Werder Bremen to the German Cup title and won the Bundesliga Golden Boot. In the Premier League, he led Manchester City to an unbeaten run and was far ahead of his competitors in the Premier League top scorer rankings. In the Champions League, Lin Quan scored in 6 consecutive matches, breaking the Champions League record, and later caught up with Ronaldo in total goals, tying for first place in the Champions League top scorer rankings. Compared to Ronaldo, Lin Quan was only slightly inferior in terms of fame. In other aspects, he was even ahead. Therefore, after FIFA changed the voting rules, although Ronaldo's votes increased significantly, Lin Quan also gained considerable favor with voters, causing his vote count to surge. This kept the Ballon d'Or suspense alive, as some of the votes that might have gone to Ronaldo after the rule change were taken by Lin Quan. While Ribéry's lead was weakened, it wasn't certain that Ronaldo would catch up. The final result would be revealed at the awards ceremony. Therefore, although this year's Ballon d'Or was fraught with controversy, it was the most closely contested Ballon d'Or in recent years. Although betting odds favored Ronaldo, his lead over Ribéry and Lin Quan was not significant, and all three had a chance to win before the final result was announced. Because of the high level of suspense in this year's Ballon d'Or, the television ratings for this year's awards were very high. In countries like Spain, the UK, Portugal, Germany, and France, viewership ratings reached record highs, breaking previous records for the Ballon d'Or ceremony. In Asia, Lin Quan's nomination significantly boosted the event's popularity, generating immense buzz and discussion on platforms like Baidu Tieba and Weibo, with fans staying up all night to await the final results. This high level of attention prompted FIFA to place great importance on the event, inviting numerous football legends to the ceremony. Zidane and Ballack were the first to announce the 11-man Zai for the 2013 Best Zai. The 11 were goalkeeper, Neuer, defenders, Lam, Ramos, Thiago Silva, Alves, midfielders, Iniesta, Xavi, Ribéry, forwards, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lin Quan, Messi. The 11 winners went on stage to receive their awards and then posed for a group photo. The attacking trio of Ronaldo, Lin Quan, and Messi stood together. Cristiano Ronaldo was a head taller than them, making him stand out prominently. Messi was the shortest of the three, 4 centimeters shorter than Lin Quan. Standing next to the two, Messi looked slightly awkward. As a victim of FIFA's changes to the Ballon d'Or voting rules, Messi failed to make the top 3 shortlist this year. The fact that both of his teammates were included made Messi slightly embarrassed. Even more awkward was that, at the moment the photographer took the picture, both Lin Quan and Messi noticed that Ronaldo suddenly tiptoed, making himself appear even taller. Already a head taller than the two, Ronaldo looked even more imposing in the still photo. Compared to him, Lin Quan and Messi looked like dwarfs. Seeing Ronaldo's action, both Lin Quan and Messi showed surprise, exchanging a glance. Messi instinctively took a step closer to Lin Quan, not wanting to be just a foil for Ronaldo. Lin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. The president was indeed narcissistic. Even in a photo he had to be the most handsome guy. Leaving aside the other positions in this year's 11-man squad, this attacking duo was undoubtedly the strongest and most expensive attacking duo in history. Among the other awards, the Best Coach award went to the retired Jupp Heynckes, a result that was unsurprising and widely accepted. The Puskas award was awarded to Lin Quan, who won the award with his stunning bicycle kick against Chelsea, beating out Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Neymar. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Quan had successfully defended his Puskas award title. He is the first player to successfully defend this award, inadvertently setting another record. Finally, the main event arrived. After awarding the FIFA honorary Ballon d'Or to Pelé, the king of football didn't leave. He was there not only to accept the award, but also as the final presenter to announce the most important award, the Ballon d'Or. The female host handed Pelé an envelope containing the list of Ballon d'Or winners. Pelé took the list, glanced at it, and then teased, "Wow, what a surprising result." His words immediately sparked a murmur of discussion in the audience. An unexpected result? Could it be that Ronaldo wasn't the winner? The cameras immediately focused on the Portuguese star, Ronaldo, who sat up straight, his expression very serious. He had originally refused to attend the Ballon d'Or ceremony, only coming after being persuaded by Florentino Perez. But if he came and didn't win the Ballon d'Or, what was the point of his presence? Was he there specifically to reconcile with Blatter? But he hadn't decided to forgive Blatter yet. Seeing that he had successfully piqued everyone's curiosity, Pelé slowly began to open the envelope. The player who won the 2013 Ballon d'Or is. The cameras simultaneously focused on Ronaldo, Ribéry, and Lin Quan, giving them a close-up shot together. In the footage, Ronaldo looked serious, while Ribéry appeared slightly nervous. Only Lin Quan seemed unaffected, chatting and laughing with Guardiola, seemingly indifferent to the result. This kid has a really good mentality. As an outsider, Messi was more relaxed, lacking his usual tension. However, he hadn't expected Lin Quan, a first-time finalist, to be so calm. Back when he was first selected for the final three, he was incredibly nervous. This made Messi exclaim, "This guy has a naturally strong heart. Pep, why don't you jump ship with Cruz and come to Manchester City?" Lin Quan said to Guardiola, half jokingly and half seriously. Although Guardiola's contract with Bayern still had 2.5 years remaining, Bayern's recent actions showed a serious lack of respect for him. They hadn't bought the players they promised, and they weren't willing to pay the transfer fees. Selling players Guardiola explicitly stated he wouldn't sell during the winter break was an act of extreme disrespect, even to someone as seemingly incorrigible as Ranieri. Guardiola didn't want to discuss this topic and changed the subject. "You brat, you still have the mind to talk about this nonsense? Don't you care at all whether you win an award or not?" Lin Quan shrugged indifferently, "Winning is my fortune, losing is my fate. Besides, I'm just here to be a runner-up. The winner will either be Ribéry or Ronaldo, definitely not me." Guardiola nodded slightly. He was pleased that Lin Quan could recognize reality and not harbor unrealistic fantasies. After all, he was still young, and with his current performance, winning the Ballon d'Or was just a matter of time. Compared to Lin Quan, he was more worried about Ribéry. Ribéry didn't possess the formidable individual ability of the two legendary stars or Lin Quan, and Bayern didn't win the Champions League every time. His French national team's performance in major tournaments hasn't been outstanding, meaning this could very well be Ribéry's only chance to win the Ballon d'Or in his career. This is incredibly important for him. If he doesn't win, Ribéry will definitely suffer a severe blow. He might even become completely demoralized. Bayern Munich is currently missing a key midfielder, and Ribéry is the team's star player. If he falters, Bayern's second half of the season might be truly over. The winner of this year's Ballon d'Or is Cristiano Ronaldo. Upon hearing Pelé announce the result, Ronaldo first lowered his head, but when he looked up, his smile was barely contained. After kissing his girlfriend Irina Shayk, he went on stage. After shaking hands with Blatter, Pelé, and other presenters, Blatter personally handed the Ballon d'Or trophy to Ronaldo. This handshake between the two can be seen as burying the hatchet of their previous grievances. This is Cristiano Ronaldo's second Ballon d'Or win since 2008, breaking Messi's 4-year monopoly on the award. In the competition for individual honors between these two footballing giants, Ronaldo has finally gained some ground, no longer having to compete with Messi's 4 Ballon d'Or wins with only one. Last year, after Messi broke the record for goals scored in a calendar year and achieved a four-peat, a voice emerged in the football world. Some Messi fans believe that there was no such thing as a two-horse race. They argue that Messi is in a league of his own, and Ronaldo, with only one Ballon d'Or, was not qualified to be compared to Messi. This view gained considerable support within the football world, putting immense pressure on Ronaldo. Now, that pressure has finally lessened somewhat. During his acceptance speech, Ronaldo was moved to tears, wiping away his tears several times before thanking his club and national team teammates, his family, and those who voted for him. Seeing Ronaldo's emotional tears, the audience erupted in applause, but one person did not applaud. The moment Pelé announced Ronaldo's award, Ribéry's face turned ashen, and he stood motionless like a statue. Someone had stolen his trophy. After the awards ceremony, in an interview with reporters, Ribéry stated directly that he did not accept the result and would never accept it. "I think I deserve this award, but there were too many off-field factors." Ribéry's interview quickly put FIFA, the organizer, in the spotlight, and online criticism grew louder. France's coach Didier Deschamps publicly expressed his support for Ribéry, believing that the Ballon d'Or result was unfair to him. Some French fans were also very dissatisfied with the result, protesting outside the headquarters of France Football magazine. They felt that a French magazine was siding with an outsider, and demanded that France Football end its cooperation with FIFA and award the prize independently as before. Faced with external criticism, FIFA chose to remain silent, intending to delay until the heat died down and the public would naturally stop paying attention to the matter. However, at this crucial moment, French journalists uncovered a bombshell. They interviewed some of the voters who stated that their votes differed significantly from the final results, leading them to suspect their votes had been tampered with. For example, Fiji's national team coach, Buzetti, checked FIFA's published results. His 3 votes were for Ronaldo, Ribéry, and Lewandowski. But Buzetti revealed that he was a fan of Messi and Lin Quan, and had always firmly cast his first vote for Messi, but Messi's name was nowhere to be seen in FIFA's published results. Lewandowski? "I didn't even vote for him because I don't think he's up to the level of the other 3 players, Buzetti angrily stated in an interview. Coincidentally, after Buzetti's statement, many other voters followed suit, saying that FIFA's published results differed from their own. With these revelations, external doubts grew louder, and FIFA could no longer remain silent. They quickly issued a statement explaining that the discrepancy might be due to votes cast by national football associations on behalf of others. Although coaches and captains are the actual voting members, national football associations may have voted on their behalf, leading to discrepancies between the voting order and the final list of nominees. This explanation seemed reasonable, and some fans began to believe FIFA's interpretation. However, at this critical moment, Proud, a journalist from France Football, one of the organizers, stated that Ribéry had received the highest score in the internal voting. This sparked a massive wave of criticism, with French fans outraged, and Ribéry himself publicly condemning FIFA on social media and in front of journalists. To completely dispel the fans' suspicions, FIFA contacted France Football magazine, and together they released the voting results for the 3 Ballon d'Or nominees. Cristiano Ronaldo received 1,305 points, while Ribéry received 1,127, nearly 200 points behind. It could be said that Ribéry's loss was entirely justified. After FIFA announced the results, the external criticism immediately subsided considerably. However, fans discovered something shocking: the second highest scorer wasn't Ribéry, but Lin Quan. He scored 1,265 points, only 40 points behind Ronaldo. Damn, Lin almost snatched a Ballon d'Or from Ronaldo. What a huge loss. If we had known this result, we should have had the Spanish Football Federation and Manchester City promote Lin and get him some votes. Who knew Lin would get so many votes? A narrow 40-point victory. Someone get Ronaldo a change of pants. Chapter 235: Cristiano Ronaldo's invitation, Lin Quan's influence in the football world. Lin Quan only learned of the result afterward, and he was surprised that the gap between his score and Ronaldo's was so small. However, he took it all in stride. In an interview, Lin Quan first congratulated Ronaldo, believing that his Ballon d'Or win was well-deserved, and then expressed his hopes for this year's Ballon d'Or. Since he was so close to the Ballon d'Or last year, there was no reason not to make a run for it this year. The outside world saw Lin Quan's statement as a sign that he had officially joined the Ballon d'Or race. At this time, the doubts surrounding Ronaldo's Ballon d'Or win were at their peak, so after Lin Quan's comments reached Ronaldo's ears, Ronaldo actually called Lin Quan to thank him. "Lin, thank you for speaking up for me. I have a party in Madrid next week, do you want to come?" Ronaldo had finally won his second Ballon d'Or, and naturally wanted to celebrate with his friends and family. Lin Quan had no prior connection with Ronaldo, but Ronaldo had already noticed him. Last summer, Real Madrid was rumored to be interested in Lin Quan, And Florentino Perez even approached Cristiano Ronaldo to inquire about his opinion on Lin Quan joining Real Madrid. Ronaldo welcomed Lin Quan to Real Madrid, but ultimately Lin Quan did not join, and the two missed the opportunity to work together. This time, taking advantage of Lin Quan's advocacy, Ronaldo intended to get to know this rising star of football. Very few players in the entire football world receive a personal invitation from the president. However, Lin Quan did not immediately accept Ronaldo's invitation. When is it next week? I need to see if I have time. If it were anyone else, Ronaldo might have withdrawn his invitation. But today he was unusually patient. January 21st, how about it, are you free? Lin Quan glanced at the schedule. On January 18th, they would play Cardiff City at home, and after that, the next match was the FA Cup on January 25th. There were 7 days in between, and the team should have 3 days off, so he was indeed free. Okay, I'll definitely be there. By the way, do you want to bring a female companion? These kinds of gatherings usually require female companions, since Ronaldo's family will be attending. Whatever you want. Ronaldo replied briefly and hung up. This kind of thing was irrelevant to him. As long as Lin Quan came, that was enough. If he really didn't have a female companion, with so many girls in Madrid, he wouldn't have trouble finding someone to keep him company. Just after hanging up with Ronaldo, his national team teammate Iniesta called him again. Lin, we're organizing a charity match this weekend. Do you have time to participate? Iniesta, when does the charity match start? January 22nd, at Camp Nou. The team leaders are Maradona and Ronaldo. Hearing these two resounding names, Lin Quan guessed that it must be a charity match organized by Barcelona. Last summer, Real Madrid organized a friendly match at the Bernabeu, with the Real Madrid veterans team and the Juventus veterans team playing against each other. Barcelona organizing such a match during the winter break was clearly a challenge to Real Madrid. These two teams are really interesting, they compete on the field and off the field too, truly rivals. Maradona and Ronaldo both played for Barcelona, so the players participating in this match are likely either Barcelona legends or current players. Although Lin Quan came from La Masia, he had never played for Barcelona's first team, making him hesitant to return to Camp Nou. Have all the players been recruited? Are we short any? No, we're still short quite a few. If you know any star players who are willing to join, we'd love for them. Iniesta's words relieved Lin Quan. It seemed he had been overthinking things. Okay, I'll contact them and see how many I can reach. After ending the call with Iniesta, Lin Quan posted a tweet on social media. January 22nd, ALS charity match, Maradona team vs Ronaldo team, interested friends, sign up quickly. After posting the tweet, he put down his phone and went out to train. When he returned that evening and checked his phone, wow, his private messages were almost overflowing. Redus, count me in, let your big brother protect you, I'll show you the ropes and take you flying. Lin Quan returned a friendly gesture, offering a small greeting. The Bruin, charity match? Sounds interesting, count me in. Morata, me, I want to participate. How can such an important match be complete without the invincible Morata? David Silva, is it the charity match organized by Xiao Bei and his friends? Count me in too. Aguero, sounds interesting, can I participate? Lin Quan, aren't you afraid your father-in-law Maradona will break your legs? Then come on. Aguero, good point. That's why I choose to join Ronaldo's team, I know Messi will definitely join Maradona's team, perfect for experiencing what it's like to be his opponent. Lin Quan, alright, another childhood friend is going to break your legs. Besides Lin Quan's teammates and friends, the addition of a few others surprised Lin Quan. Bayern Munich's goalkeeper, Neuer, sent him a friend request. After Lin Quan accepted, Neuer immediately said, I want to join, as your opponent. Lin Quan scratched his head. Neuer's tone sounded like a resentful woman from the inner palace. When did I offend him? I don't remember. However, if Neuer joined the opposing team, then he would have to hire a top-tier active goalkeeper. Lin Quan thought of his national team teammate, Casillas. Just as he was about to message Casillas to invite him to participate, Buffon unexpectedly contacted him. Young man, do you need a goalkeeper? If you don't mind this 35-year-old old guy, I'll take you on. Buffon volunteered, which surprised Lin Quan. He was hailed as the best goalkeeper in football. With him on the field, their goal would be much safer. Just after replying to Buffon, another unexpected person appeared. Cristiano Ronaldo also messaged Lin Quan, expressing his interest in the match. To be honest, Ronaldo's initiative to volunteer was completely unexpected for Lin Quan. He felt that his relationship with Ronaldo wasn't particularly close, so he wondered if Ronaldo was only volunteering because of him. Perhaps it was related to Messi? Even in a charity match, Ronaldo probably wanted to beat Messi to prove himself, right? Ugh, that damn competitive spirit. After Buffon joined, he also brought along his old teammate Pirlo. Hearing that Pirlo was going to participate, Gattuso also became interested. Lin Quan was witnessing his own influence in the football world for the first time, and even he was very surprised. Was his influence in the football world really that great? He originally thought that not many people would sign up, and only planned to bring De Bruyne to join in the fun. But he didn't expect so many people to sign up. He wondered if he would surprise Iniesta and the others when he showed up at Camp Nou with all these people. January 18th, Premier League Round 22, Manchester City hosts Cardiff City. This match marked the debuts of two new signings from the winter break, De Bruyne and Kroos, for Manchester City, attracting a large crowd of fans. Cardiff City, currently third from bottom in the league, are on the verge of relegation. Desperate to avoid elimination, they fought hard to win, even playing away against a formidable Manchester City. However, before halftime, Manchester City had already scored 3 goals. De Bruyne, starting in the first half, displayed excellent teamwork with Lin Quan, providing an assist for Lin Quan and scoring a goal himself from a free kick. De Bruyne's outstanding performance earned cheers and applause from the fans. Although De Bruyne's transfer fee was far less than Kroos, his performance today made Manchester City fans realize they might have struck gold. Seeing De Bruyne's excellent performance, Pellegrini was overjoyed. In the second half, he substituted Ronaldinho with another new signing, Kroos. Kroos and De Bruyne are not the same type of player. He's the kind of player who controls the tempo of the game. After he came on, he orchestrated the connection and transition between the back and front lines flawlessly. Although his coordination with his teammates wasn't perfect and he made a few mistakes, this didn't affect the overall outcome. After Kroos entered the game, the tempo of the match completely fell under Manchester City's control. Cardiff City's resistance was like punching cotton, having no effect whatsoever. Instead, they were trapped in Manchester City's rhythm, like having a shackle around their necks. The more they struggled, the tighter it tightened, until they were suffocated. At the end of the match, Manchester City easily defeated Cardiff City 4-0, further consolidating their top spot on the league. In the post-match media ratings, Lin Quan, with 2 goals and 1 assist, received the highest score of 9.2. De Bruyne, starting and contributing a goal and an assist, received a high score of 7.8, while substitute Kroos also received 7.5. From the perspective of the fans at the stadium, Kroos' performance might not have been as impressive as De Bruyne's, who made several imaginative passes. However, true football experts would not underestimate Kroos' contributions to the team. Manchester City had previously lacked a midfield playmaker, and Kroos' arrival solved that problem. When he and De Bruyne played together, one linked the midfield and defense, while the other linked the midfield and attack. Freeing up Lin Quan, he had more opportunities to face the opponent's goal, making Manchester City's attacks much easier and their transitions between attack and defense very fast. However, this combination is not without its weaknesses. Both players are not particularly strong defensively or physically. If they face opponents who engage in physical battles in midfield, Manchester City's lack of toughness could put them at a disadvantage. After the league match, Pellegrini gave the team 5 days off. The next league match is on January 29th, 11 days from now, which is a good amount of time for the players to rest. As for the FA Cup match on January 25th, since Manchester City's opponent is a championship team with relatively weak strength, Pellegrini plans to field a reserve lineup. Manchester City has had too many matches lately, and the team didn't even get a rest during Christmas. Now that the match density has finally decreased, if the players aren't given a break, they might revolt. Lin Quan originally thought Pellegrini would only give 3 days off, so he was considering asking for leave. Unexpectedly, Pellegrini was so understanding and actually gave 5 days off. That's great, no need to ask for leave. What he didn't know was that Pellegrini originally only planned to give 3 days off, but after learning that Lin Quan would be participating in a charity match on January 22nd, He changed his mind and extended the holiday by 2 days. This way, Lin Quan could rest for a day after the match, preventing him from being too tired and affecting his performance. Pellegrini really went to great lengths to protect Lin Quan. On January 21st, Lin Quan arrived in Madrid on time with Lily Collins. Cristiano Ronaldo's party was held at an upscale club, and when Lin Quan arrived, many people were already there. Lin Quan recognized some of them: Ronaldo's former teammates from Manchester United, his current teammates at Real Madrid, and close former teammates. Seeing Lin Quan arrive with his girlfriend, Ronaldo quickly greeted him with arena shake. "Lin, you're finally here." Lin Quan extended his hand to shake Ronaldo's, but unexpectedly, Ronaldo gave him a warm hug. This surprised Lin Quan. Wasn't the superstar always rumored to be very aloof? He hadn't expected him to be so warm and private. It seemed the rumors couldn't be entirely trusted. "Is this your girlfriend? Aren't you going to introduce her?" After hugging Lin Quan, Ronaldo smiled and introduced his girlfriend Irina to him, then waited for Lin Quan to introduce his companion. "Ahem, this is my girlfriend, Lily Collins. Lily, this is the newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner, one of the world's top football stars, Cristiano Ronaldo." Lily Collins wasn't shy at all in this setting. She gracefully extended her hand. "Congratulations, Mr. Cristiano." Ronaldo was overjoyed to hear Lin Quan's words. He might not care about compliments from others, as he'd heard them countless times. But Lin Quan was different. He was widely recognized as a player whose ability was on par with the two greatest footballers of all time. To receive his approval was the best gift for Ronaldo. Although Ronaldo always outwardly appeared confident in his abilities, he wasn't actually that confident. When Messi achieved 4 consecutive Ballon d'Or wins, Ronaldo had even doubted his own abilities. This Ballon d'Or win finally helped solidify his confidence, preventing him from collapsing. After presenting their gifts, Lin Quan and Lily Collins, led by Ronaldo and Irina Shayk, went to the men's and women's rest areas respectively. "Your familiar teammates are here, they'll take care of you. I have other guests to attend to, so please excuse me." Cristiano Ronaldo patted Lin Quan on the shoulder, greeted his club teammates Casillas and Ramos, and then left the rest area. "Lin, come over here." Ramos beckoned to Lin Quan, gesturing for him to sit between himself and Casillas. This seat seemed to be specially reserved for Lin Quan. Morata was also invited, but he didn't receive such treatment and had to sit on the edge. "How does it feel to narrowly miss out on the Ballon d'Or?" Casillas asked Lin Quan with a smile. For him and Ramos, due to their positions, winning the Ballon d'Or was extremely difficult. Moreover, their performances were far from deserving of it, so they might never have the same opportunity as Lin Quan. Therefore, they both believe that Lin Quan must be extremely frustrated and regretful after missing out on the Ballon d'Or. To their surprise, Lin Quan didn't seem to have any particular feelings about it, remaining quite calm. "I feel like I benefited from the rules. If FIFA hadn't changed the voting rules, I don't think I would have been able to replace Messi and make it into the top 3. Messi initially had a high number of votes, even higher than Ribéry. However, FIFA allowed the modification of previous votes, and Messi was injured and recovering at that time, so he suffered a significant disadvantage after the revote. The rules can be changed, but no matter how they are changed, if you don't have such an outstanding performance, no one will vote for you." Lin Quan nodded, suddenly thinking of a question. The Ballon d'Or voting rights come from the captains and coaches of each national team. As the captain of Spain, who did Casillas cast his 3 votes for? "Captain, did you give your first vote to Ronaldo or me?" Saint Casillas, who was peeling an orange, coughed violently upon hearing Lin Quan's question. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Of course it's Cristiano Ronaldo." Casillas finally finished his sentence, and unsurprisingly received a glare from Lin Quan. "Captain, I never thought you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would betray the revolution." Lin Quan pointed at Casillas, looking heartbroken. Casillas quickly explained, "Cough cough, I didn't know you could get so many votes. I thought you'd be lucky to make the top 5, who knew you'd make it into the top 2? Damn, is this my fault?" Not really, but if I had known, I would definitely have cast my first vote for you." Casillas was actually somewhat forced into this situation. He was the captain of both Real Madrid and Espanyol. Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, had specifically recruited many people to campaign for Ronaldo. As captain, He naturally had to vote for his club's star player, so Casillas' first vote went to Ronaldo. Each voter has 3 votes. The first vote is worth 5 points, the second 3 points, and the third 1 point. Therefore, the first vote carries the most weight and is the most crucial. To win the Ballon d'Or, one needs to secure more votes, and a sufficient number of first votes. In FIFA's published voting list and points, Lin Quan had a large number of votes, but his first vote percentage was low, far lower than Ronaldo's. This was his disadvantage. Okay, I forgive you. So, your second vote must have been for me, right? No, my third vote was for you. Casillas quickly said, receiving a disdainful look from Lin Quan. Ramos, standing nearby, asked curiously, then who did you vote for with your second vote? Casillas blushed and stammered, I voted for myself. Chapter 236 All-Star Lineup, Maradona's team versus Ronaldo's team. There's a charity match at Camp Nou, do you want to go? Casillas shook his head, I'll pass, I need to recover from my injury. The World Cup is starting soon, I can't afford to get injured again. Casillas suffered a serious injury last year, causing him to miss many matches for both the national team and his club, and his starting position at Real Madrid was taken by Diego Lopez. Lin Quan expressed his understanding, then looked at Ramos beside him. Ramos waved his hands repeatedly, no, I'm a studious person, I need to seize this time to study. Lin Quan looked Ramos up and down. Ramos was covered in tattoos, and he was about to turn 27, yet he was pretending to be a good student. The incongruity was too strong. Don't believe me? Look, I even brought my books. Seeing that Lin Quan didn't believe him, Ramos quickly took out his geography and ecology textbooks to prove his innocence. Lin Quan curiously took the books and glanced through them, finding them covered in messy, illegible notes. He began to believe Ramos's words. Why are you looking at these? I think these are middle school textbooks. Lin Quan had received his compulsory education in Spain, so he recognized the 2 books Ramos was holding. Ramos scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Casillas, standing nearby, mercilessly exposed Ramos's secret. He's taking his compulsory education exams in February. If he fails this time, he'll have to take them again next year. Ramos, middle school exams? Shouldn't those be completed before age 16? Surely no one really drags it out until 27? No way. Lin Quan was stunned by Casillas' words. Thinking that Ramos was almost 27 and still hadn't received his compulsory education certificate, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Casillas smiled and asked Lin Quan, Lin, do you think Ramos can pass this time? Lin Quan glanced at Ramos. It was clear that Ramos was putting in a lot of effort, studying and taking notes so diligently in his spare time between matches and training. So he said, definitely not, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until he's 27. He emphasized the words 27. Haha, I think so too. The two laughed heartily. Ramos punched him with his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Don't underestimate me, your Ramos will definitely pass this year. Okay, you'll definitely pass. When the time comes, go to the temple to burn incense for the god of literature, or get a tattoo of may you pass every exam on your body, and that should be enough. Lin Quan joked. It was originally just a joke, but Ramos seemed to take it seriously, insisting that Lin Quan take him to burn incense for the god of literature. Under Lin Quan's persuasion, he even planned to get 8 characters tattooed on his arm. May you be blessed with good fortune and pass every exam. He seemed genuinely afraid of failing his exams and was resorting to desperate measures. Whether it worked or not, he'd try it anyway. The rest area was getting more and more crowded. Lin Quan spotted former Manchester United and Real Madrid star David Beckham in the crowd, as well as Sir Alex Ferguson with his red nose. The two entered the banquet hall one after the other, but didn't exchange a word, suggesting the grudge between teacher and student hadn't been completely resolved. Hello, Lin, I didn't expect to see you here. Beckham greeted Lin Quan after seeing him. Although they had never competed against each other on the field, they both knew each other's names. When Lin Quan was young, many of his peers idolized the handsome Beckham. Mr. Beckham, you've been my idol since childhood. I've tried so hard to imitate your free kick, but I just can't get it right, Beckham laughed. We can have a match sometime, though. Your knuckleball is already incredibly powerful. Those game-winning shots left a deep impression on me. Lin Quan then praised Beckham's 45-degree long diagonal pass as precise and elegant. Beckham, in turn, praised Lin Quan's 45-degree low cross as imaginative and incredible. The two exchanged compliments, and their relationship became much closer. When Beckham left, he specifically asked for Lin Quan's phone number, saying he would find Lin Quan to play a match when he returned to England. Lin Quan readily agreed and even invited Beckham to watch a game at the Etihad Stadium. Although Beckham had left Manchester United, he was still a former Manchester United player, so it wasn't appropriate for him to attend a Manchester City home game in a public capacity. However, he indicated that he would be there to watch Lin Quan play in the 28th round of the league, when Manchester United hosted Manchester City. Beckham had just left when Ferguson and Mourinho arrived at the rest area. Both Ferguson and Mourinho had coached Cristiano Ronaldo, making them both Ronaldo's mentors. Their attendance at Ronaldo's gathering wasn't surprising, but what was odd was that these two would end up together. Had their relationship always been strained? Seeing Lin Quan and Ramos, Mourinho's expression darkened. After he left Real Madrid, Ramos had taken advantage of his misfortune, so he harbored no goodwill towards Ramos. As for Lin Quan, Mourinho initially didn't dislike him. In fact, he greatly admired him and even considered bringing him to Chelsea. However, this didn't work out. Lin Quan not only didn't join Chelsea but went to Manchester City, becoming his direct competitor in the league, perhaps even his biggest rival. In contrast to Mourinho's serious expression, Ferguson greeted Lin Quan quite warmly. "Lin, are you here on vacation?" "No, Sir Alex, I was thinking of going on vacation too, but the Premier League doesn't have a winter break, so I can only squeeze in time to come back for Ronaldo's party and also attend the charity match at Camp Nou tomorrow." "Oh? Is it the one organized by Maradona?" The retired old man seemed interested in this kind of match. Although he retired because his health had declined and he could no longer handle the intensity of coaching, Ferguson had dedicated his life to football, and he really couldn't stay idle. So, leading the team in these friendly charity matches to warm up his passion was a good idea. "Yes, are you interested in participating? We're still missing a coach." Hearing that the other party was interested, Lin Quan immediately seized the opportunity and invited Ferguson to be the head coach. Ferguson asked with a smile, "Why don't you invite your father to coach?" Lin Quan's adoptive father was Guardiola, which was no secret in the football world. Given Guardiola's coaching ability and his relationship with Lin Quan, Guardiola would almost certainly accept Lin Quan's offer. Therefore, Ferguson was puzzled by their current lack of a coach. "He's probably not in a good mood lately, so I won't bother him," Lin Quan said. Although Lin Quan didn't explicitly say so, Ferguson, being a seasoned veteran, immediately guessed it was about Cruz's transfer. This kind of situation would likely infuriate anyone, let alone Guardiola. Guardiola was enjoying hot pot and singing, dreaming of the second half of the season's trophies, when he was suddenly informed that Bayern had sold their midfield maestro. It was already a testament to his good temper that he didn't immediately break ties with Bayern. "Since you don't mind my poor coaching skills as a retired old man, I'll reluctantly accept the invitation. But I have to ask beforehand, you won't choose to join Maradona's team and team up with Messi, will you? Given Maradona's age, he's unlikely to play, so he'll probably be there as a coach. Messi is Maradona's protégé, so he'll definitely join Maradona's team. Messi alone is enough of a headache. If Lin Quan joins, it'll be a disaster. Just their dribbling and breakthroughs alone would likely overwhelm Ronaldo's team. Sir, you're too modest. Your coaching level is top-notch in the football world. I've long looked forward to learning from you." Ferguson, flattered by Lin Quan's praise, chuckled and scolded, "You've got a sweet tongue, kid. If that's the case, why didn't you come to Manchester United last year?" Lin Quan was embarrassed. "Sir, you've already retired. What would I do at Manchester United?" Ferguson sighed, "If you were willing to come to Manchester United, I might not have retired." There was no way to respond to that. At Ferguson's age, even if he insisted on not retiring, he couldn't last more than a few years. Lin Quan couldn't gamble on such a thing. Fortunately, Ferguson was also quite shrewd and didn't press Lin Quan on the matter further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two left. Only after Ferguson and Mourinho left did Ramos and Casillas breathe a sigh of relief. "If I'd known he was coming, I wouldn't have come," Ramos said regretfully, watching Mourinho's departing figure. Lin Quan had long heard of the deep-seated conflicts within the Real Madrid dressing room and the players' strong dissatisfaction with Mourinho. Now it seemed these rumors weren't unfounded. At least judging from Ramos and Casillas' reactions, they genuinely disliked Mourinho. However, such matters were considered private within the Real Madrid dressing room, and Lin Quan didn't inquire further. As the group chatted, Cristiano Ronaldo's girlfriend, Irina Shayk, walked gracefully towards them with another young and beautiful woman. Ramos glanced at her, his eyes immediately glued to her. He decided to take back his earlier words. Attending this gathering was definitely the right decision. Seeing Ramos's appearance, Lin Quan and Casillas also glanced at him curiously. Cristiano Ronaldo's girlfriend, Irina Shayk, was already considered a great beauty, but compared to the woman beside her, she paled in comparison. This made Lin Quan wonder, who exactly was this person next to Irina? Gentlemen, the ball is about to begin. Aren't you going to invite the ladies to dance? Irina said with a smile to the group. Ramos was the most enthusiastic, immediately putting aside unpleasant thoughts about studying, exams, and Mourinho. He jumped up and invited the woman next to Irina. Beautiful lady, may I have this dance? Morata also prepared to invite her, but he was a step too slow than Ramos. Seeing Ramos stand up, Morata could only sit down dejectedly. The woman seemed hesitant, glancing towards Lin Quan behind Ramos, seemingly hoping that the person inviting her was this rising star of football. Lin Quan remained seated, watching Ramos and Morata bickering without any intention of joining in. So she nodded, letting Ramos lead her hand onto the dance floor. Who's this? Lin Quan asked Morata, noticing his disappointed expression. Really? You don't even know who she is? Morata stared at Lin Quan in shock, as if he'd discovered something incredible. Lin Quan was baffled, he couldn't possibly know everyone in the world. Do you know who last year's Miss World was? Could it be her? Bingo, you guessed it, it's her, Miss Megan Young. Okay, now he understood why Ramos and Morata were so excited. It seemed like a trend had started where football players' girlfriends were generally beauties, models or actresses. What, my girlfriend too? Oh, never mind. The dance began, and the men either went to find single women or went to pick up their partners. When Lin Quan found Lily Collins, he discovered she was accompanied by two familiar faces, Emma Watson and Victoria Beckham. He'd seen Beckham before, so seeing Victoria was normal. But Emma's presence genuinely surprised Lin Quan. Emma Watson noticed Lin Quan's expression and smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, may I have this dance? Normally, it's the man who invites the woman, but she took the initiative and invited Lin Quan. Lily Collins and Victoria both seemed somewhat surprised. Victoria glanced thoughtfully at Lily Collins, then at Lin Quan and Emma Watson, seemingly wondering how Lin Quan would handle the situation. Emma Watson is currently a rising star in Hollywood. Her role in the Harry Potter film series has attracted countless viewers, and her portrayal of Hermione Granger has made her the dream girl of countless young men. Seeing her extend an invitation to Lin Quan, the men in the room all cast envious and jealous glances at him. Why don't I have such good luck? Why doesn't Miss Emma invite me? However, surprisingly, Lin Quan directly refused Emma's invitation. Sorry, Miss Emma, my dancing skills are terrible, so I won't embarrass myself. Emma was stunned. This guy actually refused her invitation? She had never failed in her personal dance attempts before, this was the first time. Victoria, standing nearby, seemed equally surprised by Lin Quan's decision and couldn't help but glance at Lily Collins a few more times. It seemed she needed to get closer to her and cultivate a better relationship. Why didn't you accept Emma's invitation just now? At the edge of the dance floor, Lin Quan and Lily Collins, two complete novices, awkwardly danced, occasionally stepping on each other's feet due to their lack of coordination. Didn't I tell you? My dancing skills are terrible, he said, accidentally stepping on Lily Collins's foot again. Lily Collins glared at him, that was definitely intentional. However, she was secretly pleased with Lin Quan's answer. Taking advantage of his inattention, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Quan was stunned for a moment. This little vixen dared to ambush me. Accept my righteous punishment. He pulled her forcefully, and Lily Collins fell into his arms, lowering his head to kiss her. January 22nd, Camp Nou Stadium. Although it was just a friendly match, quite a few spectators were present. All ticket proceeds from this match would be donated to a charity foundation to help those suffering from ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Many players attended this charity match, including current players and many retired veterans. Maradona's starting lineup was Messi, Batistuta, Xavi, Ronaldinho, Varane, Matos, Nesta, Samuel, Cannavaro, Zanetti, Neuer. On the bench were Di Maria, Mascherano, Neymar, Higuain, Iniesta, Agüero, Busquets, Otamendi, Pique, and others. Maradona's time playing in the top 5 European leagues wasn't particularly long. Aside from 3 years in La Liga, he spent the rest of his career in Serie A, so his team included many familiar faces from the league. Some were teammates, like Cannavaro, while others were opponents, such as Matos. Matos is only a year younger than Maradona, but their form is vastly different. Maradona's physique has deteriorated to the point where he can barely play, while Matos, judging from his warm-up, still seems to have some energy left. It's worth mentioning that Agüero, who boasted before the match about rebelling against his father-in-law, immediately cowered upon seeing his father-in-law and obediently went to Maradona's side as a substitute. In goal, Neuer, as he wished, stood opposite Lin Quan, guarding the goal for Maradona's team. About half of Maradona's starting lineup consisted of retired or near-retired players, clearly indicating that Maradona hadn't fielded his strongest lineup. The situation was similar for Ronaldo's team. Their starting lineup consisted of Lin Quan, Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Pirlo, Gattuso, Zidane, Cafu, Stam, Roberto Carlos, and Buffon. The bench featured Reus, De Bruyne, David Silva, Thiago Silva, Juninho, Rivaldo, Fernandinho, Marcelo, and Morata, among others. On paper, Ronaldo's team was clearly stronger. However, their starting lineup had fewer active players than Maradona's team. Their strength lay in their substitutes. If they substituted all the veterans with active players, their chances of winning would be much higher. But in a friendly match, nobody really cares too much about winning or losing, right? The two coaches, Maradona and Ferguson, shook hands amicably before the match. The referee for this game was Howard Webb, who had just won the FIFA Referee of the Year award. With Webb's whistle, the friendly match between Maradona's team and Ronaldo's team officially began. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Lin Quan officially joins the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry, and the third pole of football is born. Because it was a friendly match, both teams played relatively relaxed. The players' defense was mostly passable, giving each other opportunities to showcase their skills in front of the fans. In the third minute, Maradona's team saw Batistuta unleash a long-range shot. Although retired for many years, his long-range technique seemed as sharp as ever. The shot was of high quality, heading straight for the lower edge of the crossbar. Buffon was well prepared, tipping the ball over the bar with one hand, defusing the danger. Although the shot didn't go in, the fans still applauded him. After all, maintaining such form after so many years since his retirement is truly remarkable. Next, Ronaldo's team launched a counter-attack. Lin Quan dribbled past Zanetti on the wing and delivered a cross to Ronaldo. Ronaldo's physique had deteriorated considerably, and his form had declined. He almost tripped and fell while receiving the ball. Fortunately, Nesta and Cannavaro caught him in time, otherwise, given his current weight, such a fall could have been very dangerous. Ronaldo thanked the two and then gave Lin Quan an apologetic gesture. He was in a rush, trying to control the ball quickly, but his form was far from his usual level, and he almost fell off the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo had just found space, but seeing Lin Quan pass the ball to Ronaldo made him a little frustrated. The two sides played like a back-and-forth game, attacking one round at a time. In the 13th minute of the first half, Maradona's team scored first. Messi broke through on the left wing and passed to Ronaldinho, who then played a through ball that pierced Ronaldo's defense, assisting Messi to score. After Messi scored, Ronaldinho once again carried Messi on his back to celebrate, just like when Messi first joined the Barcelona first team. Seeing this scene, many Barcelona fans couldn't help but shed tears. Messi's goal ignited Ronaldo's competitive spirit. He couldn't stand being behind, especially being outpaced by his old rival Messi. Sensing Ronaldo's desire to score, Lin Quan, while orchestrating attacks, made several more passes to him. Ronaldo's finishing ability was indeed excellent. Lin Quan's third through ball assisted him in scoring. After scoring, Ronaldo was visibly excited, running to the corner flag and performing his signature Swiss celebration. Unfortunately, this was Camp Nou, and most of the fans there were Barcelona supporters. Instead of applauding Ronaldo, they booed him. This left Ronaldo somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, Lin Quan ran over and high-fived him, easing his embarrassment. After both teams scored, the pace of the game quickened, and the number of goals increased. In the 22nd minute, Zidane scored again with a free kick, helping Ronaldo's team achieve a comeback victory. Maradona's team immediately changed their kit colors. Xavi, after shaking off Gattuso's interception in midfield, delivered a precise through ball. Messi dribbled past Stam and Carlos before flicking the ball with his heel to the on-rushing Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho easily slotted the ball into the net, leveling the score at 2-2. Shortly after, Lin Quan also broke through on the wing, beating Methalis and Zanetti before passing the ball to Ronaldo, only to have it elegantly cleared by Nesta. Nesta's tackle was clean, leaving Ronaldo helpless. However, despite Nesta's clearance, Maradona's defense clearly couldn't contain Lin Quan. In the 35th minute, Pirlo saw an opportunity in the backfield and delivered a long pass from a great distance, finding Lin Quan on the wing. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan immediately cut inside. Facing the defense of Nesta and Cannavaro, he used his superior footwork and rhythm changes to seemingly dribble past the aging Cannavaro, then flicked the ball sideways before Nesta could slide in. Having dribbled past both defenders, Lin Quan entered the penalty area, gaining a one-on-one opportunity with Neuer. Neuer had been waiting for this moment, charging aggressively towards Lin Quan. Unfortunately, Lin Quan, somewhat oblivious to the situation, passed the ball back to Ronaldo. The alien easily slotted the ball into the empty net, scoring his first goal of the match. After scoring, the alien celebrated with his signature finger-wagging gesture. For the nearly 40-year-old alien, scoring goals seemed effortless. Cannavaro helped Nesta up from the ground, and the two exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Lin Quan's dribbling just now was a bit unreasonable. Neither of the two defenders made a mistake in their defensive positioning, but they just couldn't stop him. If I were 10 years younger, maybe I could stop this guy, but definitely not now. The 40-year-old Cannavaro glanced at his slightly protruding belly and said with some regret. Nesta nodded. For defenders like them, playing against top strikers was the best way to improve their defensive abilities. Unfortunately, Lin Quan on the other side was like the rising sun, flourishing, while they were like the setting sun, past their prime. Not being able to face such a formidable opponent in their best condition left both of them feeling a sense of regret. If only they were 10 years younger. At halftime, Maradona's team was temporarily trailing Ronaldo's team 2-3. The second half began with both sides making numerous substitutions. Although the intensity of the first half wasn't very high, both teams had a large number of retired players, including veterans like Methalis who were over 50 years old. Playing the full match would be too much of a strain on their bodies, and injuries would be disastrous. With the veterans leaving the field, most of the players on both sides were now active professionals. This made the pace of the game much faster and the content of the match more exciting. In the 48th minute, Messi, Neymar, Iniesta, and others completed a series of 1-2 passes, and Messi assisted Neymar to score a goal after breaking into the penalty area. Maradona's team tenaciously equalized the score. In the 53rd minute, Neymar broke through on the wing and assisted Messi to score again. Maradona's team reversed the score and temporarily led Ronaldo's team 4-3. Seeing Messi score again, Ronaldo couldn't sit still. He started frequently reaching for the ball, but the opponent's defense against him was very tight, and Lin Quan couldn't find a good passing opportunity. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure wearing a number 22 jersey sprinting forward. Lin Quan had a sudden inspiration and sent a lob ball to Kaká. The pass was perfect, giving Kaká a good amount of lead time so he could receive it without slowing down. At that moment, the Son of God seemed to return to the San Siro, back to his peak form 6 years ago. Kaká ran faster and faster, leaving the defenders far behind. Facing the on-rushing Neuer, Kaká didn't continue dribbling forward but instead took a shot. The ball sailed over Neuer's outstretched leg, grazing the grass and flying into the net. After scoring, Kaká pointed both fingers to the sky, and amidst thunderous applause, he seemed to be transported back to that night in Istanbul. If he had run a little faster that day, perhaps everything would have been different. Kaká didn't forget Lin Quan, who had provided the assist. He ran to Lin Quan and embraced him warmly. "Thank you, Lin, your pass was excellent. It's because you ran so well, Kaká." If you don't mind, you can call me Ricardo." Kaká was quickly substituted after the goal, with Ferguson bringing on De Bruyne. "Well done, lad." Ferguson gave Kaká a hug as he left the field. Although he had never coached Kaká, he had always admired this hard-working, disciplined, and elegant young man. "Thank you, sir." Kaká smiled shyly. Back in 2009, Kaká had been linked with Manchester United. With Ronaldo determined to leave, Manchester United tried to bring Kaká to Old Trafford. However, the transfer ultimately fell through, and Kaká went to Real Madrid with Ronaldo. Today, Sir Alex Ferguson had fulfilled a long-held dream by coaching Kaká, even though Kaká was no longer at his peak. Besides fulfilling his dream of coaching Kaká, Ferguson's biggest takeaway from today was actually coaching Lin Quan. Watching Lin Quan play from the stands as a spectator, or even an opponent, was a completely different experience than watching him from the sidelines as the manager. When Ferguson adopted the Manchester United perspective and considered Lin Quan as an opponent on the field, he felt an intense urge to retaliate. But when Lin Quan was under his command, Ferguson could only say, "It's amazing." Was it really this great to have a player like Lin Quan on your team? He could play almost any position in the attacking third, dribbling, shooting, and passing. He was practically an all-rounder. With him on the field, attacking became incredibly simple, just pass the ball to him. Ferguson was ecstatic, but Maradona on the other side wasn't. Damn. Was it really this difficult to deal with a player similar to Messi on the opposing team? Why does it feel like our Messi isn't as good as theirs? I must be using him wrong. After the humiliating defeat in the World Cup that year, Maradona had a better understanding of his coaching abilities. While he was indeed a great player, his coaching ability wasn't as strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have been swept out of the tournament by Germany. So Maradona began to carefully observe, wanting to learn from the veteran Ferguson and see how he used Lin Quan. However, after observing for a while, he found himself somewhat confused. It seemed Ferguson hadn't devised any special tactics for Lin Quan. Ferguson observed Lin Quan's intelligent play, choosing tactics that were most comfortable for him and beneficial to the team. This impressed Ferguson, who didn't intend to interfere. Without Ferguson's intervention, Maradona naturally learned nothing. In fact, it wasn't just the two coaches who noticed Lin Quan's increasing activity on the field. Messi also took notice. This was Messi's first direct encounter with Lin Quan in a match. Although he frequently watched Lin Quan's games to identify his own weaknesses and improve, the experience of watching video footage and playing against him live was completely different. Once on the field, he realized how formidable Lin Quan was. Whichever flank Lin Quan attacked from, that flank was essentially neutralized. Messi, not one to give up easily, was spurred on by Lin Quan's outstanding performance. His teammates quickly noticed that Messi's inner strength seemed to have been unleashed. "He's only just recovered from injury, it's just a friendly match, is it really necessary to take it so seriously?" Seeing Messi's all-out attitude, his club teammate Busquets couldn't help but complain to Xavi. If he got injured because of this match, Barcelona would be devastated. For Messi, perhaps this is an opportunity to reignite his fighting spirit and help him return to his peak in 2012. Xavi had watched Messi grow step by step, and he felt that after Messi won almost all the honors, his motivation to move forward had diminished considerably. Although injuries had an impact, Messi's performance last season was a precipitous decline compared to 2012. It's hard to say that there wasn't a factor of complacency in his mentality. After all, even the other player considered one of the two greatest players of all time was difficult to threaten him. But the emergence of Lin Quan made Messi feel threatened. This was the first active player to reach the same level as him in terms of skill. The opponent's football intelligence was no less than Messi's, his mentality was even better, and his physical attributes were clearly superior to Messi's. Messi is plagued by injuries, both major and minor, while his opponent seems indestructible, seemingly unaffected by the relentless pressure from Premier League defenders. This formidable quality has resulted in Lin Quan's consistently strong performance, with his form barely declining and even visibly improving. Messi, on the other hand, seems stuck, his peak seemingly frozen in 2012. His improvement last year and this year has been limited, and his statistics have actually dropped significantly due to injuries. If this continues, Messi feels he'll soon be surpassed. And given his opponent's consistent form, once overtaken, it will be incredibly difficult to catch up. Therefore, Messi must begin rediscovering his peak form now to defend his current position. When Messi got serious, a fascinating scene unfolded on the field. Lin Quan was utterly dominating the left flank of Maradona's team, or rather, Barcelona's team. Meanwhile, Messi, on the other side, was also crushing Ronaldo's team. While Barcelona fans cheered for Messi, they were also quite surprised by Lin Quan's performance in the opposing lineup. Although they knew Lin Quan was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. His performance seemed no less impressive than Messi's, and perhaps even slightly better due to his superior physique, giving him an advantage in physical duels with defenders. This left Barcelona fans with mixed feelings. This player should have been ours. Damn Enrique, damn Rosal. If those two hadn't driven Lin Quan and Guardiola away, Barcelona would probably still be sitting comfortably on the throne of the dream team. If we had Lin Quan in our team last season, we wouldn't have been thrashed 7-0 by Bayern. Seeing Messi and Lin Quan going head-to-head, Ronaldo couldn't resist joining in. In the 76th minute, he dribbled past a defender and called for the ball from De Bruyne, who was about to pass to Lin Quan. De Bruyne, unfamiliar with him, ignored his request and turned to pass the ball to Lin Quan. Lin Quan received the ball and noticed a player marking Ronaldo was drawn to him, so he feigned a run down the wing, but instead passed it back to Ronaldo while dribbling. This pass was incredibly sudden. Lin Quan, without looking at Ronaldo's position, used the inside of his foot to complete the pass while moving forward. Only he and Messi could probably execute such a pass. Ronaldo was also shocked. How did the ball come to his feet so easily? He didn't even see Lin Quan stop or turn. To complete such a pass without hesitation, was he even human? Ronaldo was stunned, but his footwork didn't slow down. He dodged Pique's challenge, created some angle, and unleashed a powerful shot. He didn't look at the goalkeeper's position when he shot, but after the shot, Ronaldo knew he had it. As expected, Neuer's defensive focus was entirely on Lin Quan, never expecting that the final shot would be taken by Ronaldo. Ronaldo's clean and decisive shot left him with insufficient time to prepare a save, and the hasty attempt couldn't save the team. Ronaldo's team scored again, completing his brace. Although booed once, Ronaldo still insisted on completing a sweet celebration. Seeing him run to the sidelines to celebrate like that, De Bruyne couldn't help but scoff. That goal was all thanks to Lin's pass. I could have done it from that position, let alone Ronaldo. Ignoring the boos from the fans, Ronaldo ran to Lin Quan, hugged him, and asked, "Lin, how did you pass that ball?" "I don't know, I just felt it was in that position, so I just passed it." Lin Quan's idea was actually a flash of inspiration. If he were really asked to replicate it, he might not be able to. Okay. While saying this, Ronaldo had already made up his mind to organize the video of this match when he got back and make sure Modric watched it carefully and learned from it. If Modric had learned this move, it would be much easier for him to score easy goals for Real Madrid. Ronaldo, who had scored 2 goals, was substituted early by Ferguson. Although Ronaldo felt he hadn't had enough and wanted to continue playing with Lin Quan, there were still substitutes on the bench eagerly waiting to get a chance to shine. So he had no choice but to go off to rest. Morata was substituted on by Ferguson, and with that, the entire Ronaldo team was on the field. In the 88th minute, Lin Quan's breakthrough drew a foul, giving Ronaldo's team a free kick in the attacking third. Lin Quan didn't choose to take the kick himself, but instead gave the opportunity to a teammate. The Ronaldo team players all looked towards Juninho. He was the undisputed free kick master in football, and the best of all, without a doubt. Since a free kick was available, everyone naturally chose to let him handle it. Juninho Jr. didn't refuse. He stood in front of the ball, estimated the distance to the goal, and then chose to use his signature S-shaped free kick to shoot directly at the goal. Juninho Jr. truly lived up to his reputation as a free kick master. His kick was of extremely high quality. The ball's initial speed was incredibly fast, and its trajectory in the air was unpredictable. Initially, it clearly went to the left, but as it reached the goal, it suddenly flew to the right. This erratic trajectory severely interfered with the goalkeeper's judgment. Neuer was helpless against this shot. He had tried his best to save it, but the ball was too unpredictable and ultimately flew into the goal. Thunderous applause erupted as fans rose to their feet, showering Giannino with cheers and applause. Only one player in the entire football world could execute a free kick with such incredible skill. Under his feet, a free kick almost felt like a penalty. Ultimately, the match ended with Ronaldo's team defeating Maradona's team 6-4. Neuer was somewhat frustrated. He conceded 6 goals in this match, almost breaking his own career record for goals conceded. There was some good news, though. His most feared opponent, Lin Quan, didn't score. Neuer wasn't sure if he had succeeded or failed this time. Although Lin Quan didn't score, he provided 4 assists, directly contributing to almost every goal. After the match, Messi approached Lin Quan, wanting to exchange jerseys. Lin Quan readily agreed. Reporters at the scene captured this historic moment with their cameras, the first time the two had faced off on the field. But after this match, the two will face off more frequently. At this moment, Lin Quan seems to have truly joined the competition between these two unparalleled talents, becoming one of them. After exchanging jerseys, all the players involved in the match, including the coaches of both teams, took a group photo in the center of the court before going their separate ways. Chapter 238 Manchester City Collapse? Mourinho's Psychological Warfare. January 23, Manchester City thrashed West Ham United 3-0 at home, advancing to the League Cup final with a 9-0 aggregate score. Lin Quan contributed a goal and an assist, Aguero scored a goal, and De Bruyne also scored from a free kick. Manchester City's attack was firing on all cylinders, displaying excellent form. 2 days later, Manchester City defeated Watford 4-2 at home in the FA Cup, advancing to the next round. Aguero, coming off the bench, was phenomenal, scoring 3 goals. 2 of his hat-tricks were assisted by De Bruyne. De Bruyne's outstanding performances in 2 consecutive matches quickly made Manchester City fans remember this young man with a cartoonish appearance. On January 29, in the 23rd round of the Premier League, Manchester City thrashed Tottenham 5-1 at White Hart Lane, completing a home and away double over Tottenham, both by large margins. Poor Tottenham conceded 11 goals against Manchester City in one season, breaking their own club record and developing a Manchester City phobia. Manchester City had a prolific attacking force in this match, with goals from Lin Quan, Aguero, De Bruyne, Jovetic, and company, among others. With the addition of 2 new midfielders, Manchester City's attacking potential has been further developed, making them even more formidable than in the first half of the season. Articles. 23-game unbeaten run. Who can stop this Manchester City? Another Arsenal? Manchester City may break Arsenal's unbeaten record. The current longest unbeaten run in the Premier League is Arsenal's 49-game unbeaten run from 2003 to 2005, the second longest in the history of the top 5 European leagues. Given the intense competition in the Premier League, Arsenal's record is extremely valuable. This is why few have been able to threaten it. After defeating Tottenham away from home, Manchester City, with a 23-game unbeaten run in the Premier League, has entered the top 10 in Premier League history. Only 9 teams ahead of them have more unbeaten matches, and given Manchester City's current form, they are very likely to catch up with these teams and further improve their historical ranking. However, just when everyone thought Manchester City would continue their unbeaten league record, they suffered a major upset at home. In the 24th round of the league, Manchester City lost 0-1 to Chelsea at home, breaking both their unbeaten season record and their unbeaten home record. In this match, Mourinho adopted a very targeted counter-attacking strategy against Pellegrini's lineup. He fielded an extreme defensive counter-attacking formation and deployed 3 sweeping defensive midfielders to pressure De Bruyne and Kroos's passing. Chelsea's new signing Matic, who was bought from Benfica for a high price during the winter break, performed brilliantly in this match. His tireless running, exaggerated defensive coverage and interception range, and strong aggression all caused technical players like De Bruyne and Kroos a lot of trouble. Kroos and De Bruyne were either fouled or made frequent mistakes, their passes failing to penetrate Chelsea's penalty area. Without their passing, Manchester City's attack lost its usual fluidity. The attacking players piled up in the front became mere decorations, unable to threaten the opponent's goal. Lin Quan's breakthroughs were consistently blocked by an impenetrable wall of defense, and Kroos, trying to control the tempo of the game, nearly made mistakes due to the opponent's counter-pressing. Chelsea's counter-pressing and counter-attacks were not only concise but also highly efficient. Seeing Mourinho calmly directing the play from the sidelines, People wondered if they had traveled through time and were seeing the Blues at their peak 8 years ago. At the end of the match, Manchester City dominated in almost every statistical category. 65% possession to 35%, 25 shots to 13, 7 shots on target to 6, 12 corners to 7, 0 offsides to 4, and 2 yellow cards to 4. However, victory belonged to Chelsea. Their clean sheet ended Manchester City's record of scoring in 61 Premier League home games over 1,178 days. Manchester City is now just 5 games away from breaking Manchester United's record of 66 Premier League matches scored in a row. After the loss, the team was in low spirits. Especially De Bruyne, who had been determined to perform well against his former club and prove to Mourinho that letting him go was a huge mistake. However, Mourinho's targeted defense against him caused De Bruyne to perform poorly, not only failing to help the team win but also becoming a liability. This made De Bruyne feel very bad, and he even began to doubt himself. Was Mourinho's assessment of him correct? Was he really unable to adapt to the Premier League? Don't be discouraged, it's just one loss, it doesn't prove anything. Lin Quan noticed De Bruyne's low spirits, walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Let's go thank the fans who came to support us." De Bruyne nodded emphatically upon seeing Lin Quan's calm expression. "Okay." After reassuring De Bruyne, Lin Quan went to reassure the other teammates one by one, with Captain Company doing the same. With their encouragement, the players, though still not in high spirits, completed their lap of honor to thank the fans. On CCTV's commentary booth, Hiwei, seeing Lin Quan not being discouraged by the team's defeat but instead stepping forward to comfort his teammates, couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Quan has really grown a lot this season at Manchester City, he's becoming more and more of a leader on the field." Yes, you can see it from his performance on the field. Lin Quan doesn't pursue extreme individual statistics but instead gives many opportunities to his teammates. Yes, he's such a team player. After defeating Manchester City, Mourinho was smug, stating to the media, "I think after this match, there should be no doubt about who the best team is, right?" Since drawing with Arsenal away from home, Chelsea has achieved a 7-game winning streak in the league in the past month. Taking advantage of the winter break, they overtook Tottenham, Everton, and Liverpool, climbing to third place in the standings with 53 points, returning to the title race. Currently, they are only 2 points behind second-placed Arsenal and 10 points behind league leaders Manchester City. With 14 rounds left in the league, catching up with Manchester City is not impossible. Especially under the terrifying pressure of Chelsea's comeback, the two teams ahead of them are likely to succumb to the pressure and collapse. Mourinho is well aware of this, so he has intensified a psychological offensive against Arsenal and Manchester City. Wenger is a good coach, but Arsenal's owners are not good owners. They haven't given him enough support, and his teams have never been able to solve the problem of insufficient squad depth. They are always prone to collapse when the league is going fast, and this year will be no exception. Compared to the wealthy Manchester City, Wenger's Arsenal's weakness is more obvious, which can be summed up in one word, poor. Or in 2 words, stingy. During the winter break, Wenger made a bid of £40 million and £10 million to Liverpool to sign Suarez, but Liverpool viewed this offer as an insult from Arsenal. The Reds not only rejected Arsenal's offer but also stated that they would never sell Suarez to the Gunners, completely blocking any possibility of a transfer. Originally, if Arsenal had spent more money, this transfer would have been possible, but because they were too stingy, the transfer completely fell through. Unable to leave Liverpool during the winter break, and still without Champions League football in the second half of the season, this has been a significant blow to Suarez. His form has dipped sharply in recent matches, dragging Liverpool's performance down as well, with Chelsea even overtaking them in the standings. Similarly, Arsenal's lack of attacking firepower remains unresolved as they failed to acquire Suarez to bolster their forward line during the winter break. This result can be considered a lose-lose situation for both teams. March is fast approaching, and March and April are traditionally Arsenal's off-season season. Mourinho is probably just waiting to see what happens. He's willing to bet that Wenger's Arsenal will falter again this year. As for Manchester City, who have plenty of money, Mourinho took a different approach. Manchester City made too many signings during the winter break, which has led to an overcrowded squad. I think Pellegrini must be having a headache right now, wondering how to appease the older players in the dressing room. Moreno's words weren't unfounded. After missing 2 consecutive starts, Fernandinho expressed his dissatisfaction with Pellegrini in an interview. "I can help the team, I'm no worse than these players on the field. As for why I'm not playing, I think it's the coach's bias." Fernandinho is a midfielder Manchester City acquired from Shakhtar Donetsk last summer for a hefty €40 million. Players of that price tag are usually used as midfield maestros at other clubs. However, at Manchester City, he has been consistently relegated to the bench, unable to even guarantee consistent playing time. With the World Cup just around the corner, if he continues to sit on the bench, Brazil's coach Scolari might give up on recruiting him. This made Fernandinho feel threatened, and he seemed to want to use this method to put pressure on the club and Pellegrini to put him back in the starting lineup. However, the Brazilian's calculations clearly backfired. Pellegrini could not tolerate a player challenging his authority as a head coach with such an attitude, so he imposed a very severe punishment on Fernandinho, a 10-match suspension. He wouldn't need to consider playing for the next 2 months. Seeing that his instigation had worked, Moreno continued to escalate the situation. Manchester City will collapse like Arsenal. Without Fernandinho, their midfield defense will have problems. Neither De Bruyne nor Kroos can replace him. It's a pity that Pellegrini seems to not know how to use him. Moreno's response won Fernandinho's favor, and Fernandinho praised Moreno as a wise coach. This move led to rumors that the Brazilian wanted to join Moreno's team. Previously, Pellegrini had generally avoided directly responding to Moreno's various remarks. He knew Moreno was adept at verbal sparring and psychological warfare, and he himself wasn't skilled in these areas, so he didn't want to fall into his trap. But now, he simply couldn't hold back anymore. Even honest people have tempers. Moreno should shut his mouth. His team is a full 10 points behind us. Faced with Pellegrini's counterattack, Moreno was not angry but rather pleased. As long as he counterattacked, it meant he had fallen for it. 10 points isn't much, maybe before the end of March, my team can catch up with Manchester City. It's unclear whether Pellegrini had fallen into Moreno's trap or if he wanted to prove himself. In the 25th round of the league, in the away game against Norwich, Pellegrini used the same lineup as the previous game against Chelsea. However, in this game, Manchester City's midfield was once again targeted by the opponent. Without midfield support, Manchester City, whose attacking firepower was the best in the Premier League, completely shut down and were held to a 0-0 draw away from home. This marks Manchester City's second consecutive match without a scoreline, while in another game, Moreno's Chelsea easily defeated Newcastle 3-0, securing their 8th consecutive win and narrowing the gap to 8 points. After this match, even those who initially doubted Moreno's predictions for Manchester City began to have doubts. 2 consecutive shutouts, and then being overtaken by Chelsea by 5 points in such a short time, were they really on the verge of collapse, as Moreno predicted? After the match, Moreno smugly told reporters, "Now no one should doubt my words, right? Last game it was 10 points, this game it's 8 points, maybe next game it'll be 6 points or even 5 points. Manchester City shouldn't have substituted Fernandinho. If Pellegrini doesn't correct this mistake, his team will continue to drop points." Reporters were also happy to see the scenario of a large lead followed by a comeback. The last time this happened was in the 1995-1996 season with Newcastle. That time, Newcastle led by 12 points but were defeated by Ferguson's Manchester United through psychological tactics, ultimately suffering a devastating comeback. The current situation is almost identical. Manchester City's lead over Chelsea is even greater than Newcastle's lead over the Red Devils back then. If Moreno can lead Chelsea to a comeback victory against Manchester City this time, even those journalists who previously criticized or attacked him will have to applaud him. If Manchester City seems to be on the verge of collapse, then second-placed Arsenal has truly collapsed. At Anfield, Wenger's team was thrashed 5-1 by Liverpool. Despite Suarez's poor form, failing to score, Skritel and Sterling stepped up, scoring hat-tricks and braces respectively, helping their team to a resounding victory over Arsenal. After the heavy defeat, Wenger's team relinquished second place, overtaken by Chelsea by 1 point, temporarily sitting in third place. Behind them, Liverpool and Tottenham are lurking in the shadow of their rivals. Arsenal might consider abandoning their title dreams and focusing on securing a top 4 finish. Manchester City has no time to sympathize with Arsenal, as their 26th round of the league is about to begin. To address their attacking issues, Pellegrini has adjusted the starting midfield. He's moved Yaya Toure to a defensive midfield role, acting as a protective shield in front of Kroos to reduce his defensive pressure. City's previous losses have primarily stemmed from their midfield. Mourinho may be right, without Fernandinho's defensive solidity, City's midfield is somewhat soft. Kroos and De Bruyne aren't physically imposing or exceptionally defensively capable players. Putting them in that role is somewhat mismatched. Therefore, they need a defensive midfielder with a wide defensive coverage area, high activity levels, and a strong physique to protect them. The most suitable candidate for City is Fernandinho, but he's currently suspended by Pellegrini. If the Chilean coach doesn't want to go back on his word and contradict himself, he certainly won't lift the Brazilian's ban before it expires. Therefore, he can only transform Yaya Toure, a box-to-box midfielder, into a defensive midfielder, forcing him to abandon attacking and focus entirely on defense. This should barely achieve the desired effect. In addition, Pellegrini has also devised some tactics specifically targeting Lin Quan's characteristics to address the team's attacking problems. Amidst widespread skepticism, the 26th round of the Premier League officially began. Manchester City hosted Sunderland. In the first half, Yaya Toure's sweeping interceptions in midfield blocked numerous Sunderland attacks, and after Manchester City controlled the midfield, their passing players took turns supplying the forwards. In the second minute, Lin Quan received an assist from De Bruyne to open the scoring. In the 32nd minute, Aguero received a pass from Lin Quan and scored again, giving Manchester City a 2-0 lead over Sunderland. Judging from the first half result, Pellegrini's transformation seems to have been successful. Manchester City fans who travelled to their home stadium breathed a sigh of relief. 2 winless rounds had caused them some concern. Now, it seemed there was no need to worry. Manchester City was still Manchester City, their strength remained undiminished. As the second half reached the 75th minute, Manchester City maintained firm control of the game. Although their lead wasn't extended due to the opponent's tight defense, the 2-goal lead, coupled with the fact that their opponents weren't a particularly strong attacking team, generally reassured Manchester City fans. Pellegrini calmly waited until the 80th minute to make substitutions, replacing Lin Quan, Kroos, and David Silva, among others, to prepare for the Champions League knockout stage a few days later. However, the moment Pellegrini made the substitutions, the tide turned dramatically. Sunderland's number 10, Wickham, unleashed his brilliance, scoring 2 goals in the 85th and 89th minutes, almost single-handedly forcing a draw against Manchester City. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Manchester City fans in the stadium wore expressions of disbelief. They couldn't believe their team had been held to a draw. This marks Manchester City's 3rd consecutive Premier League game without a win. However, the good news is that Mourinho's team also faltered. In another match that ended at the same time, Chelsea were held to a 1-1 draw away to West Bromwich Albion. Like Manchester City, they led for the entire game but conceded a last-minute equaliser in the 89th minute. The timing of Chelsea's heartbreaking defeat was almost identical to Manchester City's. After this round, the point difference between Manchester City and Chelsea remains unchanged at 8 points. However, Manchester City's 3-game winless streak has caused widespread concern. With 12 rounds remaining in the league, can they really maintain their 8-point lead until the end? Chapter 239 Returning to Weser Stadium, a special gift from old teammates. I heard your team's been having some problems lately? Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola before heading to Werder Bremen. Guardiola had been incredibly busy lately, dealing with a mountain of issues at Bayern Munich, which was why he was only calling Lin Quan now. Yet, a bit, Lin Quan answered honestly. Manchester City's problems weren't a secret in England, and it probably wouldn't be long before news reached Germany. On the other end of the line, Guardiola, after hearing Lin Quan's answer, said, "Do you have time to come to Munich after the Champions League?" Sure. Lin Quan didn't ask why he was going to Munich. Knowing Guardiola, he knew Guardiola wouldn't do something pointless. Do your best in the Champions League. Good luck. You too, don't lose to Mourinho at home. Don't worry, I've prepared a surprise for Chelsea, I'm sure they'll love it. Guardiola seemed very confident, as if Kroos's departure hadn't had much of an impact on his team. It was unclear whether he was faking it or if he really had some secret weapon. On February 18th, the entire Manchester City squad arrived in Werder Bremen, a city in northern Germany, by plane. After more than half a year, Lin Quan and Kevin De Bruyne returned to the city. The difference was that previously, they had worn the green jerseys of the Werder Bremen national team at the Weser Stadium, playing for Werder Bremen. But today, they would be playing as opponents at the Weser Stadium. This made both of them feel a little complicated. "Do you think they'll boo us?" De Bruyne asked with some concern. He didn't have deep feelings for Chelsea, but he had fond memories of Werder Bremen, so he was worried about hearing boos from the home fans. "Don't worry, they won't. I believe they won't do that." Lin Quan patted De Bruyne on the shoulder and walked with him out of the airport terminal. "They're here. Lin. De Bruyne. Welcome home." Just as they stepped out of the airport terminal, they heard a commotion outside. Looking up, they saw thousands of fans waiting to greet them at the airport. However, these fans weren't wearing Manchester City's blue jerseys, but rather the green jerseys representing their home team. If you looked closely, you could even see they were wearing Werder Bremen jerseys from last season, mostly number 10 and 6. Lin Quan and De Bruyne were stunned. They never imagined they'd receive such treatment upon returning to Werder Bremen. They exchanged a glance, their previous worries vanishing instantly. It seemed they wouldn't be hearing boos at the Weser Stadium. "Lin, don't hold back on the field. Even if Werder Bremen falls in the Champions League knockout stage, they'll die standing. Although we're not as strong as you, don't underestimate us. We're the invincible Parrot Army." These kinds of comments were constantly heard as the two signed autographs and took photos with the fans who came to welcome them. Clearly, they knew that returning to the Weser Stadium as former Werder Bremen players would cause trouble for their former star players. So they hoped to alleviate the pressure on them in this way, allowing them to give their best performance, even against their own team. What an understanding group of fans. The two were deeply moved and patiently signed autographs and took photos with every fan present to thank them for their support. Are Lin and his teammates really that popular at Werder Bremen? I heard Bremen is just a small team. Aguero, who had been scorned by Atletico Madrid fans, was incredulous upon seeing this. When Lin and his teammates were there, Werder Bremen was a title contender that could rival Bayern Munich, but now they've become a relegation team. Naturally, the fans miss them. David Silva, however, wasn't surprised. Unlike Aguero, who violently protested against the team and left after a strike, Lin Quan and De Bruyne left normally after their loan spells expired, so the fans naturally didn't blame them. While Werder Bremen fans showed goodwill towards Lin Quan and De Bruyne, the German media were anything but kind to Manchester City. At the pre-match press conference, a German journalist bluntly asked Pellegrini, "Mr. Pellegrini, your team has gone 3 Premier League games without a win. If you suffer a shock defeat to Werder Bremen this round, will you resign?" The German journalist's hostility towards Manchester City stemmed partly from their presence as Champions League rivals, and partly from Manchester City's wealthy background. Most Bundesliga teams are member-owned clubs, belonging to the fans, not any one individual. Benefiting from membership, their finances are very healthy, but this also means they don't have abundant funds for transfer spending. Therefore, many conventional Germans harbor some animosity towards Manchester City, an outlier built on money rather than honors and experience. In their view, this is clearly not a healthy operating model. "My team will win away, so your question is invalid." Pellegrini glanced at the German journalist and coldly replied. "And if you lose, will you resign?" The journalist persisted, determined to get to the bottom of it. Pellegrini was furious, stormed off, and ended the press conference early. Reporters snapped photos of his angry departure, already planning tomorrow's headlines. If Manchester City lost, Pellegrini would inevitably face a barrage of criticism from the media. Under immense pressure, Pellegrini was meticulous in his training instructions. He stood on the sidelines, watching the players on the field, lost in thought. "The coach seems a bit off," Aguero whispered to Lin Quan when Pellegrini wasn't looking. Lin Quan glanced at the serious-faced coach on the sidelines and nodded slightly. "The coach must be under a lot of pressure. We need to play well in this game and try to win to silence the doubters." Manchester City had gone 3 rounds without a win, and criticism was mounting. At this point, instead of wasting time arguing with the outside world, it was better to train hard and try to silence the critics with a resounding victory. Every professional player understood this. If we win this game, it'll be easier to play at home next time. But speaking of which, Lin, you're not going to throw the game, are you? Aguero looked at Lin Quan with suspicion. Facing his former club, a club that had treated him so well, could he really bring himself to do that? Don't doubt my professionalism. Giving my all is the greatest respect I can show to Werder Bremen. If Lin Quan had any reservations before arriving in Bremen, after witnessing the scene of the fans welcoming him at the airport, all his concerns vanished. February 19, Weser Stadium. Before the match, Lin Quan and De Bruyne went to the home team's locker room. Lin Quan gave each of his former teammates a fine watch. Not only the players received one, but even the club staff did. Last year, he had a youth team contract with a low salary, so he didn't give his teammates any decent gifts when he left. This time, with the money, he naturally had to make up for it. Well, you're quite different now that you've gone to Manchester City. 50 watches, that must have cost a fortune. Arnautovic marveled at Lin Quan's extravagant spending. Captain Fritz chuckled, they're not cheap. Each watch costs at least 30,000 euros. Fritz's words drew everyone's attention. Arnautovic exclaimed in surprise, good heavens, that's almost my annual salary. Fulkrug nodded repeatedly, that's 2 years' salary. Peterson's eyes lit up, brother Lin, are Manchester City's salaries that high? Do you think I have a chance? Millets tapped Peterson on the head, saying bluntly, Manchester City buys top-tier players. You, a Bayern Munich reject, shouldn't be daydreaming. Peterson clutched his head, looking aggrieved, everyone needs dreams, right? Without dreams, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Schuff clapped his hands, stopping the players' banter. Alright, if you have a dream, then perform well in this match and try to score a goal against Manchester City. Maybe they'll take a liking to you. Okay, boss, just watch. I feel like I can get a hat trick today. Haha, you're just bragging. Getting 3 shots on goal would be a success. I have a tip for you. When you get on the field, shout Lin, pass the ball, maybe that will trick Lin Quan into passing the ball to you. That might give you a chance. Great idea. You're a real genius. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged a glance. These teammates were still pretty much the same as when they left, just as cheerful and goofy. The match time arrived quickly. When Lin Quan and De Bruyne walked through the players' tunnel and arrived at the Weser Stadium, a huge cheer erupted from the stadium. Lin, De Bruyne. The home fans all stood up, applauding and cheering for the two. Although the two players were no longer wearing Werder Bremen's green jerseys, the fans were still very grateful for the championship trophy and wonderful memories they left behind last season. As the fans stood up, the Werder Bremen players on the field took out pre-prepared cardboard and pieced together a hand-drawn Werder Bremen family portrait. Behind the players, a huge group photo at Werder Bremen from last season appeared in the south stand. Lin Quan and De Bruyne were both featured in the family portrait and the group photo. Seeing this, Lin Quan and De Bruyne couldn't contain their emotions. They went forward to hug their former teammates one by one, but were pulled to the center by their teammates and had another family portrait taken. In the CCTV live broadcast studio, Hiwei was deeply moved by this scene. Perhaps this is the charm of football, there's something beyond just wins, losses, and trophies. Although Werder Bremen fans were very friendly towards Lin Quan and De Bruyne, it didn't mean they didn't want their team to win. After the match started, Werder Bremen played very aggressively. Coach Schuff had clearly studied Manchester City's game footage. Based on Mourinho's tactics, he specifically assigned players to limit the connection between Kroos and De Bruyne. One was Manchester City's metronome, and the other was their attacking playmaker. Limiting them would reduce Manchester City's attacking threat by half. In the first 10 minutes, Werder Bremen's players successfully achieved their tactical objective through tireless running. In the stands, seeing their team not only holding their own but even subtly dominating, the fans cheered even louder. In the stands, Germany's national team coach Lin, watching from the sidelines, shook his head as he saw Kroos struggling on the field. Pellegrini's coaching ability is indeed somewhat inferior to Guardiola's. Under Guardiola, Kroos's performance was much better than at Manchester City. If his performance at Manchester City doesn't improve, then in Lin's view, Kroos's decision to join Manchester City might have been a mistake. Kroos is clever, he knew he was being targeted, so he consciously dropped back a bit, getting closer to the defensive line. This move was very effective, as being closer to his own defense reduced the interference he faced when receiving the ball. After receiving the ball, Kroos had more options for passing while dribbling forward than when he was in midfield. And Manchester City's other players all possess good passing ability. They don't necessarily need to go through midfield, they can launch attacks from the flanks just as well. In the 18th minute of the first half, Cruz saw an opportunity and passed the ball to David Silva on the wing. David Silva and Lin Quan, who came to support, completed a 1-2, getting past a defender before passing the ball to the unmarked De Bruyne. De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball to Lin Quan, who had made an early run. Lin Quan easily slotted the ball into the net, giving his team a 1-0 lead. After scoring, Lin Quan lowered his hands, indicating he wouldn't celebrate. De Bruyne, seeing Lin Quan score, also lowered his head and turned to walk away, showing no intention of celebrating, and not even a hint of joy on his face. Pellegrini on the sidelines was quite excited. The team taking the lead away from home was good news. Even if they were eventually held to a draw, they would have a significant advantage thanks to the away goals. Seeing this goal, Schaff couldn't help but shake his head. Unstoppable, simply unstoppable, the two teams' players were not on the same level. Lin Quan's positioning was much better than last season, and De Bruyne's passing ability had also improved considerably. The fans in the stadium felt a bit bitter. The connection between De Bruyne and Lin Quan was the secret weapon that helped them dominate the Bundesliga last season. They never expected that this secret weapon would one day fall on their own heads. After a moment of silence, someone started clapping. They applauded both the brilliant combination between Lin Quan and De Bruyne, and their decision not to celebrate. With a lead, Manchester City seemed to relax considerably. Their relaxed state allowed them to play better and better, with frequent brilliant passes. And the goals came quickly. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Lin Quan assisted Aguero to score. In the 44th minute, Lin Quan received a long pass from Cruz, beat the offside trap, and scored again. Before halftime, Manchester City, playing away, already led by 3 goals. The difference in strength between the two teams was starkly evident at that moment. After losing Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Werder Bremen's performance has plummeted. Affected by the Champions League this season, competing on 3 fronts, their league performance has suffered a significant drop. Currently, after 21 rounds of the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen has only won 5 games while losing 10. With only 21 points, they were 6th from bottom in the league, just 1 step away from the relegation zone. And yet, they faced the Premier League leaders in this match. The 3-0 scoreline at halftime perhaps best reflected the true strength of the two teams. At halftime, Pellegrini made no personnel changes. Werder Bremen, however, substituted 2 defensive players for 2 attacking players. They seemed unwilling to give up and wanted to defend their dignity at home. Werder Bremen played very tenaciously, despite being significantly outpossessed. They seized every opportunity, relentlessly pushing forward and threatening Manchester City's goal as much as possible. Their efforts paid off. In the 67th minute of the second half, from a set-piece opportunity, Fritz lofted the ball into the penalty area, and Arnautovic outjumped Kompany to get to the loose ball, heading it into the Manchester City goal with a powerful header. Arnautovic was ecstatic after scoring, running to the corner flag and roaring at the fans in the stands. The stadium erupted in cheers, with over 50,000 fans giving him a deafening roar. His teammates rushed forward to celebrate with Marko Arnautovic. This goal seemed to give the home team a shot on the arm, igniting a brief offensive surge. Manchester City's players seemed somewhat affected, making several mistakes and nearly giving the opposition an opening. However, Lin Quan stepped up at the crucial moment, dribbling past 3 players down the wing and almost single-handedly breaking through Werder Bremen's defense to score. This goal was like a bucket of cold water poured over Werder Bremen, instantly sobering them up. They had such a formidable opponent among their opponents. Sure enough, this kid is still so hard to defend, Schaff said with a wry smile, shaking his head on the sidelines. Having coached Lin Quan himself, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to stop him. Even Bayern Munich's top defenders couldn't do it, let alone Werder Bremen's players. Therefore, with Lin Quan on the field, beating Manchester City was virtually impossible. After scoring his 3rd goal of the match, Lin Quan still didn't celebrate. He helped up Selassie, whom he had faked out, and nodded apologetically. Selassie patted his head dismissively, indicating there was no need to apologize. "I couldn't defend, it's just that I'm not good enough, nothing to say." A long silence fell over the Weser Stadium. This time, no one applauded Lin Quan. His goal not only disrupted Werder Bremen's counter-attack rhythm but also effectively ended the suspense of the match. If Manchester City finished the game 4-1, they could practically guarantee their place in the Champions League quarterfinals. Given Werder Bremen's strength, They couldn't possibly score 4 goals at the Etihad Stadium. Thinking about this, some fans couldn't help but shed tears. Compared to their glorious last season, this season they had nothing. The team was caught in a relegation battle, exited the Champions League in the round of 16, and was eliminated early from the German Cup. If those 2 players were still on the team, would their record be the same as it is now? Chapter 240 Guardiola's advice on his 18th birthday. Happy birthday. Lin Quan was greeted with a surprise the moment he opened the door to his home in Munich. It was past midnight in Germany, but Guardiola and Sarah were already waiting for him at the door. It turned out they had specially invited him over to celebrate his birthday. Lin Quan scratched his head. He'd been so busy with work that he'd completely forgotten about his birthday. Lin, don't just stand there, come in. Sarah, seeing Lin Quan still standing there dumbfounded, quickly pulled him inside. Brother, put this on. 12-year-old Maria stood on tiptoe and placed her hat on his head, the hat still warm from her body. Thank you, Maria. Lin Quan was deeply moved. Stepping into the house felt like all the pressure had been lifted, like returning to a safe haven. You're welcome. Did you come alone? Maria stood on tiptoe, looking outside as if searching for someone. Stop looking, it's just me. Lin Quan closed the door behind him, and the howling wind outside stopped abruptly. The warmth from the indoor heating enveloped him, creating an indescribably comfortable feeling. Big brother, make a wish, the candles are already lit. Marius sensibly took the things from Lin Quan's hands, put them aside, and pulled him to the table. A cake was laid out on the table, with 18 lit candles. Okay. Lin Quan sat down, closed his eyes, and silently made a wish. Brother, I want cake, the one with the most cream. Seeing him open his eyes, 5-year-old Valentina climbed onto his lap and started clamoring. Okay, here you go, be careful not to get cream on yourself. Lin Quan affectionately cut her a large piece of cake. The little one cheered, quickly kissed Lin Quan on the cheek, and eagerly began to eat. By this time, the little girl was probably really hungry. Go rest after you finish your cake, it's getting late. Sarah quickly cut a cake, handing each piece to her children, and reminded them to brush their teeth afterward. I was planning to celebrate your birthday tomorrow, but your younger siblings insisted on waiting for you. Before you came, Valentina was so sleepy she was practically pecking at rice, she couldn't stay awake any longer. Guardiola chuckled as he sat opposite Lin Quan, his gaze softening as he looked at his children. No matter what work brought him, every time he returned home and saw his little angels, all his stress vanished. Guardiola had a harmonious family that many envied. Sarah was a good wife and mother, and he himself had never been involved in any scandals. His children were not only intelligent and clever but also well-behaved and sensible. The eldest was particularly successful, and whenever Guardiola mentioned him, he couldn't help but proudly raise his head. See that young man who plays like Messi? That's my son. Let me guess, you seem so happy because you beat Chelsea at home, right? Lin Quan had returned in a hurry, heading straight to the airport after the match, without even having time to check on the other Champions League games. Was my expression that obvious? Guardiola rubbed his chin, unable to contain his surprise. Of course, only beating Mourinho could make you this happy. Just like Messi and Ronaldo, in the football world, people always compare Mourinho and Guardiola. Both are among the best of the middle generation of coaches, and both reached their peak right from the start. One led Barcelona to create the Dream Team era. The other led a team from outside the top 5 leagues to a miracle, winning the Champions League. Add to that their history of rivalry, and the media always loves to hype them up. This reached its peak after Mourinho joined Real Madrid. Speaking of which, besides Rosel's influence, another major reason Guardiola left Barcelona was Mourinho. In the 2011-2012 season, Mourinho's Real Madrid had reversed their previous slump in the league and slowly began to gain an advantage over Barcelona. Regardless of external criticism that Mourinho's football was overly pragmatic, Guardiola felt frustrated that his painstakingly developed possession-based tactics had been figured out and contained. Therefore, after leaving Barcelona, Guardiola focused on improving his possession-based tactics to counter Mourinho's counter-attacking style. Through 2 encounters in the European Super Cup and this Champions League match, Guardiola's team achieved a resounding victory. Guardiola was delighted to defeat Mourinho, especially since Bayern Munich wasn't at their best. What's the score? Lin Quan asked curiously, pulling out his phone and searching online 3-0. Hearing Guardiola's answer, He also saw the score online. This score surprised Lin Quan. Chelsea was not a weak team and was known for its strong defense. How could a team so adept at defense be beaten 3-0 by Bayern Munich? Lin Quan curiously watched the match highlights. Bayern's formation was unusual. Guardiola deployed a 3-3-3-1. He moved Javi Martinez from defensive midfield to centre-back, and the centre-backs to full-backs. This allowed his teammates on the flanks to cover when Martinez left the defensive line, maintaining its integrity. In attack, Martinez's increased involvement gave Bayern more players, more passing options, and increased defensive difficulty. Most importantly, Martinez's deep positioning made him less vulnerable to pressing. When Martinez advanced with the ball, Bayern's formation formed two inverted triangles, amplifying the attacking threat on the flanks. With ample support, Ribéry and Robben frequently launched attacks from the wings, scoring 2 goals in the first half through 2 quick counter-attacks. Chelsea's counter-attacks were hampered by Bayern's two-pronged attack, creating 4 layers of interception. Often, their attacks were thwarted by Bayern's defense before they even reached the edge of the penalty area. Furthermore, the presence of 2 additional wide midfielders rendered Chelsea's attacks virtually impossible. After Mandzukic came on in the second half, Guardiola's team scored again in positional play, breaching Chelsea's goal in 2 different ways. The 3-0 scoreline essentially secured Bayern's advancement to the quarterfinals. Chelsea's lack of attacking firepower is notorious, making it extremely difficult for them to score 3 goals at home. Moreover, they failed to score a single goal away from home, and now they had to defend their home ground. If Bayern scored at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea would be eliminated. Guardiola not only defeated Mourinho but also ended the suspense of the match in the first leg. You can actually use Bayern's tactics too. I saw Kroos move back a bit during the game, which was a good choice. The best outcome would actually be to start Ronaldinho and take Yaya Touré off the pitch. With Kroos and De Bruyne, Bayern doesn't need a versatile midfielder like Yaya Touré. Guardiola pointed out Manchester City's problem and offered his opinion. Lin Quan nodded. Mourinho had also mentioned this issue. Both top coaches felt Fernandinho was very important to Manchester City. However, Manchester City has its own circumstances. Manager Pellegrini's relationship with Fernandinho is so poor that it's impossible to expect him to use Fernandinho anytime soon. Losing to Chelsea isn't necessarily a bad thing. A team that remains unbeaten for too long puts a lot of psychological pressure on the players. Guardiola's advice was based on experience. Bayern had already achieved a 45-game unbeaten run across seasons. This achievement marks the 4th consecutive unbeaten run in Europe's top 5 leagues, very close to Arsenal and Juventus' 49-game unbeaten streak, and not far from AC Milan's 58-game unbeaten run. Given their current momentum in the Bundesliga, many believe they have a good chance of breaking AC Milan's record set 21 years ago. However, as Bayern Munich's coach, Guardiola understands better than anyone how difficult it is to maintain an unbeaten record. Each additional unbeaten run feels like another layer of constraint for the team, making the players extremely concerned about the unbeaten record and its significance. Creating such records is incredibly difficult, and they desperately want to etch their names in the history of the top 5 leagues. But the more they care about these things, the greater the impact on their performance on the field, leading to inconsistency. Fortunately, this is Guardiola's team. Due to his tactical approach, his teams have a very stable record in the league. Even Bayern Munich, a dominant force in the Bundesliga, struggled against their unbeaten record. In the fiercely competitive Premier League, Manchester City, lacking the depth and experience of a traditional powerhouse, will find it even more difficult to maintain their unbeaten run. Therefore, Guardiola believes that breaking Manchester City's unbeaten streak is definitely a good thing. Lin Quan largely agrees with this assessment. In fact, before the winter break, Manchester City had already shown signs of what Guardiola described, only managing to extend their unbeaten run a few times thanks to his last-minute goals. Now, without the burden of an unbeaten record, the team can play more relaxed. Because Manchester City had another match 2 days later, Lin Quan didn't stay in Munich for long. After resting overnight, he took a flight back to Manchester the following day. The results of the first leg of the Champions League round of 16 were now all in. Besides Manchester City's decisive victory, the other 3 Premier League semi-finalists failed to secure a win in this round. Arsenal suffered a 1-4 home defeat to Barcelona, essentially ending their hopes of advancing, Wenger's team once again fell short in the round of 16. Mourinho's Chelsea lost 0-3 to Bayern Munich, almost matching Arsenal's elimination. Manchester United, ranked 7th in the league, were held to a draw away to Galatasaray, but their away goal advantage actually puts them in a better position to advance than Chelsea and Arsenal. In contrast to the dismal performances of the four Premier League powerhouses, La Liga's record is outstanding. Barcelona defeated Arsenal 4-1, Real Madrid thrashed Olympiacos 6-1, and Atletico Madrid beat AC Milan 1-0. All three advancing teams won, and all were away victories. The Premier League's dismal performance and La Liga's triumph have reignited the debate about which league is the best. If we only consider the Champions League results of recent years, La Liga is undoubtedly the world's top league. Last year, no Premier League team reached the quarter-finals, and this year at most only two, with Manchester United's chances of advancing uncertain. Moreover, given the current form of the Manchester clubs, the outside world doesn't favor them to win the Champions League. However, all three La Liga teams are among the top 5 favorites to win the title. Real Madrid and Barcelona are 1st and 3rd respectively, with Atletico Madrid 5th. This has led the British media to lament, who can step up and defend the glory of the Premier League. Lin Quan has little interest in defending the Premier League's glory, he only cares about his own team's performance. On February 22, Manchester City hosted Stoke City. Before the match, Lin Quan showed Pellegrini a video of the Bayern Munich vs Chelsea game, which Pellegrini watched thoughtfully. In this match, he incorporated the tactical strengths of Guardiola's Bayern Munich strategy and made some adjustments to Manchester City's midfield. The adjustments were very effective. Playing at home, Manchester City launched a resounding attack, winning 3-0 and erasing the gloom of their previous 3-game winless streak. Compared to Manchester City, who are gradually emerging from their slump, Chelsea, after a crushing defeat to Bayern Munich away from home, have begun to slump in form. Mourinho's least favorite opponent is Guardiola's team, yet they were defeated by Guardiola away from home. This has significantly affected the special one's mentality, resulting in a rather abstract tactical approach to the match. The score remains 0-0 until the 90th minute. If the game ended at that score, Manchester City's lead would have widened back to 10 points. Unfortunately, in stoppage time, Chelsea captain Terry stepped up, scoring a header to breach Everton's goal and secure a dramatic victory. With this win against the Toffees, Chelsea managed to earn 3 points, maintaining their 8-point gap with Manchester City. However, at this point, Mourinho had no time for psychological warfare with Manchester City. He was being bombarded with comparisons to Guardiola by reporters, much to his annoyance. The Champions League isn't over yet. Our team will win at home and advance. Mourinho certainly wouldn't concede easily. He was still stubbornly insisting that Chelsea could pull off a stunning comeback. However, reporters were not optimistic. In Champions League history, only one team has ever come back from a 3-goal deficit to win, Deportivo La Corona. Of course, the match where Milan celebrated at halftime doesn't count, because Liverpool only needed halftime to overturn the deficit. Therefore, the general consensus was that Mourinho was just being stubborn. Chelsea owner Abramovich was also furious about the team's impending elimination in the round of 16. Before bringing Mourinho back, he initially contacted Guardiola. It was only after Guardiola rejected him that he had to turn to Mourinho. Now, Mourinho had once again been defeated by Guardiola, further solidifying Abramovich's impression that Mourinho was inferior to Guardiola. Furthermore, Mourinho had always wanted to become Chelsea's football manager, wielding all the power within the club. This further fueled Abramovich's discontent with Mourinho, making him even more irritated. Fortunately, Mourinho still has a chance. The next match is the Manchester derby between Manchester City and Manchester United. In this clash of titans, if Manchester United can hold off Manchester City at home, Chelsea has a chance to narrow the gap. If they can reduce the difference to 5 points, Chelsea's chances of winning the title will greatly increase. Chelsea haven't won the title in 4 years. If they can win the Premier League, even if they are eliminated from the Champions League, Mourinho feels he has accomplished his mission. It's not just Chelsea fans who are paying close attention to the Manchester derby, the entire Premier League is watching this match. For Manchester United, if they lose this match, their points will drop further to 8th place, and the gap with the European qualification zone will widen to more than 11 points. With 10 league games remaining, closing the gap to 11 points is extremely difficult. If they lose hope of qualifying for the Champions League, Manchester United will face the embarrassing situation of missing out on the Champions League for the first time in 18 years. Without the exposure from the Champions League, Manchester United's commercial revenue and match bonuses will decline, forcing them to reduce player wages. This wage cut, coupled with missing out on Champions League contention, will significantly weaken United's appeal to top players, potentially leading to discontent and departures among existing staff. This will undoubtedly severely damage United's strength, pushing them into a death spiral. It's fair to say that Manchester United is standing on the edge of a precipice, with no way out. All of this can be attributed to Moyes' poor management. Sir Alex Ferguson entrusted him with a legacy that he has squandered in just one season. This has greatly disappointed Red Devils fans, and calls for a change of manager are growing louder. This season, United's performance in top league matches has been abysmal, winning only one game against Arsenal. A loss to Manchester City would mean a home and away defeat for United, setting a new record for their worst Manchester derby since 1970. It is said that the Grayson family, the owners of Manchester United, have reached their limit in their patience with Moyes. They will be present at the match to oversee the game. If Moyes fails to defend the Red Devils' honor at Old Trafford and loses to Manchester City again, he will most likely be sacked. Therefore, for Moyes and his Manchester United, this Manchester derby is a must-win. At 7 p.m. on March 1st, the highly anticipated Manchester derby will kick off at Old Trafford. Chapter 241, a hat-trick in the Manchester derby. Who is the king of Old Trafford? Goal. Just 1 minute into the game, Manchester City's Lin broke the deadlock with a lightning-fast goal. Manchester United are on the brink of elimination. If they lose this match, their chances of securing a Champions League spot next season will be greatly reduced. At Old Trafford, the Red Devils fans, who had been eagerly anticipating a comeback, froze as they watched their opponents celebrate wildly in their own stadium. This was the Manchester derby. Were they going to lose again at home? Moyes, unusually, lost his temper on the sidelines, urging his players to focus and concentrate. He seemed to blame the team's early goal on their lapse in concentration. On the field, the Manchester United players looked dejected, their eyes filled with confusion. Weren't their opponents supposed to be out of form? Did they look out of form at all? Falling behind so early, especially against a formidable Manchester City, gave them a sense of foreboding. This match was going to be incredibly difficult. The cameras focused on Manchester United legend Sir Alex Ferguson in the stands, his expression grave. He knew signs of unrest were emerging within the dressing room. Another home defeat to Manchester City would not only fuel discontent with Moyes within the club, but the players themselves might also rebel. Moyes' roots at Manchester United were shallow. Losing the players' support meant he would likely be sacked next season. Sacking Moyes was easy, but finding a suitable replacement was another matter entirely. He couldn't very well bring back the retired manager, could he? While there had been calls for this from fans recently, Ferguson knew he couldn't solve the problem even if he returned. His age was a factor. He couldn't stay in charge for long. What Manchester United needed was a manager capable of a complete rebuild, a process that would take a long time. These thoughts only deepened Sir Alex's gloom, and he found himself chewing his gum more frequently. What's wrong with Manchester United? How did they fall so far this season? Who knows? It's all Moyes' fault. Wasn't Moyes pretty good at Everton? How did he become so bad at Manchester United? Everton is a team of average players. Manchester United is a powerhouse. Moyes is suited to average teams, but not necessarily to powerhouses. So, did they choose the wrong successor for Sir Alex? Definitely the wrong one. Manchester United wanted to sign Guardiola, but he was snatched up by Bayern Munich. Sigh, if only Manchester United had acted sooner and actually brought Guardiola over. If only that were true. Indeed, if Guardiola had been brought to Manchester United, Lingard would most likely have joined as well. Manchester United would not only have acquired a top-tier coach, but also a top-tier and most promising young star. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Alice, poor Red Devils, they'll probably have to play in the Europa League next season. Hell, after losing this game, they've dropped to 8th in the league, and they might not even qualify for the Europa League. The Premier League has a total of 7 European competition spots. The top 4 teams qualify for European competitions, the 5th and 6th teams qualify for the Europa League, and the fuck-up winner gets the remaining Europa League spot. Manchester United's current league ranking is very awkward. They are not only far from the Champions League zone, but they might not even be able to secure a Europa League spot. If they can't even qualify for the Europa League, Manchester United's situation next season will be very dire. After falling behind, Manchester United immediately launched a counter-attack against Manchester City, trying to equalize. Manchester City isn't afraid of their opponents going toe-to-toe with them. What they fear is their opponents retreating to defensive posture and launching counter-attacks. Therefore, Manchester United's attacking play was exactly what they wanted. In the 16th minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half, and Kroos quickly switched the ball to the wing. David Silva played a through ball forward, and Lin Quan received the ball and strode towards Manchester United's penalty area. Fellaini, not daring to let Lin Quan pass, reached out from behind and pushed him to the ground, stopping Manchester City's attack with a yellow card. The foul occurred about 35 meters from the goal. Lin Quan, Kroos, De Bruyne, and others discussed the situation. A direct shot was too far, and none of the three were very confident, so they decided to play a tactical combination. Lin Quan pretended to take the free kick, taking a dozen steps back, then quickly running up, but as he approached the ball, he feinted and jumped over it. De Bruyne immediately passed a ball to Kroos near the left edge of the penalty area. The Manchester United players in the wall, seeing the opponent taking a tactical free kick, immediately spread out and rushed towards Kroos with a ball. Kroos calmly lobbed the ball back into the penalty area, looking for Lin Quan at the far post. At this moment, Manchester United players were all rushing out of the penalty area, but his ball was passed into the box. The Manchester United players scrambled to intercept, but it was too late. Lin Quan, who had been faking a free kick, had somehow already arrived. The ball was passed very quickly, but Lin Quan didn't even glance at it. He casually lifted his foot, and the ball, as if glued to his foot, obediently stopped at his feet. Even the Red Devils fans couldn't help but cheer for this control. Seeing this, Ferguson couldn't help but think of Arsenal's former star, Bergkamp. Oh no. This kid's ball control is so good, he has enough time to adjust and shoot. Can De Gea stop him? Seeing Lin Quan receive the ball, De Gea's forehead was already sweating. As Lin Quan's national team teammate, De Gea had faced Lin Quan many times in training matches. He knew exactly how freakish Lin Quan's shooting skills were. Before Lin Quan even took the shot, you had no idea which foot he would use or how he would shoot. Therefore, De Gea immediately rushed out. Lin Quan seemed to have anticipated De Gea's move. The instant De Gea rushed out, he took the shot. De Gea understood him, and he understood De Gea, so he had already planned how to handle the ball when he received it. Seeing the ball flying towards him, De Gea tried his best to block it, but Lin Quan's shot was too tricky, and he couldn't prepare fully while moving. Thus, in the duel with Lin Quan, De Gea lost. The score became 2-0, and Lin Quan completed his brace at Old Trafford. And this was only 16 minutes in. He still had 70 or 80 minutes to complete his hat-trick. In the stands, the Manchester United fans were deathly silent. If conceding the first goal only made them feel uneasy, thinking that their team still had a chance to equalize or even turn the game around. Then, after conceding the second goal, they finally woke up. Manchester City and Manchester United are no longer in the same league. The noisy neighbor they once looked down on has now transformed into an insurmountable behemoth standing in their way. It seems that beating this Manchester City team has become a pipe dream, something they don't know when it started. Why, I'm a Red Devils fan, and I'm a Lingard fan too. Lingard, go easy on me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A Red Devils fan here, I'm numb. This isn't the Red Devils I know. Look at the players' expressions, they're practically numb from being beaten. Sigh, it's so painful. Just one season, and the team's performance has plummeted so much? Last season they were Premier League champions, and this season they're in mid-table. Will they be fighting relegation next season? The Grayson family should do something good, spend more money on new players. With Manchester United's current squad, how can they compete with Manchester City? Who should they buy? They have Van Persie, Rooney, and Mato up front, Carrick, Fellaini, and Kagawa in midfield. The defense is a little weak, but the problem in this game isn't in the defense at all. The issues the fans were discussing were also the issues Ferguson was pondering. Manchester United's squad needed strengthening. Since Scholes retired, their midfield had been lacking a core player. Fellaini, Kagawa, and others were not up to the task. They needed a player with excellent technique, a strong overall view of the game, and who fit Manchester United's tactical system. After much thought, it seemed there was only one such player, Juventus midfielder Pogba. Pogba is a product of Manchester United's youth academy. Although he hasn't proven his worth at Manchester United, he is certainly very familiar with their tactical approach. Moreover, he possesses outstanding footwork, a good overall view of the game, and exceptional physical attributes, almost perfectly matching Manchester United's requirements. However, given his importance to Juventus, bringing him back to Old Trafford would likely come at a considerable cost for Manchester United. After conceding the second goal, Manchester United's players dared not attack easily anymore. After focusing on defense, they finally stabilized the situation and didn't concede another goal. The first half quickly ended, with Manchester City going into the locker room with a 2-0 lead. At the start of the second half, Manchester United made the first personnel changes. Moyes made a bold substitution, bringing on Shinji Kagawa, who had been on the bench for a long time, for cleverly. Clearly, Moyes had also seen the crux of Manchester United's problem: their midfield lacked creativity and couldn't produce any threatening attacks. On the other hand, Manchester City's Kroos's orchestration and De Bruyne's various unpredictable passes were making Manchester United's hearts pound. If they had a passer like De Bruyne, Van Persie and Rooney wouldn't be so lacking in shots on goal. Seeing the coach specifically mention his strengths, Shinji Kagawa's inner childish spirit ignited. Finally realized my importance? Finally decided to let me come on and save the team. Come on, Lin, let's have a showdown. After entering the game, Kagawa saw Lin Quan dribbling forward and confidently charged towards him. He had already noticed Lin Quan on the bench. Lin Quan was Manchester City's attacking core, and if he could neutralize him, he would become Manchester United's hero. The thought of being cheered by 60,000 to 70,000 Manchester United fans at Old Trafford filled Shinji Kagawa with immense elation. Lin Quan glanced at the guy. To be honest, he didn't recognize many of the Japanese players in the top 5 European leagues. Perhaps it was because he didn't usually pay attention to Japanese players, or perhaps it was because these guys always dyed their hair different colors, making it difficult for him to remember their faces. Kagawa's appearances at Manchester United were so low that Lin Quan had almost forgotten that such a player even existed. Seeing Kagawa grinning foolishly after coming on, Lin Quan was speechless. He didn't use any feints, relying solely on speed and physical strength to dribble past Kagawa and charge towards Manchester United's backfield. The Manchester United fans, seeing Kagawa volunteer to charge towards Lin Quan, thought he might bring them a surprise. However, Kagawa didn't even last a single round, being easily beaten. This quickly eroded their confidence in Shinji Kagawa. Moyes had actually brought him on at this crucial moment. Had he gone mad? Only after being beaten by Lin Quan did Kagawa realize his mistake. This doesn't count. I'm not ready. Next time, I definitely won't be beaten so easily. 5 minutes later, Manchester City launched another attack, and the ball once again fell to Lin Quan's feet. Kagawa, as before, mustered his courage and went to meet him. This time, Lin Quan didn't even glance at him, using his speed and strength to overpower him, just like before. Here it comes. Seeing his opponent use the same tactic, Kagawa immediately prepared for a physical confrontation, already planning how to organize a counterattack after intercepting Lin Quan and help the team equalize. However, cruel reality proved that Kagawa was overthinking things. With a loud bang, the two collided violently. Despite his height advantage, Kagawa was like a kite with a broken string, actually sent flying by Lin Quan's impact. Gasps of surprise erupted from the Manchester United fans. While they hadn't expected Shinji Kagawa to contain Lin Quan, they were utterly astonished by the Japanese player's crushing defeat. Moyes on the sidelines was furious. I brought you on not to be a workhorse, I brought you on to orchestrate the attack. Aren't Fellaini and Carrick better than you at defense? Fortunately, after 2 setbacks, Kagawa seemed to have learned his lesson. When Lin Quan attacked with the ball again, Kagawa dared not approach him. However, after being bullied twice, Kagawa had been labeled a soft target in Lin Quan's mind. So even if Kagawa didn't bother Lin Quan would find a way to make things difficult for him. In the 67th minute, Kagawa received a pass from his teammate. Just as he was about to look up to assess the opponent's defensive positioning and his teammates' positions, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Before Shinji Kagawa could react, With a loud thud, he felt himself being knocked flying. While airborne, Kagawa finally saw who had knocked him down. It was Lin Quan. He was almost in tears. "I'm not even going to bother you anymore, why are you still clinging on?" Lin Quan initially thought the referee would call a foul, as his movement was indeed a bit too aggressive. However, this was the Premier League, and the referees there were much more lenient than in other leagues. They won't call this? Well then, I won't hold back. Encouraged, Lin Quan quickly continued his advance with the ball. Fellaini cursed Kagawa for being useless and had no choice but to abandon De Bruyne and charge towards Lin Quan. But as soon as he left, Lin Quan immediately passed the ball to the open De Bruyne. De Bruyne then passed the ball back to Lin Quan, helping him shake off Fellaini's entanglement. Lin Quan took 2 steps before passing to David Silva, who was cutting inside from the wing. They completed a 1-2, Lin Quan getting past Manchester United's fullback Evra and then surged into the penalty area. Again, De Gea saw Lin Quan reappear in the box and his scalp tingled. He immediately directed Ferdinand to cover, but if Ferdinand moved, Lin Quan would definitely pass to the unmarked Aguero. Ferdinand clearly knew this, but he had no choice but to cover, because Lin Quan was a greater threat than Aguero, and the opponent had already scored 2 goals. He absolutely couldn't give him the chance to complete a hat-trick at Old Trafford. Sure enough, after Ferdinand moved, Lin Quan immediately passed the ball to Aguero. Seeing his action, Ferdinand was stunned. Wasn't he going to force a shot? This was a hat-trick in the Manchester derby. Thinking about this, Ferdinand couldn't help but admire his opponent. This guy is such a team player. If it were anyone else, most people would probably choose to shit themselves. Aguero also thought Lin Quan would take the shot, because if it were him, he would definitely be aiming for a hat-trick in this situation. However, Lin Quan passed the ball to him instead. This greatly surprised Aguero, making his shot a bit rushed. De Gea reacted quickly, immediately making a save after seeing Aguero's shooting motion. His judgment was accurate, and he parried the ball away. But the danger wasn't over. The ball that De Gea parried fell into the penalty area and rolled right to Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan wasn't really aiming for a hat-trick. As long as the team won, he didn't care how many goals he scored. But since the ball had come to him, he wasn't going to hold back. Without adjusting, he swung his leg and shot. De Gea was truly helpless this time. Lin Quan's shot was much more difficult than Aguero's. With a whoosh, the ball flew into the net. Lin Quan completed his hat-trick at Old Trafford, becoming only the 2nd Manchester City player in history to do so. The last Manchester City player to score a hat-trick at Old Trafford was Francis Lee in 1970. Lin Quan didn't celebrate much with his first 2 goals, but this time, after scoring his 3rd to complete the hat-trick, he suddenly turned up his collar, surveying the entire pitch with an air of dominance, like a king surveying his domain. Chapter 242, a textbook goal by a world champion. Before the match began, retired Manchester United superstar David Beckham and his wife Victoria arrived at the stadium to watch this highly anticipated Premier League game. As a member of the class of '92, even after his departure from Manchester United following a falling out with Sir Alex Ferguson, Beckham's affection for the club remained deep. Although, like many Red Devils fans, he didn't particularly like David Moyes, he still hoped to see the Red Devils defend their honor at home. However, the result of the match disappointed him. What had happened to the Red Devils? Lin is so strong. Victoria, seemingly oblivious to her husband's disappointment, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at Lin Quan's impressive performance on the field. Ever since she learned that Lily Collins' boyfriend was Lin Quan, Victoria had been fascinated by him and wanted to know just how good he was. Beckham nodded. Lin is excellent, arguably the strongest of his generation of young players. Really? That good? Victoria's eyes lit up. She didn't know much about football, but she trusted her husband's judgment. Before Victoria could finish speaking, Lin Quan scored his 2nd goal of the match. Beckham shrugged at her, as if to say, "See? I told you he was great. Can he score again?" Victoria suddenly asked curiously. This question really stumped Beckham. Probably not. This is Old Trafford. Manchester City players rarely score hat-tricks here. I don't think Manchester United players will give him that opportunity. Only true players like them know what the Manchester derby means. Scoring a hat-trick in such a city derby would severely damage the opponent's morale, making them feel ashamed, while simultaneously garnering fervent support from their own fans and making them a hero of the team. Hearing her husband's hesitant answer, Victoria smiled slyly and said, "How about we make a bet? I think you can score again." Beckham raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't directly agree to the bet with his wife, he didn't refuse, essentially acquiescing. An hour later, seeing the bright red 3-0 scoreline on the board, and seeing Lin Quan turn up his collar at Old Trafford, imitating the domineering celebration of Manchester United's King Cantona, Beckham was somewhat dazed. He seemed to be transported back to the 14th round of the 1994-1995 Premier League season, the match between Manchester United and Manchester City at Old Trafford. In that game, Manchester United thrashed Manchester City 5-0 at home, with Cantona opening the scoring and Kanchelskis completing a hat-trick. Even after being fouled by the opposing defenders throughout the game, Cantona stood tall and proud, like a king, receiving enthusiastic cheers and applause from the more than 60,000 Red Devils fans in attendance. Time flies, and almost 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The once fierce Manchester derby is back, but this time, the king no longer seems to belong to Manchester United, but to Manchester City. The fans at Old Trafford fell into collective silence the moment they saw Lin Quan complete his hat-trick. However, when they saw Lin Quan celebrating in the style of a Manchester United king at Old Trafford, they were all furious. How dare he? This is Old Trafford, how dare he celebrate like this here? In an instant, a huge chorus of boos mixed with insults erupted from every corner of the stadium, swarming towards Lin Quan on the pitch. Lin Quan expressionlessly spun around, collar up, surveying his surroundings. The boos sounded to him like the wails of his opponents. He didn't find them grating at all, but rather quite pleasant. "Come on, wail even louder, let me feel your anger and pain." His teammates, however, were somewhat oblivious to his camaraderie, rushing over and tackling him to the ground, celebrating wildly. Watching the Manchester City players celebrating wildly at their home ground, the Manchester United players were all dejected. Even seeing Lin Quan's provocative celebration didn't ignite any anger in them. The true Red Devils players have long since faded away. The players on the field are like walking corpses, merely wearing the Red Devil skin, lacking the Red Devils' passion in their bones. On the sidelines, Manchester United manager Moyes seemed to feel a chill. He retreated to his seat, wrapped his coat, and watched his collapsing team with lifeless eyes. What happened to Manchester United? Like many fans, Moyes wanted to understand this question. In the stands, Manchester United's legendary manager Ferguson looked at the players on the field, then at Moyes on the sidelines, and couldn't help but sigh. If before this match he had some reservations about the club's intention to replace Moyes, after this game, Ferguson was finally certain that Moyes was not the kind of coach Manchester United needed. His coaching style and personal temperament were completely incompatible with Manchester United. Manchester United can lack top-tier stars, but it must not lose its passion, its never-give-up spirit, and its never-say-die attitude. Without passion, enthusiasm, and unwavering spirit, what is left of Manchester United? Thinking this, Ferguson sighed. The match wasn't over yet, but for Manchester United, the entire season was already prematurely ended. Devastated by Lin Quan's hat-trick, Manchester United played aimlessly for the remainder of the game, while the unstoppable Manchester City showed no mercy. In the 82nd minute, David Silva once again breached Manchester United's goal, making it 4-0. By this time, Manchester United fans in the stands had begun to leave early. They couldn't bear the thought of their team suffering a heavy defeat at home to their arch-rivals, preferring to leave rather than continue suffering in the stands. This was perhaps a wise choice, as Manchester City's attack continued. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan broke through and backheeled a ball to the on-rushing De Bruyne, assisting him to score again. The score became 5-0. This was almost a replica of the match 19 years ago, except the names were reversed, and Manchester United was the one being slaughtered. In stoppage time, Manchester City nearly scored again. Lin Quan's free kick hit the crossbar and went out of play, giving Manchester United fans a long sigh of relief. Had this goal gone in, Lin Quan would have become the first player in the history of the Manchester derby to score 4 goals. Ultimately, the match ended with Manchester City thrashing Manchester United 5-0 away from home, thanks to goals from Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and others. This victory not only solidified their top spot on the league, but also powerfully declared their emergence from a slump with 2 resounding wins. Manchester City remains the top title favorite. In another match played at the same time, Chelsea defeated Fulham 3-1 away from home, with Sherrill also completing a hat-trick to help his team secure 3 points, maintaining an 8-point gap with Manchester City. However, with only 10 rounds left in the league, an 8-point gap is unlikely to be closed for Chelsea. However, Mourinho remained defiant, stating in an interview, "You never know the final result until the very last moment, that's the charm of football." But compared to his previous confident attitude, the special one's confidence seemed to be wavering. While Manchester City and Chelsea battled for the Premier League title, in a corner unnoticed, Wenger's Arsenal had begun to crumble, quietly slipping to 4th place in the league. In their last 4 matches, Arsenal only won 1, losing 2 and drawing 1. They were first thrashed 5-1 by Liverpool at Anfield, then held to a draw at home by Manchester United. They barely managed a 4-1 home win against Sunderland to slightly salvage their fortunes, but this round they faltered away from home, losing 0-1 to Stoke City, who had just been swept by Manchester City. It's only March, and Arsenal has already fallen to 4th place, facing a crucial battle for a top 4 finish. Wenger's team, indeed, is the same old formula, the same old flavor. After the league ended, the FIFA match days began. Following the World Cup qualifiers, the national team didn't have many matches to play. Lin Quan hadn't received a call-up to the national team for about 4 or 5 months. He thought this time would be the same as before, but unexpectedly, Vicente Del Bosque summoned him. The Spanish national team had an important friendly match in a few days to test the team's form and strength before the World Cup. This time, Del Bosque didn't make exceptions for the players, calling up almost all of his key players. This wasn't good news for the national team players who played for top clubs and had League, Cup, and Champions League matches to play. However, to participate in the World Cup, no one would refuse the national team's call-up, no matter how tough or tiring it was. Lin Quan arrived at the Los Rosas training base on the afternoon of March 3. Compared to the national team players who played in La Liga, those playing in other leagues arrived much later. By the time they arrived at the training base, many others had already arrived and started training. Unlike his first visit to the Los Rosas base, this time Lin Quan was immediately surrounded by a large number of fans as soon as he arrived outside, completely blocking his way and his teammates. "Lin, you have so many fans." David Silva and Navas also experienced being surrounded by fans, but to their dismay, everyone present was Lin Quan's fan. Occasionally, they could see a few fans holding up signs with their own names, but they were all pushed aside by the enthusiastic Lin Quan fans. A lot? Lin Quan couldn't help but think of Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, wondering how he compared to them. Lin Quan was always quite friendly to his fans. After feeling their enthusiasm, he smiled and waved to them. Unexpectedly, this gesture seemed to ignite a powder keg, completely setting the atmosphere on fire. Lin smiled at me. He really cares about me. Get lost, you vixen. Lin is clearly waving at me. Lin, I love you. I want to have your babies. The female fans in the stadium frantically pushed towards Lin Quan, scaring him and several teammates into a hasty retreat. If they had fallen into their trap, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin, your fans are terrifying. I'm never coming with you again. David Silva said, still shaken. He had never experienced the terrifying power of women before. Garcia and Navas nodded in agreement, but Negrito seemed a little unsatisfied. Speaking of which, why does Lin have so many female fans, while our fans are all a bunch of rough men? This question caused a moment of silence among the group. Indeed, why? Vicente Del Bosque breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had arrived safely. With only 3 months until the World Cup, the players, especially the key players, absolutely could not afford to get injured. If they were injured, they might miss this year's World Cup. This World Cup is extremely important for Spain, and Vicente Del Bosque hopes to field his strongest lineup to challenge for the title. As the defending champions, if they can win this World Cup again, they will become the first team in nearly 50 years to successfully defend their World Cup title. Spain, having created such a miracle, will undoubtedly establish their own dynasty. Faced with this historic opportunity, no one can remain indifferent. Del Bosque is naturally ambitious. He hopes to etch his name into Spanish history. However, winning this year's championship will be extremely difficult. You all know about the World Cup draw, right? Before training began the next day, Del Bosque gathered everyone together and asked with a serious expression. Hearing Del Bosque's words, everyone nodded. The World Cup draw was completed on December 7th of last year. Spain was unlucky. They were drawn into Group B, along with last year's runners-up, the Netherlands, South American powerhouse Chile, and Australia from Asia. Of these three opponents, only Australia is considered an easy opponent. The other two teams are tough, especially the Netherlands. The sheer number of strong European teams has resulted in powerhouses like England, France, Italy, the Netherlands, and Portugal being relegated to the fourth tier. Conversely, the third tier consists of weaker teams like Australia, Iran, Japan, and South Korea. This means that during the group stage, a top seed could easily be drawn into a top European team. If the second seed is even stronger, a group of death is highly likely. Unfortunately, Spain is one of the unlucky ones, drawn into Group B, one of the two groups of death in this World Cup. The other unlucky opponent is their warm-up opponent, Italy. The reigning World Cup champions, Italy, were drawn into Group B, along with strong teams like Uruguay, England, and Costa Rica. Their chances of advancing are even greater than Spain's. Considering the American teams have home advantage, the two strong European teams may not even make it out of the group stage. So, before the World Cup even started, the two teams, both feeling a sense of crisis, arranged a friendly match to test their form. Even if they lost, as long as their weaknesses were exposed beforehand, they felt it was worth it. Against this backdrop, the March 6th friendly match received immense attention in both Spain and Italy. The Italians saw this match as a revenge game. They hadn't won against Spain in 6 years. In the 2008 and 2012 European Championships, Italy faced Spain, playing 3 matches and scoring only 1 goal, including a 4-0 defeat in the final, watching their opponents win both European Championship titles. Last year in the Confederations Cup, they faced Spain in the semifinals and were again defeated 3-1. Watching their opponents win another trophy and achieve a national team Grand Slam. These consecutive defeats against Spain have gradually instilled a kind of Spanish phobia in them. Italian teams now not only struggle to beat Spain, but even scoring against them has become extremely difficult. If they could win this friendly, they would break their embarrassing winless streak against Spain. For Spain, it had been a long time since they had fielded such a strong starting lineup for a proper match. Italy was a formidable opponent, and they hoped to use them as a stepping stone to boost morale. Therefore, both teams fielded their full-strength teams. On March 6 at 7:30 p.m., Spain hosted Italy at the Calderón Stadium in Madrid. Italy played very proactively today, with Balotelli sporting a stylish new hairstyle and showing great activity from the start. In the 4th minute, Torino winger Cerci broke into the penalty area on the right wing and attempted a low-angle lob shot. This shot was very dangerous. The ball bypassed Casillas' outstretched fingers, struck the inside of the far post, and bounced into the penalty area. Balotelli squeezed past the defenders to try and get a follow-up shot, but Ramos intercepted it. After being stopped, Balotelli was unhappy and argued with Ramos. Both players had fiery tempers and refused to back down, leading to a direct confrontation. Fortunately, the referee intervened in time, preventing the situation from escalating further. Balotelli, well, everything below his brain is world-class. The only thing that doesn't quite work is his brain. After his verbal altercation with Ramos, he seemed stubborn, relentlessly pursuing Ramos, as if trying to prove himself by outmaneuvering him. However, Ramos wasn't made of paper. He wasn't going to give him that opportunity. With his experience and the help of his teammates, he defused Balotelli's threats time and time again, preventing Balotelli from succeeding. Conversely, with Balotelli's attack faltering, Italy's offense lost its threat. After their initial burst of attacking prowess, the game quickly fell into Spanish control. Starting in the 10th minute, Spanish players completed a series of passes, totaling 67 passes in just 3 minutes. During this time, the Italian players didn't even touch the ball. The ball traveled from Spain's backfield to midfield, then to the front, and finally, almost as a pass, was sent into Buffon's goal by Lin Quan. The world champions, Spain, scored a textbook goal in a breathtaking display of skill. Chapter 243. Wearing the national team captain's armband, a hat-trick wouldn't be too much to ask, right? It seems Italy's chain defense isn't all that impressive after all. On the bench, Negrito, after celebrating with several substitutes, rested his chin on his hand and commented seriously, Such arrogant words would have drawn criticism in the past. But today, seeing his teammates easily pass the ball into the opponent's goal, the Spanish substitutes all agreed with Negrito. Such goals were rare even in their internal scrimmages. It seemed Italy was inferior to their substitutes. Buffon got up from the ground and couldn't help but kick the post. It was a humiliating goal, but seeing his teammates' expressions, they had given their all, yet still couldn't stop the opponent's attack. This made Buffon even more frustrated. On the sidelines, both coaches reacted calmly to the goal. Del Bosque merely gave a token applause. For Spain at this point, such a goal was simply a matter of skill, nothing to be proud of. And Italy was their old rival. Defeating such an opponent in a friendly match seemed pointless. While Prandelli appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly panicking. He felt Spain was stronger than when they met in the Confederations Cup last summer. Their teamwork was more seamless, and the passing and possession tactics were more effective. However, the lineup was the same, and some players were even a year older. Logically, Spain's strength should have declined. How could Spain seem to be constantly evolving and getting stronger? Last summer, Spain couldn't have scored such a goal. Their short passing combinations in the attacking third were certainly impressive, but that was based solely on Lin Quan's outstanding individual ability. But today, before Lin Quan even unleashed his power, they achieved such a breathtaking goal through teamwork. This left Prandelli feeling utterly powerless. How could they defeat such a Spain? Italy couldn't find the answer, so they were completely on the back foot. Except for the opening 10 minutes, Italy was almost entirely pinned down in their own half by Spain in the first half. Prolonged defense inevitably crumbles. In the 38th minute, Spain executed another brilliant combination play, culminating in Lin Quan assisting Iniesta for the goal. In the 44th minute, surrounded by 3 Italian defenders, Lin Quan, like a footballing genius, skillfully maneuvered in a tight space, creating an opening to slot the ball home. His exceptional ball control, lightning-fast footwork, and quick adjustment stunned the Italian defenders. They had given their all, but simply couldn't stop it. The opposition was simply too strong. In just the first half, Italy conceded 3 goals. This left many Italian fans who had come to support their team feeling disheartened. With their team in this state, how were they going to compete against the top teams in the World Cup? And to make matters worse, they were stuck in a group of death. Would Italy be eliminated in the group stage again? Italian fans were filled with frustration and despair, while Spanish fans were celebrating with jubilation, as if it were New Year's. They absolutely loved their team's dominant performance. Who doesn't love beating weaker opponents? Besides, Italy was the reigning World Cup champion. To crush Italy would prove Spain is invincible, wouldn't it? Vicente Del Bosque shook his head. Prandelli's Italy had disappointed him greatly. They hadn't served their purpose of training. How about a match against the Netherlands? But the Netherlands are their World Cup group stage opponents. Would they agree to challenge? If the Netherlands wouldn't work, perhaps Germany and Belgium, who are next in line, could be a better option. Both teams are strong, especially Germany, who are among the top 5 favorites to win this World Cup. After the World Cup group stage results were announced, major European bookmakers released their odds for each team. Defending champions Spain are the top favorites, with odds of 1.273. Before the group stage even started, these odds were incredibly high. The second highest odds go to Argentina, with Messi, at 1.6. Third is the host nation, Brazil, at 1.6.5. They should have been slightly higher, but their crushing defeat to Spain in last year's Confederations Cup final has dampened expectations. Fourth is Germany, at 1.7, very close to Brazil's odds. Fifth is Belgium, the Red Devils, at 1.10. Following them are Italy and the Netherlands at 1.18, and France at 1.22. The remaining teams all have odds over 30, clearly indicating very slim chances of winning. Of course, these are odds set by European bookmakers, and there's bound to be some bias. In terms of national team strength, England might not be a match for Uruguay, yet their odds are significantly higher. Vicente Del Bosque doesn't want to play friendly matches against weak teams. He worries that doing so would weaken the team. Germany and Belgium are both in Europe, so arranging a friendly match without having to travel across continents is quite convenient. Both sides made substitutions in the second half. Vicente Del Bosque brought on Valdez, Martinez, and Alonso, replacing Casillas, Fabregas, and Busquets. After Casillas left the field, Ramos took over the captain's armband. However, Only 15 minutes into the second half, Ramos twisted his ankle. Del Bosque had to substitute him as well. Ramos, unable to move easily due to his injury, simply handed the captain's armband to the nearest person. Lin Quan happened to be standing next to him. "Lin, this is for you." After hastily shoving the captain's armband into Lin Quan's hand, Ramos was helped off the field by the team doctor to rest. Because Xavi was still on the field, Lin Quan was about to give him the captain's armband. But Xavi shook his head. "Lin, you're the captain on the field now, wear it." Xavi had already decided to retire from the national team after this year's World Cup, so he had no intention of vying for the captaincy. On the contrary, as a veteran of the team, he had long seen that Vicente Del Bosque intended to establish Lin Quan as the core player within the team. Therefore, once this group of older players gradually retired from the national team, the captain's armband would definitely be worn by Lin Quan. Since that was the case, why not take this opportunity to let him experience what it's like to be captain in advance? Since Xavi had said so, Lin Quan didn't hold back. Thus, on his 18th birthday and 15th day, Lin Quan wore the national team armband for the first time, becoming the captain of the Spanish national team. Although it was only temporary, it still made history for the Spanish national team. Seeing Lin Quan wearing the captain's armband, the Spanish fans at the Calderón Stadium applauded him. In the 77th minute, Silva and Iniesta completed a 1-2 pass in the attacking third, with Iniesta making a clever backheel pass from the edge of the penalty area. Lin Quan received the ball and passed it directly to the advancing Silva, who easily slotted it into the net. After scoring this goal, Spain was already leading by 4 goals. However, they didn't seem satisfied. The fans started booing, wanting Lin Quan to complete a hat-trick. Lin Quan initially thought he could play more conservatively, but hearing the fans' applause spurred him on. And with his energy, the Italian suffered. Facing the increasingly active Lin Quan, the Italian defenders were in agony. "Dude, it's just a friendly match, do you have to push yourself so hard?" Lin Quan felt that wearing the captain's armband, he couldn't let the audience down without scoring. Having conceded 4 goals, the Italians were furious. Seeing Lin Quan's desire to score again, their tackles became increasingly aggressive. Lin Quan immediately guessed that they didn't want him to complete a hat-trick. Italy had been under constant pressure throughout the match, with far too many players inside and outside their penalty area. If Lin Quan were to actually break through, he wasn't sure he could succeed. But with the opponent committing a foul, it was simple. He could just find a good spot to feign a foul. So, after receiving a pass from his teammate, Lin Quan deliberately dribbled towards the center, feigning an attack that would break through any obstacle and strike directly at the heart of the enemy. The Italian players, unaware that he was bluffing, thought he was serious. After all, Lin Quan genuinely possessed such skill. He and Messi were widely recognized as the 2 most incisive and difficult to defend dribblers in football. Furthermore, he had succeeded once before, so the Italian players all believed him, acting as if facing a formidable enemy. Marchisio was the first to rush forward, only to be completely outmaneuvered by Lin Quan in the blink of an eye. Marchisio was shocked. He knew his opponent's dribbling ability was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. No wonder experts had commented that with Messi's injury diminishing his dribbling ability, Lin Quan was the most formidable dribbler in football today. Marchisio dared not be careless and immediately reached out to pull Lin Quan from behind. However, Lin Quan's strength exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't pull him down on the first try. Marchisio hesitated for a moment, then quickly exerted his strength again. This time he succeeded, easily pulling down his opponent. But something felt off. Looking at the location of his foul, Marchisio's expression froze instantly. Seeing his teammate's foul location, Italy's goalkeeper Buffon's expression also froze. Damn it! A free kick from that position is too dangerous. After the referee's decision, Lin Quan scrambled to his feet, quickly positioned the ball, and retreated to prepare for the free kick. Chiellini, experienced as he was, argued with the referee about the location of the foul. As he retreated, he pretended not to notice, accidentally touching the ball and letting it roll a short distance. Lin Quan was somewhat helpless and could only reposition the ball, only to find that someone had trampled the grass in the original spot. If he placed the ball there, its position would drop slightly, making it less comfortable to kick. Lin Quan glanced at Chiellini, who kept his eyes down, seemingly unconcerned. Lin Quan stomped on the grass a few times, finally managing to fill the hole. then placed the soccer ball back on the pitch and took 7 or 8 steps back to prepare for the penalty kick. Ever since witnessing Juninho's free kicks, Lin Quan had been practicing them diligently. He originally only knew the knuckleball and the knuckleball, but after watching numerous videos of Juninho's penalty kicks, he had secretly learned the S-shaped knuckleball. He had never used this move before, and this was the perfect opportunity to test it on Buffon. Buffon was looking at Lin Quan, their eyes met in midair, and Lin Quan gave him a cryptic smile. Buffon's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. What did that look mean? Seeing that his opponent was about to take the penalty kick, Buffon quickly cleared his mind of distractions and focused intently on Lin Quan, not missing a single movement. For a player like Lin Quan, who was equally adept with both feet and had no weaker foot, predicting which foot he would use to take the penalty kick was a very difficult task. However, this was no challenge for Buffon. As an excellent goalkeeper, he could calculate which foot the opponent would use to shoot based on their footwork, thus predicting the direction of the shot. In terms of anticipation, Buffon was one of the top goalkeepers, arguably the best. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lin Quan ran faster and faster, while Buffon grew increasingly calm. He had already determined that the opponent would shoot with his right foot. Given the characteristics of right-footed power, the ball would hit his right side, which was the left side of the goal. Thinking this, Buffon pushed off the ground forcefully, and the instant Lin Quan struck the ball, he dived to the side. The ball indeed flew towards his right. Buffon breathed a sigh of relief. Lin, I admit your dribbling and shooting are very impressive, but when it comes to free kicks, you're not among the top tier. In his 18-year professional career, he had encountered countless free kick masters. Mihajlovic, Roberto Baggio, Roberto Carlos, Ronaldinho, Juninho, and his team at Pirlo. Each of these players had their own unique free kick style, some more powerful and spectacular, others unpredictable and varied. Buffon had accumulated a wealth of experience playing against them. In Buffon's opinion, Lin Quan's free kicks had reached a respectable level. However, he was still quite far from the pinnacle of true free kick masters. Considering his age, perhaps one day he could join the ranks of those top free kick masters, but not today. Buffon confidently lunged at the ball, but just when he thought the goal was a sure thing, the ball suddenly and strangely changed direction, flying towards his left. An S-shaped free kick? Buffon was startled and immediately thought of Juninho's signature move. He hurriedly stretched out his left hand, trying to intercept. But at that moment, he was moving to the right in the air, and his outstretched left hand moved with his body, ultimately falling just short of the ball. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as the football flew into the net. Buffon was stunned. Lin Quan was stunned. The fans in the stadium were stunned. By the time they reacted, the Calderon Stadium erupted in a huge cheer. A hat-trick! Their player had scored a hat-trick in the match. Lin Quan also reacted at this moment. He ran to the sidelines, stood behind the advertising boards, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and listened to the cheers of more than 50,000 fans in the stadium. Seeing Lin Quan's action, the cheers of the fans in the stadium became even louder. Seeing Lin Quan enjoying the cheers of the fans, Buffon, while retrieving the ball from the net, revised his previous assessment of Lin Quan. Perhaps, this guy's free kicks were not as far from perfection as he had imagined. In the end, the match ended, and thanks to Lin Quan's hat-trick, Spain defeated Italy 5-0 at home. After this match, Spain's morale was soaring, while Italy, who had suffered a 5-0 defeat, regretted their decision. Why did we have to be so stupid as to play a friendly match against Spain? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Lifting the First Championship Trophy. March 8, Wembley Stadium, London, England. The first champion of this season's top 5 European leagues will be decided here, with Manchester City facing Sunderland. Due to a scheduling conflict with the league matches, Manchester City's 29th round match against Aston Villa was postponed to May 8. Thanks to their squad depth and a bit of luck, Manchester City fought their way through the League Cup final. Their opponents today, Sunderland, while a relatively modest team, have had a remarkable season in the League Cup. Sunderland faced Chelsea and Manchester United in the knockout stages. Thanks to a strong performance at home, they defeated Chelsea and then Manchester United, miraculously reaching the final. If they can defeat Manchester City in the final, they will break their club record and win their first League Cup title. Sunderland's last significant trophy was the FA Cup in the 1972-1973 season, more than 40 years ago. Therefore, the entire team is incredibly eager to win this trophy. Coincidentally, Manchester City on the other side too. Did you hear the cheers from Wembley Stadium? Before the match, in the locker room, Pellegrini gave a rare pre-match pep talk. In Lin Quan's memory, Pellegrini wasn't a man of many words. But today, he spoke at length. That's the sound of over 90,000 fans in the stadium. Tell me, do you want to win the championship in this holy ground of English football, and enjoy the cheers and applause of the entire stadium? The players nodded in unison. Although the League Cup title wasn't particularly prestigious, every little bit counted. If they failed to achieve anything on other fronts this season, the League Cup trophy would at least offer some consolation. And now that they had reached the final, how could they possibly hand over the championship they had already secured? Very good, then go to the field and prove your desire for the championship with your actions. Kompany led the way by extending his hand, and the players followed suit. Manchester City. Charge. Charge. Stepping onto the grass of Wembley Stadium, Lin Quan took a deep breath and looked around. Compared to Manchester City's home stadium, the Etihad Stadium, Wembley Stadium is significantly larger, capable of holding over 90,000 spectators at a time. And this is the renovated Wembley, not the old Wembley which could hold 120,000 fans. The most impressive feature of the new Wembley is a 133-meter-high arch, 315 meters in total length, secured to the north and south roofs of the stadium by dozens of steel cables. This is different from Camp Nou, which Lin Quan frequented as a child. While Camp Nou was large, only one side was covered. On rainy days, more than half of the area was exposed to the rain, making the viewing experience quite poor. The vast Wembley Stadium was packed to capacity today, with fans from both teams and some neutral supporters filling the stadium to capacity. At a glance, the light blue fans representing Manchester City occupied most of the stadium. A rough estimate suggests that over 50,000 Manchester City fans were present at the stadium. Only about 20,000 were wearing Sunderland's yellow jerseys, with the remaining 20,000 being neutral supporters. Even before the match began, the two sets of fans were already engaged in their own battle. Sunderland fans sang their anthem, "I'm on my way." Compared to Manchester City's more relaxed anthem, the Sunderland anthem was noticeably more rousing. The sheer volume of their 20,000-strong chant was considerable. If Manchester City fans had joined in, they might not have been able to keep up. However, the Manchester City fans weren't fooled. Over 50,000 Manchester City fans chanted their players' names, a shout for each player who entered the stadium. The Sunderland fans, singing, were struggling, constantly being interrupted. And the Manchester City players, chanted by over 50,000 fans, seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and given a boost, appearing energetic and high-spirited. In contrast, Sunderland's players entered the field simultaneously, their opponents cheering them on while they received nothing. This inevitably left them feeling frustrated, a sense of powerlessness as if they were fighting against the entire world. Even before the match began, the difference in morale between the two teams was already apparent. At 7 p.m. sharp, the referee blew his whistle, and the match officially started. Manchester City didn't hold back, launching a fierce attack immediately. The two teams had recently faced each other in the league, knowing each other well and having no reason to test each other. Today, Manchester City used a 4-3-3 formation, with three forwards launching the first wave of attacks, and if that failed, three midfielders launching a second wave. The two fullbacks would push forward to increase the attacking numbers and support points, maximizing possession. Manchester City's tactics were simple, clearly aiming to overwhelm their opponents with sheer squad strength. Sunderland was just an average team, while Manchester City boasted a plethora of star players. If these star players were to unleash their full potential, Sunderland would be in serious trouble. In the first 10 minutes, the game was almost entirely one-sided. Manchester City had 4 shots around Sunderland's goal within 10 minutes, 2 of which were threatening. If it weren't for their goalkeeper's outstanding performance, Sunderland would likely be behind. They couldn't continue playing passively. Prolonged defense would only lead to defeat, and perhaps the next attack from Manchester City would change the score. Sunderland's manager, Steve Bruce, frowned deeply, racking his brains for a way to turn the tide. Passive defense was unacceptable. They needed to launch effective counterattacks to contain the opponent's offense. The final is different from the semi-final. It's a single elimination match. Such competitions have a high degree of unpredictability, and even weaker teams can pull off an upset. Therefore, unlike the Premier League title, many of the winners of the FA Cup and League Cup, which are highly unpredictable, are smaller teams. Sunderland's players were desperate for this title. They hadn't won a trophy in far too long. This desire would greatly ignite their fighting spirit, but it could also increase their pressure, making them hesitant to play freely. On the other hand, Manchester City is vying for the league title and has a strong chance of advancing in the Champions League. They might not dedicate all their energy to this rather insignificant trophy. Therefore, if they can grit their teeth and withstand this wave of attacks, the rest of the match might be easier. Thinking this, Steve shouted to his players, encouraging them to persevere. Steve's guess was correct. Manchester City's tactic was to attack aggressively from the start. Once they succeeded, they would control the game, drawing the opponent's attention and then using the speed of their flanks to launch counterattacks, securing victory with minimal effort. Strong teams, when they can play defensively and counterattackingly, are very difficult for weaker teams to defeat. Manchester City has 3 more matches to play in the next few days: the FA Cup quarter-final on March 10th, the Champions League knockout stage second round on March 13th, and the Premier League match on March 15th. Including this match, they will play 4 games in a week. Such a dense schedule would be too much for even the most resilient Manchester City players. Therefore, they must make choices. If they can withstand Sunderland's initial onslaught, Sunderland might have a chance to lift the trophy. After hearing their manager's instructions, the Black Cats players perked up. Their defense became more aggressive and decisive, and their movements became more pronounced. This is a World Cup year, and Sunderland doesn't have many international players, while Manchester City boasts a full squad. This gave the Black Cats an opportunity. If they used rough fouls to intimidate Sunderland and make them hesitant in attack, their offensive power would be significantly reduced. They quickly began to act, and Manchester City players, especially their forwards, were frequently fouled. The most serious foul occurred in the 12th minute when David Silva cut inside with a ball, and Sunderland defender Bardsley aggressively charged at him, bringing him to the ground. Manchester City players were furious and rushed over to confront Bardsley. Protected by his teammates, Bardsley remained unfazed, sneering, "This is a fucking game for the brave. Cowards and weaklings don't belong here. If you're afraid of getting hurt, go home and nurse your babies." Ha ha ha. After mocking the Manchester City players, Bardsley secretly hoped, "Come on, argue with me, or better yet, hit me. If you lose your composure, or even get sent off for physical violence, then the victory will be ours." Lin Quan saw through his scheme. He stopped his angry teammates and whispered a few words to them, all the while glancing frequently at Bardsley. Bardsley, irritated by the Manchester City players' stares, glared at Lin Quan and threatened, "Kid, watch your leg, or you'll break it and miss the World Cup. Thanks for your concern, but I also advise you to buy a wheelchair, otherwise you might have to be carried off the field later." Lin Quan said calmly, looking at him with the same disdain he'd shown a dead man. "Referee, this kid is threatening me." Bardsley, intimidated by Lin Quan's fierce gaze, dared not meet his eyes again and instead complained to the referee. The referee ignored Bardsley's complaint and issued him a yellow card for his foul. The game restarted, and Manchester City had a free kick. Lin Quan glanced at the penalty spot in the distance to the goal, deciding to take the free kick using his newly learned S-shaped free kick technique. Seeing Lin Quan standing at the penalty spot, the Manchester City fans in the stadium all perked up. Lin has scored at least 4 or 5 free kicks this season. Can he score this one? It's a bit difficult. The position for the free kick isn't good. It's too far from the goal, and on the left side of the field, he can only use his right foot from this position. It's about 35 meters from the goal. Is that within Lin's free kick range? I don't think I've ever seen him take a free kick from this far. Manchester City fans were very excited, but they weren't very optimistic about this shot. If it were Lin Quan's most familiar position, with the power of his knuckleball, the chances of scoring directly would be high. But from this position, The free kick options are too limited, and the hope of scoring is rather slim. Standing at the penalty spot, Lin Quan estimated the distance. Then he took steps back, and after retreating 7 or 8 steps, he stopped. Here it comes. This move must be a knuckleball. Sunderland's goalkeeper thought so too. He had specifically studied Lin Quan's knuckleball before the match. The characteristic of a knuckleball shot is that it seems to go high, making you lower your guard, but then suddenly dips as it approaches the goal, catching you off guard. As long as you don't make this mistake, don't let experience hold you back, and keep your eyes wide open and alert, paying attention to the final sudden dip, you should be quite confident in saving the opponent's shot. However, just as he was full of confidence, preparing to save Lin Quan's knuckleball shot, he was surprised to find that Lin Quan hadn't shot a knuckleball shot, but rather an ordinary curved shot. Had he made a mistake? The Sunderland goalkeeper was very surprised. In his memory, Lin Quan rarely made mistakes. Not that he never made mistakes, but the number of mistakes was very small. It was precisely because of this that Lin Quan was called a ruthless robot by many. Oh well, never mind that. These curved shots with easily predictable trajectories are the easiest to save. As long as you predict its flight path in advance and then make a standard save, you can easily stop it. Like this, and like this. However, as he made his save, he was astonished to find that the football, which was originally flying to his right, suddenly veered to the left. It was an S-shaped free kick. The Sunderland goalkeeper's eyes widened, but already in mid-air, he was powerless against the ball. He could only watch helplessly as it flew past him and swished into the goal. My God, what did I just see? Juninho's signature move, the S-shaped free kick. In the commentary box, Andy Gray stared in disbelief, his voice trembling. Martin Tyler, however, wasn't as surprised as his partner. I have some news to share with the audience. 2 days ago, in the friendly match between Spain and Italy, facing the world's best goalkeeper Buffon, Lin Quan scored a brilliant S-shaped free kick against Italy. So I'm not surprised that he could take such a high-quality free kick today. Andy Gray glanced at his partner in surprise. This guy even watched the Spain-Italy friendly? He really likes Lin Quan. A few months ago, Lin's arsenal seemed to only include the knuckleball and the dipping shot. Now, he has another killer move. I think other teams should consider strictly limiting their fouls when facing Manchester City, and not give Lin Quan such comfortable scoring opportunities anymore. Although his direct free kick scoring rate is not as high as that of top free kick masters, don't forget that his improvement speed is extremely fast. Nobody knows how high he will reach in free kicks. Martin Tyler is increasingly admiring this player. It seems that every few months, he brings a different surprise. Lin Quan is awesome. He even scored that ball, so amazing. Haha, the goalkeeper looks so funny. He thought he guessed the right direction, but he didn't expect to be fooled by Lin Quan. Manchester City is in the lead. Is this game over? It's probably over. Sunderland must attack now, and once they launch an attack, they will have too many weaknesses. The situation is exactly as the fans predicted. After falling behind, the Sunderland players, unwilling to accept defeat, began to launch an attack. However, the pre-match tactics focused on counter-attacking, with relatively little emphasis on positional play. This made their attacks appear harmless, struggling even to penetrate Manchester City's 30-meter danger zone. Conversely, Manchester City capitalized on Sunderland's defensive vulnerabilities after their attacks, executing effective counter-attacks. In the 29th minute of the first half, Manchester City's attack once again reached the attacking third. De Bruyne passed the ball to David Silva during a quick counter-attack, and the opposing fullback immediately moved to intercept. In the ensuing scramble, David Silva made a mistake, delivering a difficult, ill-advised pass. After the error, he immediately gestured apologetically and prepared to retreat. Sunderland defender Bardsley saw an opportunity to get the ball and rushed forward. Lin Quan initially intended to pass up the chance, but upon seeing Bardsley's approach, he immediately changed his plans. Bardsley, using his peripheral vision, spotted Lin Quan rushing towards him. He quickly calculated in his mind, if he fouled Lin Quan directly, the referee would definitely blow the whistle and might even show him a card. If he couldn't get him off the field, giving the opponent a free kick would be a huge threat to his own goal. But if he could get him off the field during a contest for a half ball, he wouldn't only avoid a card, but he could also cripple the opponent's star player. Thinking this, Bardsley swung his leg powerfully, kicking the ball with all his might. Lin Quan, Fearless, kicked almost simultaneously. With a loud thud, the two completed a clash of feet. In an instant, Bardsley felt a tremendous force travel along the ball to his ankle, a piercing pain shooting from his ankle to his heart, causing him to scream in agony. The Sunderland defender almost immediately collapsed onto the grass, writhing on the ground clutching his foot. The force of their foot collision was immense, and the huge recoil caused Lin Quan to lose his balance and fall onto the grass. The referee rushed over immediately, gesturing to both teams' benches for the team doctors and stretchers to come and treat the injured player. He first glanced at the Sunderland defender, who was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, then looked at Lin Quan. Bardsley's ankle was deformed, clearly a serious injury. Lin Quan, having collided with him, was probably injured as well due to the recoil. If his injury was more serious than Bardsley's, he might be out for the rest of the season, perhaps even missing the World Cup. It would be a pity for such talent and strength. It would be a disappointment for the fans if he couldn't showcase himself on the World Cup stage. Countless thoughts flashed through the referee's mind in an instant, but before he could even reach Lin Quan to check on him, Lin Quan got up from the ground, brushed the grass off his backside, and acted as if nothing had happened. The Manchester City team doctor, who had run halfway there, froze in place, as did the referee. "Lin, if you're injured, it's best not to move around too much?" The referee, worried that he was pushing himself, kindly reminded him. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Lin Quan moved his legs and felt good. Without his injury immunity, he certainly wouldn't have dared to risk injury by going toe-to-toe with his opponent. Bardsley thought he could use this opportunity to cripple Lin Quan, unaware that Lin Quan had a cheat code. To be on the safe side, the referee had Manchester City's team doctor examine Lin Quan. After the examination, the Manchester City team doctor confirmed that Lin Quan was not injured and left the field with a medical kit and stretcher. Bardsley, on the other side, wasn't so lucky. He was carried off the field on a stretcher, groaning in pain. Trailing in the score, coupled with injuries to their own players in physical confrontations, these consecutive blows severely damaged Sunderland's morale. On the other hand, Manchester City, led by Lin Quan, were unstoppable, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. In the 55th minute, Lin Quan assisted De Bruyne to score again. Manchester City secured a 2-0 victory. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Manchester City defeated Sunderland in the League Cup final, successfully lifting their first trophy of the season. Chapter 245. Advancing to the next round of the Champions League, the quarter-final opponent is none other than Barcelona. Although the League Cup is considered less prestigious than the league title and FA Cup, Manchester City were still overjoyed to win their first trophy of the season. At Wembley Stadium, they stood on the podium for the first time. Since many rounds of the League Cup were played by reserve players, their contributions to the victory were undeniable. Therefore, coach Lin Quan suggested that they be allowed to lift the trophy, a suggestion supported by their teammates. The reserve players, flattered and surrounded by their first-team teammates, excitedly raised Manchester City's first trophy of the season. After winning the League Cup, Manchester City didn't linger in London, returning immediately to Manchester. They had 2 home games ahead, an FA Cup home game against Stoke City and a Champions League home game against Werder Bremen. These 2 games, played close together, caused some disagreement within the club. Some felt they should strategically abandon the FA Cup and focus entirely on winning the League and Champions League. Compared to the FA Cup, the league title and Champions League were clearly more significant. Moreover, the FA Cup, unlike the League Cup, wasn't something that could be concluded immediately. Including the match 2 days later, they still need at least 3 more games to win the title. These 3 games are interspersed between the League and the Champions League, putting them in a very difficult position. However, not everyone thinks they should give up the FA Cup. After all, they've already reached the quarter-finals, only 3 games away from the championship. Giving up now would mean all their previous efforts were wasted. Stoke City isn't very strong. Even without our full-strength lineup, we might not lose to them. That's right, we have a huge lead in both the Champions League and the League, giving us a lot of room for error. If we can win the FA Cup, we have a chance to achieve a mini-treble this season. This so-called mini-treble obviously includes the League Cup. Generally speaking, a treble in the top 5 leagues refers to the League, Cup, and Champions League. These 3 titles are highly prestigious, and winning all 3 simultaneously is very difficult, so the number of treble winners in the top 5 leagues is not large. Pellegrini seriously considered the differing opinions of his assistant coaches. They defeated Werder Bremen 4-1 away in the last round, holding a 3-goal advantage and 4 away goals. Therefore, in their next match against Werder Bremen, as long as they don't lose by more than 4 goals, they'll definitely advance to the next round. So, should they prioritize the FA Cup and play more conservatively against Werder Bremen? Pellegrini was undecided, so he decided to publicly solicit the players' opinions during the training match the following day. After all, the players themselves have the best say on whether they're tired from the game. Faced with Pellegrini's question, the substitutes were adamant they would fight to the end. However, among the starters, veterans like Kompany and Yaya Toure believed they should focus on the league. They were struggling with a congested schedule and worried about injuries affecting their World Cup performance this year. Pellegrini, having roughly grasped the players' opinions, turned to Lin Quan, who had remained silent. "Lin, what's your opinion?" Lin Quan didn't share the concerns of the older players. He possessed an injury immunity and didn't need to worry about getting hurt. As for physical exertion, he felt alright. Although the continuous matches had caused him some mental fatigue, it was still within tolerable limits. Just as the substitutes had said, giving up now would mean all their previous efforts were wasted. So he spoke up, "I think we should fight for this championship." The Bruin, seeing Lin Quan's statement, immediately stood up to support him. "Me too." The Spanish contingent naturally followed Lin Quan's lead, also expressing their support for challenging for the FA Cup title. Agüero, who had a good relationship with Lin Quan, also stood up to support him. As for the team's young players, after receiving Lin Quan's support, they were all incredibly excited, crowding around him like he was their elder brother, showing unwavering support for his decision. Cruz silently observed the Manchester City players' reactions, taking it all in. Lin's influence and power at Manchester City was greater than he had anticipated. Hearing Lin Quan's words, several veteran players showed expressions of disappointment. Cup competitions like this get tougher as they progress, because the remaining teams are all strong. Although there are only 3 matches, they are all fierce battles, and winning them all will be extremely difficult. If they were to falter halfway through, it would truly be a double loss. However, the majority of those who supported Lin Quan were in favor of him, so their opposition was futile and they simply remained silent. While I support continuing in the FA Cup, I think the first-team players are expending too much energy. Before reaching the final, we should use substitutes as much as possible. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Lin Quan spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. "Lin, according to you, aren't we still going to give up on the FA Cup?" Kompany, hearing Lin Quan's words, doubted his ears. "What's the difference between fielding a completely reserved team and giving up on the FA Cup? You can't really expect to win the championship with a bunch of substitutes, can you?" "Of course not. Because I'll be there." Lin Quan immediately revealed his plan. Before reaching the final, Manchester City would field a reserve team for the remaining 2 FA Cup matches, but Lin Quan would start to cover for the team. This way, their key players would get sufficient rest, and they wouldn't be overwhelmed by opponents due to fielding a group of substitutes. If all else fails, they could keep a few key players on the bench, and if the team couldn't beat their opponents, they could bring them on in the second half. This way, Manchester City would be able to handle most opponents. The method is feasible, but it would be too physically demanding for you, Lin. Are you sure you want to do this? Pellegrini wasn't entirely in favor of Lin Quan's plan, as he worried that fielding a full-strength team would lead to injuries. "No problem, if I really can't keep going, I'll bring it up." Pellegrini nodded. Since Lin Quan had said so, he couldn't say anything more. So, when arranging the starting lineup for the second day, Pellegrini included Lin Quan. The commentators' expressions were all strange after seeing Manchester City's starting lineup. "To be honest, I don't quite understand Manchester City's starting lineup." He shook his head. Most of Manchester City's lineup consisted of substitutes. And then they put their absolute core player, Lin Quan, on the field. What did that mean? If they fielded an all-substitute lineup, it meant they were giving up on the FA Cup. But starting Lin Quan didn't seem like they were giving up. This kind of lineup arrangement was so contradictory. Couldn't they just give a straight answer? Maybe Pellegrini has his own unique understanding. As for how effective Manchester City's lineup arrangement will be, we'll have to wait and see after the match starts. Su Yang also didn't understand Manchester City's intentions, but he chose to believe first and then question. In fact, Even with a substitute lineup, Manchester City's strength was very strong. Besides Lin Quan, the team also boasts players like Negredo, Jovetic, Nasri, Javi Garcia, Demichelis, and Milner. If Fernandinho hadn't been suspended, the presence of a Brazilian defensive midfielder would have further strengthened the squad. In this match, Lin Quan was partnered with his Spanish teammate Negredo up front. Negredo has always been Agüero's backup, but they are not the same type of center forward. He is tall and possesses the ability to receive the ball with his back to goal and create chances, making him a common choice when Manchester City needs a focal point in attack. However, most of the time, the attacking duo consists of Lin Quan and Agüero, a small, quick, and agile pair. The combination of Lin Quan and Negredo, one tall and one fast, rarely starts together. Although Negredo hasn't started many games, he has made a significant number of appearances. This season, Negredo has played 32 games for Manchester City. 22 in the league, 4 in the League Cup, 3 in the FA Cup, and 3 in the Champions League. Without so many appearances, he wouldn't have been selected for Vicente del Bosque's Spanish national team. Negredo was visibly excited to partner with Lin Quan. "Lin, just you watch. I'll perfectly fulfill my role as a target man in the attacking third and set up the ball for you," Negredo confidently declared before the match. However, after the game started, Negredo's first confrontation with the opposing defender ended in defeat. "Pa, that doesn't count. I wasn't ready." Lin Quan reached out and helped Negredo up from the ground. The latter spat out the grass clippings he had eaten and said defiantly. Lin Quan glanced at the tall, imposing black centre-back, then at Negredo. He was pessimistic about Negredo's chances of taking on the opposing defender one-on-one. And indeed, Negredo was completely outmatched in his duel with the physically strong centre-back. Not only did he fail to act as a target man, but he also became the opponent's weak point. Fortunately, the opponent's attacking tactics were very crude. Ground penetration couldn't break through Manchester City's midfield, and long balls and crosses weren't going to be effective either. The game quickly became a stalemate. Seeing that his team couldn't create any results through the middle, Lin Quan decisively dribbled the ball to the wing. Milner and Nasri, two excellent players, were positioned on both flanks, and combining with them would make it easier to create opportunities. Stoke City's players were very wary of Lin Quan. Among the 11 Manchester City players on the field, he posed a far greater threat than the others. So for Stoke City, containing Lin Quan was basically half the battle won. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City completed a combination on the left wing. Lin Quan received a pass from Nasri and dribbled inside before being fouled by a defender. Lin Quan was happy that the opponent was willing to give him a free kick. However, the position wasn't ideal, and his free kick went slightly over the crossbar. Even so, the Stoke City goalkeeper was still startled. The ball's unpredictable trajectory almost made him give up. "Watch out for fouls, don't give them any good free kick opportunities." Hearing the goalkeeper's shout, the Stoke City players were in a difficult position. Defending against Lin Quan was already difficult enough, but avoiding fouls made it even harder. However, they knew the consequences. If they continued to give him free kick opportunities, they might actually concede a goal. Therefore, they specifically assigned a defensive midfielder to mark Lin Quan, limiting his passing and receiving, and denying him space to move. Lin Quan had been targeted and marked many times before, and was already used to it. Since the opponent had assigned someone to specifically mark him, he proactively dropped back, drawing the opponent's defensive midfielder out, widening the opponent's formation, and creating opportunities for his teammates. Seeing Lin Quan leave the forward line and move to midfield to act as Manchester City's midfield commander, the Stoke City defensive midfielder looked at his manager with some difficulty. "Coach, should we continue marking him in this situation?" The Stoke City coach gritted his teeth and made a firm decision: mark him. Even if he goes to midfield, or even if he goes to goal, you stand in front of him and mark him tightly. Seeing the opposing midfielder still marking him, Lin Quan chuckled. He passed the ball to Garcia, feigning a forward run. "Here it comes." That guy's retreat to midfield was a ruse after all. Stoke City's midfielder perked up, retreating as Lin Quan retreated, maintaining distance and preparing to disrupt his receiving of the ball. However, Lin Quan's forward run was just a feint. He took a couple of steps and then suddenly retreated. At the same time, Garcia's pass reached his feet. Taking advantage of the opponent's inability to close in, Lin Quan delivered a through ball. This ball wasn't passed to striker Negreiro, but to attacking midfielder Jovetic. Jovetic was in open space, and after receiving Lin Quan's pass, he unleashed a long-range shot. The shot was of high quality, but unfortunately, it went just over the bar, grazing the crossbar and going out of play. Stoke City escaped a close call. Pay attention to marking, don't let anyone slip through. Stoke City's manager was very dissatisfied with his play, believing that the player's lack of concentration gave Jovetic the opportunity to advance. Furthermore, the defensive midfielder McEachran failed to adequately mark Lin Quan, giving the opponent opportunities to pass the ball. In short, this defensive play exposed many problems, and if these mistakes are not corrected in time, Manchester City's ability to capitalize on opportunities will inevitably lead to disaster sooner or later. However, it's easier said than done. McEachran further closed the distance with Lin Quan, almost sticking to him every inch. However, being too close is not necessarily a good thing, especially for a dribbling master like Lin Quan. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Lin Quan proactively dropped back to receive a pass from Demichelis. The moment the ball reached his feet, he executed a croup turn, easily evading the overly close McEachran, and strode towards Stoke City's half. With one less defensive midfielder, Stoke City's central defense had a gap, giving Manchester City an opportunity. After completing a 1-2 pass with Jovetic, Lin Quan dribbled into the penalty area and delicately chipped the ball into the goal. Manchester City took the lead, putting them 1-0 up against Stoke City. After the goal, City's substitutes breathed a sigh of relief. They proudly puffed out their chests, "We're amazing. Even the substitutes can beat their starters." They played with increasing ease and improved their performance. Stoke City, on the other hand, were eager to equalize, launching a frantic attack, but this only exposed their weaknesses, allowing City to launch several surprise attacks. In the 55th minute of the second half, Milner's goal sealed the victory for Manchester City. Ultimately, Manchester City eliminated Stoke City 2-0 at home, advancing to the FA Cup semi-finals. However, their luck seemed to run out, as they drew Arsenal as their opponent in the semi-finals. Given Arsenal's hunger for the title, this match would likely be very difficult. Nevertheless, the substitutes were already very happy to have reached the semi-finals. Regardless of whether they could overcome Arsenal, they had proven themselves this season. Even if they couldn't stay at Manchester City next season, they should be able to find a good place to play. After the match, Pellegrini gave the team a day off. 3 days later, they continued their homestand against Werder Bremen. Lin Quan was placed on the bench for this match. Although he assured Pellegrini that he was fit, Pellegrini felt Manchester City had a significant advantage and that Lin Quan shouldn't play unless absolutely necessary. Pellegrini's reasoning made sense, so Lin Quan didn't insist and contentedly watched the game from the bench. Although the team's chances of advancing were slim, Werder Bremen played far from conservatively away from home. They opted for an attacking style against Manchester City, a choice Manchester City readily embraced. Thus, the match began with both teams playing very aggressively, resulting in a high number of goals. In the 13th minute, Kompany scored with a header, giving Manchester City a 1-0 lead. In the 20th minute, Werder Bremen scored on a counter-attack through Peterson, making the score 1-1. Just 2 minutes later, Manchester City scored again, with De Bruyne converting a free kick. Like Lin Quan, De Bruyne lowered his hands after scoring, choosing not to celebrate, even though it was Manchester City's home ground. The first half's attacking play wasn't over yet. In the 38th minute, Manchester City fouled in the penalty area, giving Werder Bremen a penalty. Captain Fritz stepped up and converted, making the score 2-2. At this point, the aggregate score was 6-3, with Manchester City still holding a 3-goal lead. Given the current form of both teams, it was clearly difficult for Werder Bremen to turn the game around. However, even so, the Werder Bremen didn't give up. They chose to continue attacking. In the 67th minute, Werder Bremen scored again, with Arnautovic using his powerful leaping ability to overpower Kompany and head the ball into Manchester City's goal. However, before that, Manchester City had already scored 2 goals in the 48th and 55th minutes. The score was now 4-3, and Manchester City had gained another goal difference. After that, both teams' attacking firepower gradually cooled off, and the Werder Bremen, fighting with all their might, saw some players even suffering cramps near the end of the match. Despite the significant difference in strength, the Werder Bremen, with their tenacious fighting spirit and indomitable will, scored 3 goals away from home, almost evenly matching Manchester City, earning them the respect of Manchester City fans. After the match, Manchester City fans stood and applauded, expressing their respect for their opponents. Although they couldn't complete a miracle comeback, they proved the strength of the Werder Bremen team with their actions. This is a respectable team. After defeating Werder Bremen, Manchester City broke club records by reaching the Champions League quarter-finals. In other matches, Bayern Munich drew 1-1 away to Chelsea, eliminating them 4-1 on aggregate to advance to the quarter-finals. Manchester United secured a narrow 1-0 home victory against Galatasaray, advancing to the quarter-finals with a 2-1 aggregate score. Arsenal suffered a 0-3 away defeat to Barcelona, losing both home and away matches and failing to reach the quarter-finals. Atletico Madrid thrashed AC Milan 4-1, securing a home and away double victory and advancing to the quarter-finals. Real Madrid easily defeated Olympiacos 3-0 at home, also advancing to the quarter-finals. Borussia Dortmund suffered a surprising 1-2 home defeat, narrowly advancing 5-4 on aggregate. Paris Saint-Germain defeated Bayer Leverkusen 2-1, securing the final quarter-final spot. The quarter-finalists are now Manchester City, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and Paris Saint-Germain. La Liga boasts 3 teams, truly living up to its reputation as the top league. The Bundesliga and Premier League each secure 2 spots, a respectable performance. Serie A suffered a complete defeat, while Ligue 1 retains 1 team. Following the quarter-finals, the draw for the Champions League quarter-finals was quickly held at UEFA headquarters. Real Madrid was the first to be drawn, facing Paris Saint-Germain. Manchester United was the second to be drawn, facing Bayern Munich. The third team drawn was Atletico Madrid, whose opponent is Borussia Dortmund. With 2 teams remaining, the outcome is already known without even a draw. Manchester City will face Barcelona in the quarter-finals. Chapter 246. Another victory for Manchester City, their title hopes are in excellent shape. A fateful clash or UEFA's shady deal? Ronaldo vs Ibrahimovic, Lin Quan vs Messi. A clash between newcomers and giants. Can Manchester City overcome Barcelona? A special attack on his former club? Lin Quan to return to Camp Nou for the first time since leaving Barcelona. The 3 La Liga giants may meet in the semi-finals. Manchester United encounters a nemesis, potentially eliminated in the quarter-finals. The draw for the quarter-finals immediately attracted attention and discussion. With 2 Premier League teams eliminated this round, and the draw not looking good for the Manchester clubs, British media outlets lamented the situation. They believed that against Bayern Munich, who had just thrashed Chelsea, the weaker Manchester United had very little hope of advancing. Against the powerful Barcelona, Manchester City, a Champions League newcomer, lacked experience and was likely to be eliminated in the quarter-finals. If both Manchester clubs were eliminated, then this year's Champions League semi-finals would likely see no Premier League teams. Being repeatedly outplayed by La Liga teams in the Champions League has been a blow to the pride of the self-proclaimed world's best league, England. This has led to discussions about ways to improve the Premier League team's international performance. Unlike the lamentations of the British media, Spain is practically celebrating. They believe Real Madrid's draw was favorable. While Paris Saint-Germain is the dominant force in Ligue 1, they, like Manchester City, lack a strong foundation and are a team built on money. Furthermore, they lack a player with exceptional individual talent like Lin Quan, and the competition in Ligue 1 is far less intense than in the Premier League, leading Spanish media to generally underestimate PSG's strength. They predict Real Madrid will achieve a double victory over PSG, given that Ronaldo will undoubtedly be at his best against Ibrahimovic. Even if Ronaldo doesn't perform, they have another €100 million man, Gareth Bale. PSG will be a perfect opportunity to test the power of Real Madrid's combined €200 million spending in European competitions. As for Atletico Madrid and Borussia Dortmund, these 2 teams are quite evenly matched, with Klopp and Simeone both being among the best of the middle generation of coaches. Simeone's team is tough and disciplined, while Klopp's team is passionate and energetic. Whether the attack-minded Klopp will prevail or the defense-oriented Simeone will ultimately prevail depends on the performance of both sides. As for Barcelona, drawing Manchester City is neither good nor bad for them. After all, Manchester City's squad is not weak on paper, and they have a superstar like Lin Quan. A star of that caliber is difficult to contain once he's on fire. Fortunately, they also have Messi, and a host of other top stars like Iniesta and Neymar. If Barcelona can utilize their rich Champions League experience and exploit Manchester City's lack of European experience, their chances of advancing are still quite high. The draw results have sparked heated discussions among fans. UEFA is really good at this. Did Real Madrid and PSG fans dislike each other before, each thinking their own star player was better than the others? Well, UEFA has directly fulfilled the wishes of both teams' fans. What makes Ibrahimovic compare to Ronaldo? Ronaldo has already scored 13 Champions League goals, topping the scoring charts. Can Ibrahimovic even compare? Ibrahimovic once caught up with Ronaldo in the scoring charts, but after the two-legged knockout stage, Ronaldo pulled ahead. Currently, Ronaldo has 13 goals, ranking first in the scoring charts, while Ibrahimovic has 10 goals, ranking third. Lin Quan is second with 12 goals. If Ibrahimovic could still compete with Ronaldo last year, he has fallen behind since Portugal eliminated Switzerland in the World Cup qualifiers playoffs. So now, Ronaldo's fans don't consider Ibrahimovic a threat at all. On the contrary, in their eyes, the biggest threat to Ronaldo is the up-and-coming Lin Quan. Speaking of which, why didn't Lin Quan play in the last game? If he had played, given his previous form of scoring in every game, he would have scored at least one goal, right? Then Lin Quan and Ronaldo would share the top spot on the scoring charts. It's probably because Manchester City has too many games and the schedule is too tight. But even if he scored in the last game, it's probably difficult for him to surpass Ronaldo. After all, Manchester City is facing Barcelona, and they will have a hard time getting past Barcelona. Lin Quan's team is very likely to be eliminated in the quarterfinals. Manchester City isn't without hope of winning. The schedule of playing the first leg away and the second leg at home is advantageous to them. As long as they can draw with Barcelona at Camp Nou or get enough away goals, they still have a chance to advance when they return home. Conquer Camp Nou? Please, that's very difficult. Even the most optimistic fans don't think Manchester City can eliminate Barcelona. Not only are they pessimistic, but after learning the draw results, the entire Manchester City club was also gloomy. Sigh, if only we'd drawn Manchester United. Our win rate against them this season is incredibly high. Drawing them would practically guarantee us a spot in the semifinals. An assistant coach shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Of the 8 teams, Manchester City consider their city rivals the easiest to beat. Teams from other leagues might be intimidated by Manchester United's name, but as their neighbor, Manchester City knew all too well how badly the Red Devils had fallen this season. If they really drew Manchester United, Manchester City's chances of advancing, if not 100%, were at least 80%. Drawing Atletico Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, or even PSG would be fine too. Real Madrid and Barcelona are the 2 worst outcomes, and yet we've been drawn against them. It feels like a UEFA conspiracy. They love to create these kinds of matchups to generate buzz and hype. Just do our best. Reaching the quarterfinals is already a mission accomplished." Pellegrini had coached in La Liga for many years, and no one knew Barcelona's terror better than him. To say they didn't want to reach the semifinals would be a lie, but overcoming the mountain of Barcelona would indeed be very difficult. They can only fight for that sliver of hope. The Champions League quarterfinals will kick off on April 2nd, with the second leg concluding on April 10th. Compared to the 1-month interval of the round of 16, the quarterfinals have a significantly shorter interval. This is a huge test for teams in all major leagues aiming for the title. On March 15th, the 30th round of the Premier League kicked off. Manchester City played away against Hull City. Hull City currently sits in 15th place with 30 points. Only 2 points away from the relegation zone. Looking at the point standings, a league leader facing a relegation-threatened team should seem like a one-sided affair. However, in reality, towards the end of the season, the Premier League giants dread playing against relegation-threatened teams. This match was extremely difficult from the start. In the 10th minute, Manchester City captain Kompany was shown a straight red card for a foul. This decision was very un-Premier League-like. Although Kompany committed a pulling foul, the opponent fouled first, and the referee didn't call a foul on the first touch, but instead issued a red card after the foul, which infuriated him. Pellegrini on the sidelines was also furious. In the Premier League, a league that encourages physical contact, a yellow card would be considered harsh for Kompany's action, but the referee gave him a red. With only 10 minutes left and a man down, facing a desperate relegation-threatened team, how could Manchester City possibly compete? Referee Lee Mason, seeing Pellegrini's protest, ran to the sidelines and verbally warned him. "Sir, watch your language." Pellegrini gave him a thumbs up, sarcastically praising his decision. Lee Mason didn't hold back, immediately pulling out a red card and sending him to the stands. The Manchester City assistant coaches and substitutes on the bench were immediately outraged, surrounding the referee demanding an explanation. Sending off a player was bad enough, but sending off the coach was clearly targeting Manchester City. However, the referee did not back down in the face of protests from the Manchester City coaching staff. He continued to show red cards, sending off the most vocal protester. This further enraged Manchester City, who not only did not yield to Lee Mason's red card but also rushed forward to attack him. The match had to be interrupted due to the commotion on the sidelines, and half an hour had passed before it resumed. A total of 5 Manchester City players were sent off, including a substitute and 2 assistant coaches. The players being sent off already had a significant impact on Manchester City, but the coaches and 2 assistant coaches being sent off made things even more chaotic. The fact that Manchester City did not promptly substitute to strengthen their defense after Kompany left the field was a manifestation of this chaos. However, the referee's decision angered the 10 players on the field. After the restart, the 10-man Manchester City took the initiative and frequently launched attacks on Hull City. In the 14th minute, Cruz dribbled forward and looked for an opportunity to pass the ball to Aguero. Unexpectedly, Lin Quan suddenly appeared from the side and intercepted the ball halfway. This completely caught Hull City players off guard, leaving them unable to react immediately. Lin Quan glanced at the goalkeeper's position after receiving the ball, then shot without adjusting his position. The shot was so sudden that the goalkeeper was caught off guard and failed to save it. Manchester City took a 1-0 lead away from home against Hull City. Hull City were clearly unwilling to accept defeat, and seeing Manchester City's defense weakened, they intensified their attack, attempting to change the score. However, Manchester City's defense was very tenacious, successfully thwarting each of Hull City's attacks. In the 34th minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half and launched a quick counter-attack. Lin Quan dribbled past 2 defenders before passing the ball back to De Bruyne on the edge of the penalty area. De Bruyne's shot hit the crossbar and bounced into the net. Manchester City led 2-0. After taking the lead, neither Lin Quan nor De Bruyne celebrated, both immediately ran towards the goal, ready to retrieve the ball and restart the game. This team seemed to be the ones trailing behind. 2 goals weren't enough, far from enough. Manchester City's momentum is building, Hull City is in danger. In the commentary box, seeing Manchester City's united spirit, Martin Tyler had already sentenced Hull City to death in his mind. Manchester City feels completely different today, they're playing with more unity and better understanding, the whole team seems to be working together as one. Andy Gray nodded in agreement. Without Kompany as a centre-back, Manchester City's defense wasn't complete. However, when defending, Cruz actively dropped back to the centre-back position to help with defense. Lin Quan and De Bruyne, among others, also frequently dropped back to the edge of the penalty area to participate in defense. Manchester City didn't look like they were missing a player when defending. And when attacking, their formation immediately spread out, the players in the attacking third sprinting like madmen, not like they had just finished the Champions League. This Manchester City was unfamiliar, very unlike Manchester City, it was more like their neighbor Manchester United, and specifically, the Manchester United of a few years ago. Hull City were stunned. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to be down a man? But why did it seem like they were the ones outnumbered? Whether attacking or defending, they were surrounded by Manchester City players. Manchester City's players compensated for their manpower disadvantage with tireless running, even creating a numerical advantage in certain areas. This was something Hull City never expected. In the 43rd minute, Hull City finally launched a threatening attack. They exploited the weakness of Manchester City's defensive collapse on the flanks, sending a through ball down the wing that broke through Manchester City's defense. At the crucial moment, Manchester City's goalkeeper, Joe Hart, bravely stepped up. Ignoring the risk of injury, he dived to block the opposing striker's shot. Hart got the ball, but the striker couldn't pull back in time, and his studs grazed Hart's forehead, causing blood to gush out immediately. Hart was tough, He stood on the field while the team doctor treated his wound without uttering a sound. After the doctor finished, Manchester City's assistant coach asked you if he wanted to be substituted to rest. Joe Hart refused the substitution suggestion, changing out of his blood-stained jersey and choosing to stay on the field. Hull City players, seeing the white bandage wrapped around Hart's forehead, couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension, even fear. Manchester City players, however, were greatly encouraged by Hart's playing with an injury, their fighting spirit soaring even higher. In the second half, Manchester City's performance was even more frenzied than in the first. Lin Quan scored 2 goals in the 56th and 69th minutes, completing his hat-trick early. David Silva also scored in the 84th minute, making it 5-0. And that wasn't all. In the 90th minute, Aguero scored on a rebound, completing a 3-man attack for Manchester City. The match ended with Manchester City thrashing Hull City 6-0 away from home. Before the match, this scoreline might not have surprised many. After all, Manchester City's attacking firepower is terrifying, known throughout the Premier League. However, achieving this score after having their captain and manager sent off early in the game is truly astonishing. In this round of matches, the focus of the Premier League was entirely on the referees. Besides Manchester City suffering unfair decisions away from home, Chelsea and Manchester United also faced refereeing backlash. Chelsea, playing away, encountered Aston Villa, the team with the most yellow cards in the Premier League, receiving 4 yellow cards in the first half alone. Given the speed at which Aston Villa received cards, Chelsea players felt that at least one player would be sent off in the second half. However, the referee did show red cards, but not to Aston Villa, but to Chelsea. In the 67th and 90th minutes, Chelsea received 2 red cards, with Willian and Ramirez being sent off. Playing with 2 men down, Chelsea lost 0-1 away to Aston Villa. At a crucial moment in their title race with Manchester City, Chelsea faltered. If Chelsea's 2 red cards, both resulting from 2 yellows, weren't too outrageous, then Manchester United, who conceded 3 penalties in that match and lost 0-3 at home to Liverpool in the Manchester derby, have something to say. This match at Old Trafford was crucial for both Manchester United and Liverpool. If Manchester United wanted to secure a place in European competitions next season, they absolutely needed a win. However, during the game, Manchester United conceded 3 penalties, and Captain Vidic was shown a red card. At their home ground, they not only failed to enjoy any home advantage, but were instead plunged into an abyss due to the referee's decisions. The deafening boos at Old Trafford and Moyes' helpless expression on the bench perfectly encapsulated Manchester United's season. After the match, several clubs immediately protested to the FA, expressing their dissatisfaction with a series of controversial decisions by several referees. The sheer number of controversial calls, concentrated in one round, has raised suspicions about the Premier League and even fueled conspiracy theories that the FA was manipulating matches. Given the large number of protesting teams and the negative impact of online conspiracy theories, the Football Association, FA, had to step in and announce an investigation into the referee's decisions in the previous match. During this period, they will suspend several controversial referees, including Lee Mason, from officiating in the Premier League. This outcome is acceptable for Manchester City, as they fear nothing more than encountering biased refereeing in crucial title-winning matches towards the end of the season. The 4 blind referees of the Premier League, Clattenburg, McKeon, Atkinson, and Oliver, have been notoriously bad referees in the Premier League, but their standards have risen dramatically in the Champions League and other major international tournaments, making them arguably world-class referees. This suggests that it's not that their abilities are lacking, but rather that the Premier League is rife with corruption. There's also good news for Manchester City. After Chelsea's unexpected defeat, Manchester City, with a game in hand, extended their lead to 8 points. With 8 rounds remaining in the league, an 8-point lead is already substantial, especially considering Manchester City has a game in hand. If they can defeat Aston Villa in their rescheduled match, their lead will extend to 11 points. Therefore, after the 30th round of matches, the suspense surrounding the season's Premier League title race seems to have ended prematurely. The general consensus is that Manchester City will win the Premier League title this season. The only remaining question is how many rounds early they can clinch the championship. Chapter 247, Arsenal suffers a massacre after breaking the Premier League record for the fastest 4-goal haul. After the match against Hull City, the grueling schedule finally came to an end. Manchester City's players enjoyed a well-deserved rest. The club organised a party to celebrate their League Cup victory. Previously, the packed schedule had prevented them from celebrating, so this break in the matches served as a make-up celebration. Although the League Cup title isn't considered a high-stakes affair, it was a great start for Manchester City, who are aiming for a treble. Furthermore, their successful run to the Champions League quarter-finals this season is a club historic achievement. Therefore, owner Masia was overjoyed and generously awarded each player a bonus. Lin Quan received £1 million, befitting a Middle Eastern tycoon. Besides the bonus, Masia also prepared many prizes for the players, the most valuable being an Aston Martin supercar worth over £1 million. Unfortunately, Lin Quan wasn't lucky enough to win the grand prize. He drew a third prize, a luxury in-room audio-visual equipment package worth £50,000. The gift package included speakers, a home KTV audio system, karaoke equipment, a karaoke machine, and an all-in-one home theater system. It also included 2 fully automatic massage chairs, allowing him to watch movies at home without leaving the house. After the raffle, Lin Quan declined his teammates' invitations to go clubbing. He figured it was better to spend time studying their Champions League opponents. Everyone said Barcelona was invincible, but Lin Quan remembered that Barcelona had fallen to Atletico Madrid this year. If Simeone's Atletico Madrid could beat Barcelona, there was no reason Manchester City couldn't. After watching 2 days of match footage at home, Lin Quan gained a deeper understanding of Barcelona's strength. Compared to the peak Barcelona of a few seasons ago, their current strength had declined considerably. Although Neymar's arrival had strengthened the team's attacking capabilities on the wings, the aging squad, especially the declining form of midfield maestro Xavi, had a significant impact on Barcelona. Furthermore, Messi's form directly determined Barcelona's ceiling. Barcelona's performance this season has been a roller coaster ride. At the start of La Liga, many were skeptical of Martino's team. However, they silenced the critics with an 8-game winning streak. But after Messi's injury, Barcelona's form immediately dipped, and they were overtaken by Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid. Currently, Barcelona sits third in La Liga, 4 points behind leaders Atletico Madrid and 1 point behind second-placed Real Madrid. Their next match is an away game against Real Madrid, and their final match is a home game against league leaders Atletico Madrid. These 2 games are crucial. A loss for either would essentially eliminate Barcelona from the La Liga title race. Therefore, the pressure and fatigue in the league are greater for Barcelona. In contrast, Manchester City, with an 8-point lead, has far more room for error. During the Champions League campaign, they could even strategically forego their match against Arsenal to focus all their energy on the Camp Nou game against Barcelona. Therefore, judging from the current situation of both teams, Manchester City is actually in a favorable position. The main reason why Premier League teams have poor performances in European competitions is because they are hampered by the league. Once they gain a significant lead in the league and get rid of the league's burden, they can definitely perform well in European competitions. However, they still cannot be careless. After all, it is Camp Nou, and Barcelona has extraordinary strength at their home ground. There is a team called Paris Saint-Germain, which had a 4-goal lead, but was overturned by Barcelona after arriving at Camp Nou. On March 22, the 31st round of the Premier League kicked off. Manchester City returned to their home ground to face Fulham. Due to red cards, Pellegrini and captain Kompany were both sitting in the stands for this match. The team was led by assistant coach Cucius. In fact, he didn't even need to direct them. Manchester City's players finished the game in just 30 minutes after coming on. Just 3 minutes into the game, Lin Quan opened the scoring with a stunning long-range shot. Since the opponent tightened their marking on him in the penalty area, Lin Quan increased his attempts at long-range shots. His shot is powerful and accurate, resulting in high-quality long-range efforts. Such fast and tricky shots are difficult for goalkeepers to defend. Seeing Lin Quan frequently attempt long-range shots, Fulham's defenders had to push out to deny him the opportunity. However, their movement left the penalty area open. Lin Quan quickly changed tactics, switching from long-range shots outside the box to dribbling into the box to shoot. This change caught Fulham off guard. In the 18th minute of the first half, their defender Amorabida, after being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, desperately tripped Lin Quan from behind. Referee Weber, with keen insight, immediately blew his whistle. issuing a yellow card to the opponent and awarding Manchester City a penalty. Lin Quan took the penalty kick himself and easily converted it, making the score 2-0. Just 5 minutes later, Lin Quan used the same trick again, feigning a long-range shot outside the penalty area to draw the opponent's attention before dribbling towards the box once more. Poor Morabita was outmaneuvered by Lin Quan again. He already had a yellow card, and should have been more careful at this point. However, for some reason, he tripped Lin Quan from behind again. After the foul, Morabita looked like a pitiful child, looking at the grim-faced referee as he approached him, almost kneeling down in despair. Weber, impartial and uncompromising, pulled out a yellow card from his back pocket and gave it to him, then pulled out a red card from his breast pocket, turning 2 yellows into red, sending him off the field. "You fouled me almost right in front of me, using the exact same method as last time. This is blatant disrespect for my officiating ability." Lin Quan stood at the penalty spot once more. The goalkeeper was extremely nervous. Only 23 minutes had passed, and the opponent was about to complete a hat-trick. He vaguely remembered that the fastest hat-trick in the Premier League was around 20 minutes. Was the opponent about to break that record? If so, wouldn't he be reduced to a mere backdrop? The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Lin Quan noticed the goalkeeper's tension and deliberately glanced at the bottom right corner of the goal, giving the impression that he was going to shoot in that direction. The goalkeeper fell for it, immediately diving in that direction when Lin Quan shot. However, after completing the save, he was astonished to find the ball flying over his body and into the goal. A Panenka penalty. It was a Panenka penalty. After scoring, Lin Quan ran to the corner flag, jumped up, and pumped his fist in celebration. With each goal he scored, Lin Quan's repertoire of celebrations became increasingly inadequate. Recently, his celebrations had become increasingly perfunctory, jokingly referred to by fans as neighborhood-level celebrations. Seemingly infected by him, even Aguero, who used to be very good at celebrating, had become less and less skilled at it lately. Manchester City's number 10 completed his hat-trick in just 23 minutes. He almost equaled Dwight York's record for the fastest hat-trick in the Premier League, set in 2001. "It's a pity, they were only 1 minute apart," Martin Tyler exclaimed with regret in the commentary box. Witnessing a new record is always exciting, and they almost witnessed history today. It's okay, there's still plenty of time in the game. Although he can't break the record for the fastest hat-trick in the Premier League, Lin Quan can try to break the record for the fastest 4-goal haul. Andy Gray was much more optimistic. Given Lin Quan's form today, he had a feeling Lin Quan could score more goals. That's true. Let me introduce this to our viewers. Lin Quan's total goals in the Premier League this season has reached a terrifying 43, breaking Alan Shearer's 18-year-old record for most goals in a single Premier League season. To give the audience a more intuitive feel for the sheer magnitude of this statistic, Martin Tyler added, "In the entire Premier League, there are currently only 6 teams with more goals than Lin Quan." Andy Gray, standing nearby, was astonished and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "That's terrifying. It feels like Lin Quan has scored more goals in one season than I have in my entire career." Martin Tyler chuckled, "Not quite, but Lin has achieved 6 hat-tricks and 1 4-goal haul. Those 2 stats are indeed more than your entire career." Andy Gray clutched his chest and started joking, "Hey, buddy, that's really hurtful." On the field, Lin Quan was unaware that he had almost broken the Premier League record. But even if he did know, he probably wouldn't care too much. Since he stepped onto the professional stage, he has broken a series of records. Breaking records has become commonplace for him. The team was leading by 3 goals, and the opponent had a player sent off. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. After all, not every team can be like Manchester City, dominating their opponent with 6 goals when playing with 10 men. If Fulham had that kind of ability, they would have been competing for the title long ago, instead of ending up at the bottom of the Premier League. After completing his hat-trick, Lin Quan played even more as a team player. But sometimes, luck just won't stop you. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Lin Quan, in a half-won situation, passed a ball to the better-positioned Aguero, hoping to assist his teammate's goal. Aguero's shot was too focused on angle, the ball hit the crossbar, bounced on the goal line, and then bounced back. The ball didn't cross the line completely, so the referee didn't award a goal. The opposing goalkeeper made a mistake, rushing out but failing to catch the ball. The ball flew to Lin Quan, who was running forward, ready to shoot on the rebound. Unable to stop in time, the ball bounced off him and into the goal. Seeing the ball fly into the net, Lin Quan and the opposing goalkeeper were both dumbfounded. Could this even work? He looked at the referee, who didn't care how the ball went in, as long as it wasn't a foul, even if you just poked it in with your butt. So he immediately blew his whistle and pointed to the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. Well, Lin Quan thus completed a quadruple, breaking the Premier League record and becoming the fastest player to achieve a quadruple in the Premier League to date. Sometimes, victory requires a little luck, and so does breaking records. Martin Tyler was overjoyed at the goal. Lin Quan's luck was incredible. With so many people on the field, and over a dozen players in the penalty area, why did he alone collide with him and not anyone else? That's luck. Aguero, however, was a little frustrated. My goal. I should have known better than to aim for such an extreme angle. A gun, don't be discouraged. Keep running, and I'll pass you a pass when you get a chance. Lin Quan comforted Aguero, seeing his dejected expression. Okay. Aguero knew Lin Quan's abilities, and his expression immediately brightened upon hearing this. Lin Quan kept his word. In the 41st minute of the first half, he received a through ball from De Bruyne, broke through successfully, and selflessly passed a ball to Aguero, facing the on-rushing goalkeeper. He could have shot himself, but Lin Quan passed anyway. This time, Aguero didn't waste his brilliant pass, easily tapping the ball into the empty net, helping his team secure a 5-0 lead at home. After taking such a large lead, Manchester City made substitutions in the second half. Lin Quan and David Silva were both on the bench, while Kroos was substituted in the 70th minute. Manchester City replaced 3 key players. In the past, most teams might have seized this opportunity to launch a counter-attack, perhaps managing to snatch a goal from Manchester City and salvage some pride. However, the Farmers were demoralized and unable to mount any effective counter-attacks. Ultimately, Manchester City thrashed Fulham 5-0 at home, accumulating 77 points with a game in hand, bringing them closer to their second trophy. The highlight of this round was Chelsea hosting Arsenal. Following their habitual collapse in March, Arsenal have dropped to 4th place in the standings, a significant gap from the top teams. They currently have only 63 points, just 6 points ahead of 5th-placed Everton. If Wenger's team loses a few more games, they might miss out on Champions League qualification. However, this match will be tough for Arsenal. Mourinho's team is aiming for the Premier League title. They are currently 8 points behind Manchester City, and if they want to keep their title hopes alive, they cannot afford to lose a single game. Moreover, Chelsea suffered unfair refereeing decisions in the previous round, turning Mourinho's team into a desperate, frustrated force. In this situation, Arsenal, who are not good at playing tough matches, came knocking, and then, they were thrashed 6-0 by Chelsea. This is the most lopsided scoreline between Premier League giants so far this season. Chelsea, who have always been considered to lack attacking prowess, played like madmen at Stamford Bridge. Eto'o scored in just 5 minutes. Sherrill followed in the 7th minute. Hazard scored in the 17th minute, and Oscar in the 42nd minute. Before the first half was even over, Chelsea were already leading Arsenal 4-0. Wenger's team was completely overwhelmed at Stamford Bridge, unable to organize their attack or hold their ground. In desperation, Gibbs even received a straight red card and was sent off. Now, Arsenal had lost both the game and their composure. Mourinho's team, knowing the principle of striking while the iron is hot, capitalized on Arsenal's depleted squad and poor form. They continued their attack in the second half, and Oscar scored again in the 66th minute. In the 71st minute, substitute Salah scored his first goal for Chelsea just 4 minutes after coming on as a substitute. Ultimately, the Blues thrashed Arsenal 6-0 at Stamford Bridge. After this resounding victory, Chelsea's points gap with Manchester City remained at 8 points. However, with another round of league play and the gap unchanged, Chelsea's title hopes have become even slimmer. Chapter 248 Return to Camp Nou, Lin Quan and Messi's first showdown. Poor Arsenal, they got thrashed again. How many times have they been thrashed this season? True Arsenal fans are used to it. Sigh, they always falter in March. In January they're still title contenders, then things start to go wrong in February, they falter again in March, they're in dire straits in April, and then they miraculously manage to secure a top 4 finish in May. Otherwise, why would they be called the top 4 maniacs? The moment the phrase top 4 maniacs is mentioned, the internet is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Netizens immediately thought of some amusing things. No internal traitors, let's have some Arsenal jokes. I advise you not to look for 4th place when you don't have one, to pretend to be something you're not, to be neither fish nor fowl, to be reckless. God is first, I'm second, who knows who's third, but 4th belongs to Arsenal. Mourinho. Our greatest fear comes from Arsenal fighting for 4th place. Winston Churchill. If there's only one team loyal to 4th place, that team is Arsenal. Van Persie. Only a team that hasn't won a title in 10 years deserves to be 4th. MacArthur. An Arsenal that doesn't want to fight for 4th place isn't a good gunner. Napoleon. Whether you fight or not, we're still 4th, no more, no less. Kangayang Jiatso. Haha, you guys are going to laugh yourselves to death sooner or later. Lin Quan, who was idly scrolling through these, also laughed when he saw this. Of all the football jokes in the world, Arsenal alone accounts for 8/10. Based on his experience playing against Arsenal, Lin Quan felt that Arsenal's collapse in the second half of the season wasn't hard to understand. The team's thin squad is unable to cope with multiple competitions, the players are too young, and their mentality fluctuates too much. These are all objective reasons. However, he believes there is another very important reason. This Arsenal team lacks fighting spirit. Wenger's team, like his own personality, is elegant and incredibly beautiful, but like exquisite porcelain, it breaks at the slightest touch. This season, Arsenal's win rate in matches against top teams is extremely low. They were thrashed 6-2 away by Manchester City, 5-1 away by Liverpool, and 6-0 away by Chelsea. These heavy defeats all happened in one season, which speaks volumes. If you add the 1-0 away loss to Manchester United, Arsenal hasn't won a single away game against these top-ranked clubs this season. In fact, it's not just their away form that's struggling, their home form is similarly poor. This season, Arsenal has only won at home against Liverpool, drawing against both Chelsea and Manchester United. Their next match is against Manchester City. If Manchester City goes all out, Arsenal, who just suffered a humiliating defeat, might not be able to compete. However, Arsenal is fortunate because Manchester City plans to field a reserve team due to their Champions League commitments. Their key players will travel to Barcelona 2 days in advance to prepare for their match against Barca 2 days later. Upon hearing this news, Wenger breathed a sigh of relief. Although Arsenal miraculously manages to finish in the top 4 every season, no one knows how long this good fortune will last. Currently, Everton and Tottenham are close behind them in the standings. Everton is only 6 points behind, and Tottenham is only 7 points behind. If Arsenal loses 2 more games, they will likely be caught up. If Manchester City goes all out in this match, and Arsenal loses, their lead will immediately shrink to 3 and 4 points respectively. With 6 rounds left in the league, this gap is only a matter of 1 game. Moreover, after playing Manchester City, Arsenal's next match is against Everton. Given their poor away record, Wenger wasn't really confident he could lead his team to victory against Everton. 2 consecutive losses would see Everton overtake them, and Arsenal drop to 5th place. However, just when everyone, especially Arsenal fans, thought the match was a sure thing, fate played a cruel joke on them. Jovetic and Nasri scored in quick succession in the 2nd and 5th minutes, stunning Arsenal. Was this Manchester City's reserve squad? The Gunners fans at the Emirates Stadium were completely stunned. The outcome was far different from what they had imagined. They had been expecting a resounding victory at home, but Manchester City's 2 goals brought them back to reality. It was Manchester City, the Premier League leaders, and even their reserve squad was stronger than the starting lineups of many mid to lower table teams. Seeing the bright red score on the scoreboard, they had a strange feeling of being at Stamford Bridge. In their last match against Chelsea, they were defeated in the same way. Was this tragedy about to repeat itself? The camera panned to the professor on the sidelines. Wenger seemed to be feeling hot, shivering as he tried to take off his jacket, but the zipper wouldn't budge. Alice, the professor is getting old. Seeing this, Arsenal fans felt a pang of sadness. The 2-0 scoreline remained until the end of the first half. With key players Wilshere and Walcott both sidelined due to injury, Arsenal's attack became a major problem. They had more shots in the first half, but couldn't convert them into goals. In the second half, Wenger made some adjustments to the team's attack, increasing the midfield's involvement. This adjustment paid off in the 53rd minute when former Arsenal player Flamini, who returned to the Gunners as a free agent last summer, stepped up. He capitalized on a Manchester City player's misplaced pass, intercepting the ball and firing a long-range shot to pull one back for his team. After scoring, Flamini was incredibly proactive. Instead of celebrating, he immediately rushed into the goal, grabbed the ball, and ran back, eager to continue the attack. Seeing this, Arsenal fans stood up and applauded him. Flamini isn't a player with exceptional talent, he doesn't possess outstanding natural gifts or physical strength. He relies on his diligent attitude and tenacious fighting spirit, focusing on defense and tirelessly doing the dirty work typical of a defensive midfielder. He doesn't score many goals a season, and this was his first goal since returning to Arsenal. But this goal was as precious as gold. Flamini's goal ignited Arsenal's morale and sounded the horn for their counter-attack. For the next 40 minutes, Arsenal launched a relentless attack on Manchester City's goal. Manchester City fielded a reserve team, whose strength was indeed inferior to Arsenal's. After falling into passive position, they failed to create effective counter-attacks to threaten Arsenal's defense, leading to an increasingly passive situation. In the 85th minute, after nearly 30 minutes of relentless attack, Arsenal finally equalized through a goal from substitute Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. In the previous match at Stamford Bridge, Oxlade-Chamberlain's handball in the penalty area made him the scapegoat. But this time, he stepped up, helping the team secure a hard-fought draw against Manchester City at home. A point wasn't ideal for the Gunners, but considering they fell behind early, the result was acceptable. However, in another match, Everton easily defeated Fulham 3-1, narrowing the gap between them and Arsenal to 4 points. Now, the situation is difficult for Arsenal again. Back in Barcelona, the Manchester City starters were all very surprised to hear that their substitutes had almost defeated Arsenal away from home. Really? Our Arsenal that week? Yes, Jvetic and Nasri scored 2 goals early on, almost pushing Arsenal to the brink of defeat. Unfortunately, the team's tactics became a bit conservative later on, and their counter-attacking strategy didn't work. In the end, they were unfortunately held to draw by Arsenal. 1 point is not bad. We all thought we were going to lose, so getting a point is a pleasant surprise. There's another piece of good news. Chelsea lost 0-1 to Crystal Palace away. Upon hearing this news, the morale of the Manchester City players, who were about to step onto the Camp Nou pitch, instantly soared. Doesn't that mean our lead has increased to 9 points? That's right, that's a 3-win advantage. I remember we still have a rescheduled game to play. If we include that, then we're now 12 points ahead of Chelsea. With a 12-point lead and their current goal difference advantage of several dozen, wouldn't it mean they could clinch the title 4 rounds early? Seeing his teammates enthusiastically discussing the Premier League title race, Lin Quan silently put down his phone, refraining from mentioning that Liverpool had risen to second place in the standings. With Chelsea's loss, Mourinho's team only had a theoretical chance of winning the title. However, after a 4-0 home victory against Tottenham, Liverpool surged ahead, overtaking Chelsea to claim second place. They currently have 71 points, 7 points behind Manchester City. This gap is significant, but Manchester City and Liverpool still have a direct confrontation, and it will be at Liverpool's home ground. Liverpool's home record this season is terrifying. In 16 home games at Anfield, Liverpool have only lost 1, drawn 1, and won the remaining 14, many by 3 or even 4 goals or more. When it comes to the team with the best home record this season, Liverpool can definitely rival Manchester City. Facing such a formidable home force, Manchester City doesn't have a sure chance of defeating them. The Manchester City vs Liverpool match is on April 12, the day after the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals. Liverpool doesn't need to focus on the Champions League, they have 7 days to rest and recuperate after their league match. Manchester City, however, doesn't have that luxury. From April 10th to 13th, Manchester City has 3 crucial matches, the second leg of their Champions League knockout stage against Barcelona, followed by their game against Liverpool, and then immediately their FA Cup semi-final against Arsenal at a neutral venue. This is the downside of competing on multiple fronts. The closer to the end of the season, the more matches there are, and the shorter the intervals between them. This is precisely why teams that manage to achieve a treble while competing on multiple fronts are so remarkable. Given Manchester City's schedule, Lin Quan felt it wasn't time to celebrate yet. However, With a big match approaching, he didn't want to dampen his teammates' spirits. Manchester City needed to go to Camp Nou with top morale to face Barcelona. After arriving in Barcelona, Manchester City used the training ground of their city rivals, Espanyol, for the preparations. Espanyol's training ground, called Danny Jarc Sports City, is located in Sant Adrian de Besòs in the northeast corner of Barcelona, covering approximately 60,000 square meters. Compared to Barcelona's training ground, Espanyol's is much smaller, about 1/7 the size of its neighbors. However, though small, it's fully equipped. It has almost everything needed for Manchester City's daily training. Espanyol, as a relatively low-profile team in Barcelona, received little attention as the spotlight was almost entirely drawn to their city rivals, Barcelona. However, after Manchester City's arrival, the previously deserted training ground was filled with fans and reporters. These included local Barcelona news media as well as Barcelona fans who came to gather intelligence. Clearly, the entire city of Barcelona was paying close attention to the visiting Manchester City. After falling short in the semi-finals for 2 consecutive seasons, Barcelona's focus on the Champions League this season has increased significantly. They hope to reach the Champions League final, lift the trophy again, and create new glory. To achieve this goal, they must first eliminate Manchester City, otherwise, they won't even make it to the semi-finals, let alone the final. However, Barcelona remains confident of defeating Manchester City. This Barcelona team is not the Barcelona of later generations, whose performance plummeted, whose squad was severely aging, whose core players were purged, and who faced rebuilding. That Barcelona couldn't even advance from the Champions League group stage, while this Barcelona has reached the Champions League semi-finals for 6 consecutive seasons and won 3 Champions League trophies in 8 years. They are one of the most successful clubs in Europe, arguably even one of the most successful. Although their humiliating defeat to Bayern Munich last season cast some doubt on Barcelona's strength, the Tigers' spirit remains, and moreover, the Barcelona Tiger hasn't fallen yet. Therefore, it's not surprising that Barcelona has such confidence. Facing the powerful Barcelona, Manchester City is somewhat nervous. To relax the players, Pellegrini didn't arrange overly complex tactical training. Instead, he arranged some lighter training exercises and focused on set-piece drills. This puzzled the reporters and fans who came to gather intelligence. Did Manchester City intend to defeat Barcelona with these tactics? Or did they know they couldn't beat Barcelona and surrendered early? When the news reached Barcelona's coach, Martino, he suspected Manchester City was releasing a smokescreen. If he were Manchester City, he would never be unprepared to defeat the powerful Barcelona. Therefore, the more they acted this way, the more likely they were trying to conceal their true intentions. Thinking this, Martino dared not be careless. He and his coaching staff carefully discussed the possible tactics Manchester City might employ and devised some countermeasures. Finally, Martino gave a concluding speech. Manchester City's strength is not as weak as outsiders think, so we absolutely cannot be complacent. Martino hoped to use their home advantage to settle the score in the first leg. This way, they could focus their energy on the league and deal with Atletico Madrid's competition. Barcelona had just staged a remarkable 4-3 comeback victory against Real Madrid away from home, temporarily widening the gap in points between them. Currently, Barcelona trails Atletico Madrid by only 1 point in the standings. This gap is very small, but the smaller the gap, the less Barcelona can afford to falter. Otherwise, they will be in a very unfavorable position when they host Atletico Madrid in the final round of the league. At the pre-match press conference, both coaches were very polite. They complimented each other, with Pellegrini praising Barcelona as a great team and Martino stating that Manchester City was a respectable opponent. They exchanged a glance, both understanding the unspoken message, "Old man, get ready to fight." On the evening of April 2nd, at Camp Nou, the 100,000-seat stadium was packed. Even before the match began, the frenzied Barcelona fans were already creating a formidable atmosphere, putting pressure on the Manchester City fans in attendance. Compared to the overwhelming number of Barcelona fans, the mere 5,000 Manchester City fans were like a small boat on a stormy sea, surrounded by raging waves and in constant danger of capsizing. A Manchester City fan swallowed hard. Although thousands of security personnel separated them from the Barcelona fans, the ferocious expressions, roaring gestures, and constantly waving fists on the opposing side still made them nervous. If a fight broke out, The 90,000-plus Barcelona fans would surely overwhelm them instantly. However, the Barcelona fans' focus quickly shifted from the Manchester City supporters to the pitch. Both teams' players were already standing in the tunnel, ready to enter. Standing in the Camp Nou tunnel, feeling the deafening cheers outside, Lin Quan had a strange feeling. He grew up in Barcelona and joined the Barcelona Youth Academy at the age of 6, so he was no stranger to the Camp Nou stadium. But this was his first time appearing at Camp Nou as an opponent. What awaited him? A course of boos? Or was it the fans' insults and slander? Just as he was pondering these thoughts, Lin Quan felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Barcelona's captain, Xavi. "Lin, how about we exchange jerseys after the game?" Xavi said to Lin Quan with a smile. Lin Quan had a good relationship with many players in the Barcelona team, so there were probably quite a few people waiting to exchange jerseys with him. If he didn't act in advance, he might miss the opportunity. "No problem, Captain." Lin Quan nodded, happily agreeing to Xavi's request. Welcome back to Camp Nou. Do your best in this game and try to give everyone a great match." "Yes, I will." Lin Quan clenched his fist and nodded emphatically. Xavi didn't say anything more and returned to the Barcelona team, chatting and laughing with Iniesta behind him. Seeing Lin Quan looking over, Iniesta winked at him, greeting him with his eyes. His national team teammates behind him, including Fabregas, Pique, Busquets, and Pedro, nodded to Lin Quan. Although they played for different clubs and were rivals on the field, they were friends off the field. Since their positions didn't overlap, there was no real competition. Of course, not everyone was so friendly to Lin Quan. Several Brazilian players from Barcelona, such as Neymar and Alves, looked at him with hostility. Neymar, in particular, had a burning desire for revenge in his eyes. You could feel how much he wanted to avenge last year's Confederations Cup defeat. Lin Quan shrugged indifferently, ignoring Neymar's gaze. Neymar was good, but it would be beneath him to consider him an opponent. Just as he was about to look away, Lin Quan felt a tangible gaze upon him. Following the direction of the gaze, unsurprisingly, they saw Barcelona's star player, Lionel Messi. The noise in the players' tunnel vanished the moment the two men locked eyes. Both teams noticed the unusual interaction between them. This match wasn't just a clash between Manchester City and Barcelona, but also a collision between two superstars, Lin Quan and Messi. This was their first encounter in an official match, and both had been eagerly anticipating this duel. "Messi, let me test how much of your peak ability you still possess." Messi, equally determined, thought, "Lin, let me see if you're worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." Lin Quan smiled and nodded, and Messi nodded in return. The tension between them instantly dissipated. At that moment, the referee led both teams onto the pitch. The Champions League quarter-final match between Manchester City and Barcelona was about to begin. Please vote. Chapter 249. Lin Quan rushes forward. Camp Nou remains silent. CCTV, CCTV. Dear viewers, this is a live broadcast of the first leg of the Champions League quarter-final between Barcelona and Manchester City. In the CCTV studio, Wei and Su Yang quickly introduced the formations and starting lineups of both teams before saying, "This is Lin Quan's first return to Camp Nou for another team since leaving Barcelona. I wonder how he will perform against his former club today?" Stepping into the Camp Nou stadium, the boos and jeers Lin Quan had anticipated did not materialize. The Barcelona fans did not attack him. Instead, they completely ignored his presence. They loudly cheered for each player who entered the stadium, chanting the names of Barcelona players in unison. When the DJ announced the names of Neymar and Messi, the cheers reached their peak. "We have Messi, we have Neymar, we don't need a player disloyal to Barcelona." This was probably their true thought at that moment. Lin Quan merely glanced at them before looking away. He had no interest in knowing what the Barcelona fans were thinking. At this moment, his only thought was to take victory from here. The referee for this match was Pels, from the Netherlands. He ranked third in the 2013 referee ratings, a highly capable referee. Pels' officiating standards are relatively strict, and he likes to issue cards. In the history of this season's Champions League final, Pels issued a total of 12 yellow cards to the two teams, making him a veritable card-issuing machine. This was obviously very disadvantageous for Manchester City, because they were used to the lenient standards of the Premier League, and suddenly encountering such a strict referee would be very difficult for them to adapt to, making them prone to receiving cards. At 1900 hours sharp, with a referee's whistle, the match officially began. Manchester City, wearing blue jerseys, occupied the right side of the field, attacking from right to left. Barcelona, wearing red and blue jerseys, occupied the left side of the field, attacking from left to right. Barcelona kicked off first. Messi passed a ball to Neymar and ran forward. Neymar passed the ball back to Iniesta and then quickly ran to the wing. Barcelona started aggressively, playing at home and not needing to play conservatively. Fueled by the cheers of their fans, Barcelona players pressed forward, the ball rapidly passing between their feet. Manchester City players began to experience the power of Barcelona's possession-based football. In the third minute, after several passes in the attacking third, Xavi suddenly delivered a through ball. Messi, having already started his run before Xavi's pass, instantly shook off his defenders and received the pass on the edge of the penalty area. He adjusted his position, feigning a shot, drawing Manchester City defenders before quickly dribbling into the box. Zabaleta and company were both drawn to Messi and rushed towards him. However, Messi didn't choose to shoot himself, instead passing the ball to Neymar, who had surged into the box from the wing. Neymar received the ball and took a shot without stopping it, a dangerous attempt, but Joe Hart, with perfect concentration, tipped the ball over the crossbar with one hand. Pay attention. Don't let anyone slip past you on the flanks. Joe Hart stood up and shouted to his teammates. Against a top team like Barcelona, any mistake could be a fatal blow. Kolarov raised his hand apologetically, indicating that it was his fault. He hadn't marked Neymar immediately, giving him a shooting opportunity. Seeing Neymar miss, Messi rubbed his chin, lowered his head, and turned away from the Manchester City penalty area to take the corner kick. Neymar, somewhat frustrated, clutched his head, having wasted such a good opportunity. If he had scored, he would have become Barcelona's hero. The corner kick was taken, and company won the header. However, the perimeter was full of Barcelona players, and the cleared ball was quickly regained by Barcelona. Xavi attempted a long-range shot, which hit a defender and bounced back. De Bruyne and Iniesta both rushed towards the ball, colliding and falling to the ground. The referee stopped the game and went to check on their injuries. Fortunately, neither was injured, and the game quickly resumed. Possession was awarded to Manchester City by the referee, but before they could pass the ball, it was intercepted under pressure from Barcelona, who continued their siege of the Manchester City goal. In the opening minutes, Manchester City were largely on the back foot, the ball constantly in their own half, their formation heavily compressed. Even when they gained possession, they couldn't immediately break up the defense and launch effective counter-attacks. Seeing their team dominating, the Barcelona fans at Camp Nou were ecstatic, joyfully singing their team anthem. We are believers in blue. We share a common faith. We have a name that resounds throughout the world. Barcelona. 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 Amidst the resounding chants of the Barcelona fans, Barcelona launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on Manchester City. In the 13th minute, Messi's shot after a breakthrough was blocked by Joe Hart's leg. In the 17th minute, Neymar's long-range shot went over the crossbar. In the 22nd minute, Iniesta's shot from behind hit the post. Barcelona is getting closer and closer to scoring. This can't continue, the team is too passive. Thinking this, Lin Quan simply retreated and joined the defense. In the 27th minute, the ball once again came to Messi's feet. Just as Messi was about to dribble forward, he felt someone appear in front of him. He habitually looked up at the other person, and his pupils immediately contracted. It was Lin. What was he doing in the backfield instead of the attacking third? Here he comes. Lin is finally going up against Messi. Who'll win? Who do you think will win? It's definitely Messi. Lin isn't a dedicated defender. His defense against Messi is only slightly better than placing a wooden stake in front of him. Haha, that's too much? While Lin's defensive ability isn't top tier, it's not bad for a striker. That's true, but aren't strikers for attacking? What striker is for defending? Netizens found this statement ridiculous. Strikers generally aren't strong defensively. What's the use of being considered strong defensively among strikers? Manchester City were completely dominated in the first 30 minutes. Just looking at the game, it felt like the two teams weren't even in the same league. No problem. Anyone who watches Barcelona play knows they always play like this. If you look at possession and stuff, the difference is even more stark. Barcelona's passing and possession are very pressing, but whether they can convert that into goals is another question. This season, Their attacking ability just doesn't feel as good as last year. They definitely aren't as good as last year. Last year, Barcelona scored 115 goals in the league. This year, even though there are still 7 rounds left, a 26-goal gap seems impossible to close. No. Are you saying Neymar is very strong? How come Barcelona's attacking power has actually decreased since he joined? Neymar is indeed very strong, but Barcelona's midfield is aging. Xavi's form this season is much worse than last season, and he's older and his energy isn't what it used to be. He can hardly play a full match. Once Xavi's command and orchestration are gone, Barcelona's attacking firepower drops significantly. Barcelona must continue to make signings this summer. If they don't strengthen the team, their performance next season will probably decline further. On the field, Messi was only slightly surprised. After realizing that Lin Quan was an attacking player, not a defensive one, he had no more worries. Your defenders can't stop me, so you're useless. Messi dribbled the ball, preparing to break past Lin Quan. However, Lin Quan seemed to have anticipated his intention, stretching out his leg the instant Messi dribbled the ball to steal it. If it were an ordinary player, Lin Quan might not have been able to stop him. But with Messi, it was a different story. After all, he was using the model of peak Messi, and he knew exactly what Messi was going to do. Lin Quan's move surprised Messi, who hurriedly adjusted and tried to control the ball. In the past, this tactic had always worked against other defenders. But today, he had met his match. Lin Quan's footwork was as fast as his, even faster. Lin Quan touched the ball first, intending to pass it to Aguero near the halfway line. Although Messi's footwork was a fraction of a second slower, he still touched the ball, causing its trajectory to change. The ball flew past the 2 players and behind Messi. De Bruyne, who was roaming there, saw the ball flying towards him and his eyes lit up. However, before he could control the ball, he lost possession under pressure from Alves and Xavi. Xavi quickly passed the ball to Iniesta, who feigned a forward breakthrough but then cut back to Messi, who had also entered the penalty area. Messi dribbled past Kompany and opted for a shot towards the top left corner of the goal. The shot was of high quality, but Manchester City's goalkeeper, Joe Hart, transformed into St. Joe Hart, leaping high to save Messi's shot. Seeing his shot blocked by the opposing goalkeeper, Messi couldn't help but scratch his head. This goalkeeper is a bit of a monster today. Lin Quan had just seen De Bruyne receive the ball and started running forward, preparing to attack, but unexpectedly lost possession after only a few steps. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw Joe Hart save Messi's shot. Without hesitation, Lin Quan immediately turned and ran towards Barcelona's half. Joe Hart saw Lin Quan's action and mentally gave him a thumbs up. He didn't immediately throw the ball to Lin Quan, but instead passed it to Cruz on the edge of the penalty area. Cruz also observed Lin Quan's run, but he didn't pass directly to Lin Quan either, quickly passing the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne, positioned closer to the halfway line, received the ball, glanced in Lin Quan's direction, and delivered a through pass. Manchester City's ground attacks were incredibly fast. Before most Barcelona players had even had time to retreat to their own half, their counter-attacks had already crossed the halfway line. Defend. Retreat quickly. Seeing Manchester City's concise and efficient counter-attacks, Barcelona's coach Martino stared in alarm. This rapid counter-attack reminded him of Mourinho's Real Madrid. Was this Manchester City's carefully prepared trump card? Fortunately, he had also arranged Busquets as a backup plan. Lin Quan had just crossed the center circle when Busquets pounced on him, appearing in front of him. As Lin Quan's national team teammate, Busquets knew Lin Quan's strength all too well. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't rashly press him. In training in Spain, Lin Quan had already demonstrated to everyone the consequences of recklessly pressing him. He glanced at his teammates. Pique was not far behind him, retreating into the penalty area. Ahead of him, Fabregas was chasing back at top speed. If he could just stall for a little longer, until his teammates caught up, or until Pique and Mascherano came to his aid at the edge of the penalty area, he could stop the attack. Busquets made a quick judgment. He abandoned the idea of pressing forward, retreating while intently watching Lin Quan's movements. Busquets' plan was to buy time, stalling until the opponent made a mistake, or until his teammates came to his aid. Against a player with such strong dribbling ability as Lin Quan, he couldn't defend alone. Therefore, his task was to pull Lin Quan into his teammates' defensive zone, creating a multi-man double team to neutralize Manchester City's attack. When a striker dribbles forward, having a defender constantly maintaining a distance puts immense psychological pressure on him. If the striker gets impatient and exposes an opening, the defender can seize the opportunity to tackle and clear the ball. Even if the striker remains calm and doesn't rush, allowing both players to enter the penalty area, the defender still has the advantage because there's a goalkeeper inside. Therefore, retreating to defend is a very clever defensive strategy. Unfortunately, the defenders, or rather the coaches, didn't realize this at this point, but Busquets grasped this essence beforehand. Seeing Busquets' choice, Lin Quan frowned. Retreating to defend and compress space? This defensive method is quite underhanded. The defenders don't press, don't tackle easily, and just keep retreating. When retreating, one's speed is definitely not as fast as when running forward. Therefore, the distance between the two will gradually close, leading to less and less safe space between Lin Quan and Busquets. When the space is small enough, the attacking player dribbling forward is practically handing the ball to the opponent. If they don't want to give up the ball so easily, they can only slow down and control it. Once their speed decreases, this fast counter-attack is basically declared a failure. During his time at Liverpool, Virgil van Dijk used this tactic to defuse countless crises, almost winning the Ballon d'Or as a defender. However, Busquets is not Van Dijk, and Lin Quan is no ordinary player. The distance between the two was gradually closing, but now Lin Quan not only didn't slow down, he actually increased his speed. Busquets' eyes widened, sweat beading on his back. Was his opponent going to take a direct approach? Busquets slightly lowered his center of gravity, assuming a blocking stance. When Lin Quan dribbled forward, the ball never strayed too far from his feet. Most players consider it a success if the ball is within a meter of their feet after each touch. But Lin Quan, like Messi, kept the ball less than half a meter away. At this distance, stealing the ball from his feet was incredibly difficult. But it wasn't entirely impossible. The key was timing. Busquets was waiting for his opportunity. If he immediately reacted the moment Lin Quan touched the ball and it left his feet, he had a chance to intercept it before Lin Quan could. However, such an opportunity only comes once. If he fails to get the ball, Lin Quan won't give him a second chance. Busquets knew his time was running out. At their current speeds, if he didn't act quickly, Lin Quan would get past him in a few seconds. Finally, seeing Lin Quan touch the ball again, and the ball getting closer, Busquets made his move. However, at the instant he made his move, Lin Quan's foot, which had just completed its initial contact, touched the ball again before him, kicking it past him. A trap. Busquets was terrified, realizing he'd been tricked. He quickly reached out, trying to pull Lin Quan's jersey. This action would likely get him a card, but if he did it discreetly, pulling and immediately letting go, the referee might not notice. Lin Quan was pulled on the jersey, staggered, and almost lost his balance. The referee saw Busquets' foul, but prioritizing the attacking advantage, he signaled for play to continue. A good opportunity. Pique saw Lin Quan stumble and immediately chose to intercept. No. Busquets turned around and saw the scene, but it was too late to warn his teammates. Almost the instant Pique's foot touched the ball, another foot reached out and kicked it away. Pique was shocked and quickly turned around to try and make amends. However, Pique wasn't a player with fast turning speed, and by the time he finished turning, Lin Quan had already entered the penalty area. His teammate was beaten too quickly and thoroughly, leaving Barcelona's goalkeeper Pinto no time to come out. He crouched slightly, nervously watching Lin Quan's movements to judge the direction of the shot. Lin Quan glanced at the goalkeeper's position, swung his foot, and completed the shot before Mascherano could tackle. The shot was aimed at almost the exact same spot as Messi's previous shot, both heading towards the top left corner of the goal. Although Pinto was prepared to make the save, he was old after all. The reaction speed of a 37-year-old veteran couldn't compare to that of a 27-year-old Joe Hart. Especially since it was Joe Hart with a cheat code. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the inside of the crossbar and post, bouncing into the net. After being besieged for nearly 30 minutes, Manchester City broke the deadlock in the 29th minute of the first half. The score was now 1-0, with Manchester City leading by 1 goal. This result surprised all the fans in the stadium, not only Barcelona fans but also the Manchester City fans who had traveled with their team. Besieged for almost 30 minutes, yet they scored first? Was it real? A brief silence fell over the Camp Nou stadium, followed by a deafening roar of boos. The Barcelona fans had finally been jolted awake. Chapter 250. The football world has officially entered the Three Kingdoms stage from the era of two unparalleled heroes. Goal. Unbelievable, I simply can't believe it. Manchester City scored the first goal at Camp Nou. Lin, this 18-year-old youngster, made his Camp Nou debut and breached his former club's goal. He stepped up once again when the team was in trouble, scoring a golden goal with a long run. You can always believe in Lin. Barcelona is in danger. If the game ends with a score, it will be very detrimental to their advancement. Even if they eventually beat Manchester City, giving them an away goal at home is very bad for Barcelona's chances of advancing. The commentators on all the major TV stations went wild the moment Lin Quan scored this goal. Very few people favored Manchester City before the match, and based on the first 30 minutes, the game was progressing as expected. The powerful Barcelona dominated, and Manchester City teetered on the brink of collapse under Barcelona's fierce attack. Barcelona's victory seemed to be only a matter of time. However, Lin Quan's goal shattered all of that. What's the use of high possession and numerous shots if you can't score? Those advantages can't be converted into victory. Football is ultimately a game of who scores more goals, and right now, Manchester City has a goal, while Barcelona's record is still 0. Therefore, many experts are beginning to doubt their judgment. Does Barcelona really have the upper hand? On the sidelines, Barcelona's coach, Martino, is also pondering this question. Since taking charge of Barcelona, he has found that Guardiola's possession-based tactics are not as effective as before. Possession-based football demands a high level of squad strength. The players need excellent passing ability and ample stamina to execute high-pressing tactics in the attacking third. Controlling the ball and replacing defense with offense is the essence of Guardiola's possession-based tactics. This tactic was highly successful a few years ago, partly due to lack of understanding of it from the outside world, but also related to Barcelona's squad at the time. The Barcelona squad under Guardiola was significantly younger. When he led the team to Champions League victory, Messi was only in his early 20s, Xavi was under 30, and Iniesta, Busquets, and others were in their prime, aged 23 to 26. Back then, they had ample stamina to execute their high-pressing tactics. Other teams, facing Barcelona, either couldn't gain possession and were forced into passive defensive posture, or, even if they did, lacked passing options and were quickly dispossessed by Barcelona's high press, ending up in a similar predicament. However, now, Barcelona struggles to execute this high-pressing tactic. The players are too old, and their running ability has diminished. Furthermore, inspired by Mourinho, other teams have developed countermeasures against their possession-based tactics, trading space for time. Football is ultimately a game of time and space. Barcelona's passing and possession style maximizes space utilization. When the ball is at their feet, they patiently pass it around, using frequent positional changes, overlapping runs, and midfielders making attacking runs to stretch the opponent's defensive formation and find openings. Once the opponent makes a mistake, Barcelona's thunderous strike will come. However, because their attacking organization takes a long time, their time efficiency is naturally low. Mourinho did the opposite, abandoning the struggle for space and greatly improving time efficiency. His team doesn't pursue possession, they give the ball to the opponent in the air, and then capitalize on their mistakes. Once possession changes and it's his team's turn to attack, he pursues the most efficient and effective counter-attacks. Players don't need the complex runs and passing of Barcelona. After receiving the ball, they pass it straight forward, with the forwards running desperately forward. With just 2 or 3 passes, the ball is already in the opponent's penalty area. Real Madrid under Mourinho was capable of completing an attack in 10 seconds or even less. Because of the short time frame, most of the opposing players didn't have time to retreat, resulting in highly efficient counter-attacks. If the ball successfully reached the striker, it was highly likely to result in a goal. Manchester City's attack was practically a carbon copy of that Real Madrid team from years past. This is precisely why Martino began to waver. Even Guardiola's dream team couldn't gain an advantage against Mourinho in their later stages. His Barcelona team was 2 years older than then. Could they defeat Manchester City's tactics? Martino wasn't the only one with this thought. Many Barcelona players felt frustrated after Lin Quan's goal. They had painstakingly controlled the ball for 30 minutes, completing 6 shots, but hadn't scored a single goal. Meanwhile, the opponent scored on just 1 counter-attack. The contrast was too stark, inevitably causing some frustration among the Barcelona players. Neymar, who only joined Barcelona last summer and hadn't experienced Barcelona's peak, even began to doubt whether the possession-based tactics were truly the right approach. Messi stood on the field, hands on his hips, watching Lin Quan celebrate, surrounded by his teammates. He wasn't surprised that Lin Quan had scored. What truly bothered him was how well the opponent understood his playing style, how he could anticipate his movements. Was it a fluke? Or was his understanding of him truly so meticulous? Messi decided to try again. After the game restarted, Messi proactively reached for the ball. His teammates trusted his abilities and immediately passed him the ball. Unsurprisingly, Lin Quan was once again in front of him. This time, Messi wasn't careless. Although the opponent wasn't a dedicated defender, judging from his previous defense, Lin Quan's defensive capabilities weren't bad. He made a feint, shifting his weight to his right while lowering his shoulder to prepare for a breakthrough. Seeing Messi's move, Lin Quan immediately became alert. Here it comes. The dilemma of a defender facing Messi. Ignoring his feints would allow him to turn them into real ones and break through. Following his feints and taking a step would only result in him adjusting his speed and getting past you. In short, no matter which option you chose, it seemed wrong. Lin Quan frequently used this tactic in one-on-one situations, and it was very effective, with a high success rate. Knowing the power of this tactic didn't mean Lin Quan could defend against it. Although he understood Messi's playing style and even his habits, he wasn't Messi and didn't know what the opponent would choose. When he used this method to dribble past a defender, he made his final decision based on the defender's choice. Seeing that Lin Quan hadn't made a choice, Messi immediately broke through from his right side. Lin Quan was a step too slow to turn and chase. It was too late. Cruz, seeing Lin Quan get past him, immediately came to intercept. Messi passed a ball to Neymar, who went down the wing. Manchester City's fullback rushed up, but Messi, seemingly out of nowhere, also arrived on the wing. He received Neymar's pass and immediately cut inside towards Manchester City's penalty area. Company immediately moved forward to intercept and block, denying Messi space to shoot or break through. Messi passed the ball again, and Iniesta had somehow made a run into the edge of the penalty area. After receiving Messi's pass, Iniesta lobbed it to the left side of the box, where there was currently no one, but Iniesta knew Messi would definitely run there. Sure enough, after passing the ball, Messi didn't look to see how Iniesta would handle it. He chose to trust the understanding between his teammate and himself. If Messi had run directly to the open space on the left side of the box, Manchester City's defenders might have been more alert. But Messi was clever. After passing the ball, he took a step back and made a reverse run. This confused Manchester City's defenders, preventing them from keeping up with Messi's run and giving him space to receive the ball. For a player like Messi, giving him such space would be a fatal mistake. The ball arrived just as Messi reached the open space on the left, and Iniesta's pass came as expected. The rest was simple. Messi controlled the ball with his chest and then swept it into the Manchester City goal. The Manchester City defenders raised their hands, indicating it was an offside goal. However, the linesman didn't raise his flag, and the referee ruled the goal valid. Slow-motion replays showed the shot was indeed incredibly close. As Messi made his run, the Manchester City defenders moved forward, making it appear offside. If Messi's acceleration had been just half a second faster, or if the Manchester City defenders had moved their defensive line forward a little more quickly, it would have truly been offside. In the 33rd minute, thanks to Messi's goal, Barcelona equalized. The Barcelona fans at Camp Nou could finally celebrate without restraint. Messi, the goal scorer, celebrated with his signature double pointing to the sky gesture. For this match between Manchester City and Barcelona, the biggest highlight was considered to be the direct confrontation between Messi and Lin Quan. Messi rose to fame earlier and has achieved more honors. Therefore, before the match, he was widely favored, but unexpectedly, Lin Quan scored the first goal. This surprised many and put considerable pressure on Messi. Now, he has finally scored, and he's no longer overshadowed by this guy. It's strange, though. No matter how much the outside world hypes up his rivalry with Ronaldo, even creating a title like two unparalleled stars, Messi has always maintained a calm attitude towards Ronaldo. He doesn't consider Ronaldo his opponent and isn't particularly bothered by such hype. But Lin Quan is different. From the first day he saw Lin Quan play, Messi realized this guy would become his biggest competitor. He secretly observed Lin Quan for 2 years, even learning from Lin Quan's playing techniques and style, using Lin Quan as a mirror to improve his own skills. Although he has never publicly admitted it, in Messi's heart, he has long considered Lin Quan his biggest rival. Therefore, he cared about this match more than outsiders imagined. Seeing Messi's goal, Lin Quan felt somewhat helpless. Defending against Messi was indeed difficult, but he shouldn't have hesitated. He should have decisively taken the shot and gambled to see who reacted faster. The reason his and Messi's dribbling style was so difficult to defend was mainly because their footwork was faster, allowing them to react after the opponent made a choice. Of course, even if both players were equally fast, the initiative would still be in Messi's hands, leaving him in a passive defensive position. Therefore, he would probably lose more often than when in such a confrontation. Was there any way to limit Messi? Lin Quan fell into deep thought. Messi's goal boosted Barcelona's morale considerably, further increasing the pace of the game and intensifying their pressing in the attacking third. The ball moved quickly between Barcelona players, with Messi and Neymar constantly exchanging positions, and the two fullbacks pushing forward to assist. Messi, Neymar, Iniesta, and others successively had shooting opportunities, and Barcelona launched a mini-attack surge. This round of attacks made Manchester City look very disheveled, with Yaya Toure and company both receiving yellow cards for defensive play. Cupper's officiating was indeed very strict, and his cards were issued decisively. After receiving yellow cards, Yaya Toure and company became more cautious, hesitant to make any big moves, which made Manchester City's defense even more difficult. During this period, Joe Hart became the busiest person on the field. He made numerous saves on the goal line, repeatedly thwarting Barcelona's attacks and preventing the number of goals conceded from increasing. However, this could not continue. Having learned from the previous mistakes, Barcelona was very wary of Manchester City's counter-attacks. They would immediately counter-press after losing possession, and it was often a multiplayer press. Apart from Lin Quan, it was difficult for Manchester City's other players to hold on to the ball under such pressure, let alone pass it out. With the first half nearing its end and unable to get the ball up front, Lin Quan decided to drop back to the edge of the penalty area to participate in defense. No matter what, securing the first half was paramount. Barcelona, of course, couldn't let Manchester City have their way. They hoped to score another goal in the final minutes and go into the locker room with a lead. In the 41st minute, the ball once again came to Messi's feet. Lin Quan proactively stepped forward, approaching Messi. Again? Messi saw Lin Quan again, but this time he wasn't as concerned as before. The two had faced each other twice, with one win and one loss. However, with his previous successful experience, Messi's confidence had increased. He made the same move as before, presenting Lin Quan with a choice. However, Lin Quan had already devised a strategy. He took a step back. Since it's difficult to choose, I'll simply not choose. I'll give you the initiative. Messi was very surprised by Lin Quan's action. His opponent actually retreated voluntarily? Was he afraid? No, definitely not. Knowing Lin Quan as he does, Messi has never seen him afraid of him. Yaya Toure had already closed in from the side, and Messi, at this point, couldn't think too much. Utilizing the space left by Toure's retreat, Messi smoothly executed his previous move and broke forward. Lin Quan had anticipated this choice, quickly turning as he retreated to block Messi's path. At the same time, Lin Quan moved closer, directly engaging in physical confrontation, constantly squeezing Messi's position and making it difficult for him to dribble smoothly. Messi was struggling, as Lin Quan had an advantage in height and weight, and Messi was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in their physical duel. Realizing this, Messi decisively turned, relieving the pressure, but also losing the opportunity to attack Manchester City's penalty area. Seeing Lin Quan successfully defend against Messi once again in a one-on-one duel, the fans and commentators were very surprised. One success could be considered lucky, but what about two? Could it still be considered lucky? Wow, that's amazing. Lin Quan actually froze Messi in a one-on-one situation. Messi has always been a nightmare for defenders in La Liga and the Champions League. Few can successfully stop him in a one-on-one duel, so no one expected Lin Quan to do this. Lin has made outstanding contributions on both ends of the pitch. So far, his performance is undoubtedly better than Messi's. The first half is almost over, and the score is still 1-1. Both Lin Quan and Masia have scored a goal, so in terms of goals, they are evenly matched. However, Lin Quan's contribution to the team on the defensive end is greater. For an attacking player, what more can you ask for? Before the match, many people disagreed with ranking Lin Quan on par with Messi and Ronaldo. I think after this game, those doubts will diminish considerably. In the CCTV studio, after watching Lin Quan's performance in the first half, He praised him highly. Lin Quan is undoubtedly on the same level as Messi and Ronaldo. From now on, the two-horse race in football will likely become a three-way battle. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.